Smelling already, brother. You found out you got that good. Hey, yo, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Courtney. We got Anton. We got Rilla. Amira. Lauren. Kay. And me, myself, on Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's going on, family? How y'all doing?
Man, what the business is? I see you with that DBM, Joe. I see you. What down, Joe?
No, actually, it's not, man. Actually, it's my gas stuff, man. Lavish. You heard me, Rilla? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was on mute. I said that's lavish.
Yeah, it's called Lavish, man.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. But it's hometown though.
Already.
Yep. What's going on, ladies? Y'all looking lovely as usual.
Oh man, look at the ladies. Look at the ladies. Ow.
Ow.
I see y'all. What's going on, Anton? How you doing, brother?
Slow motion, family. What's the word?
Can't call it, man. I can't call it, man. You know, I just want to say salute to you, man. I saw your show earlier. You know the family stand with you, man. It was a great show.
Man.
Hey, I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it.
Hey, look, let me pile on, JR. Hey, bro.
But
thank you. Hey, man. Brilliant freaking show earlier, bro. I was listening at the gig, and man, thank you for sharing. Thank you for being transparent. Great monologue, and even more importantly, I saw your IG was like, why did I have to do that? But it was necessary, and everything happens for a reason. And you don't even know how many people you help, man, including self. So salute to you, King.
Hey, man, I appreciate it, bro. Y'all know y'all my brothers. I talk to y'all every day off camera. JR, my bro. Rilla, my bro. Y'all family to me. Y'all are literally family to me more than my regular family. So I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, and I'm always gonna have y'all back. Straight up.
no doubt, man. We love you too. If you guys haven't had the opportunity, go to Anton Daniels After Hours. He had a powerful stream this morning where he talked about his father. You guys get a chance, make sure you check it out after the stream. Let's get to business. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let's make sure you guys get these likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. Oh, what's going on? Y'all missed it, man. I think Lauren and Kay saw it.
I knocked my string. I knocked the wire over accidentally and pulled the whole joint down.
Man, I wish you could run the tape back. The whole light just fell on Rilla, man.
Wait, first my flag, now the light joint.
man, that thing karate chopped you, man. I was like, you land the phone with your bed.
You said when you fall out your bed.
Nah, I said it wrong. When you land in the bed with your phone and the phone just fall on you.
Oh, that's when you be now let me stop.
Okay, Rilla.
Yeah, Rilla, what's going on? Well, really getting this stuff together. Make sure you guys get these likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. Hope you guys had a wonderful day. We're going to get this show started. The first topic of the night, put up something real quick. This came out earlier. Dell Curry, Sonya cheated on me with ex-NFL player. Dell Curry says his estranged wife, Sonya, cheated on him with a former New England Patriots tight end and then lied to him about it. It's all spelled out in the court docs obtained by TMZ Sports, in which Steph Curry's father says Sonya is and has been dating Steven Johnson, a 6th-round pick in the 1988 NFL draft.
Not 1988. Jesus. I thought you was going to say 2018. At least give me 2000. 2008. Right. Don't take me back 40 years. 40? Jesus.
Man, yeah, that was a while ago. So I just kind of want to the question that I pose right now for the panel is, why is it getting harder for families to stay together in this modern age? Why is it getting harder for families to stay together in this modern age? Start with you, Kay.
I think that the reason that it's divorce rates are, I guess, are climbing, is because the whole family dynamic and everything has changed. Women are more able to take care of themselves. And I'm not saying, of course, I am for the Black family and all of this, but just in reality, women have more opportunities to do more things. So they don't necessarily stick around through thick and thin, like people used to. I don't want to glorify the past because I don't necessarily think that everything that was happening in the past was healthy. I also think that a lot of people, social media has a huge role in a lot of younger people, especially the way they see dating and relationships and marriage and all of those things. So altogether, I guess I just think times are changing, and, a lot of people don't even have an example of a healthy marriage to model for themselves. So there's a lot of things.
I would debate that significantly.
Debate what exactly?
I would debate your idea of how divorce is going today versus yesteryear.
What did I say about that?
What are you talking about, Kay? You didn't hear what you just said? You just talked about modern family and all of this other type of stuff and women being able to take care of themselves and all of that. I heard everything that you said. What are you talking about?
Well, you said you were
Let me make
debating.
my point first before you.
I just want to make sure you're debating something I actually said.
You didn't say what I just said?
Divorces today versus yesteryear. I was just asking what.
So you didn't say women being able to take care of themselves and all. You didn't say any of that, huh, Kay?
Yeah, I did say that.
Okay, so let me actually answer and give you some insight before you bug back. I would push back not only against what you're saying, especially as it relates to women taking care of themselves, so on and so forth, but I would also that it's getting harder for people in the modern age to stay together because in reality, even in 2020, the US divorce rate has hit a 50-year low. So for every 1,000 marriages, right, only about 15 ended in divorce. So it's a myth in that divorce is higher and worse than ever, and it's harder for families to stay together. When in reality, you can literally just look up the US Census data, and it will tell you that it is lower than it's ever been in the last 50 years. So we could debate whether or not people are looking to get married more than ever. We can talk about the visibility of marriage when it comes to social media and people championing the idea that marriage is bad, when in reality, people are staying married longer than ever. The people that are choosing to get married. We can also cite data that indicates that the more money you make and the more successful you become, the less likely it is to end in divorce. So just tackling that point specifically, we'd have to take a different spin on it in order to be able to come to a conclusion or have a conversation in good faith.
Did you say that 15 out of 1,000 divorces marriages end in divorce?
For every 1,000 marriages in 2019, only 15 ended in divorce.
Oh, so
that is
way less than 1%.
That is a fact according to the newly released American Community Survey data. I have it right up on my screen according to the US Census data.
So less than 1% of
I just read it to you.
Okay.
I don't know how you want to take it. You can look it up yourself.
Can you send it to me? You got my email?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, because I'm not disputing you. I just didn't know that. So less than 1% of marriages in 2019 ended in divorce.
I'll send it to you specifically from the Institute for Family Studies.org.
Okay. I gotta see that. I will be just interested to see it. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just want to see it.
Okay.
And I don't know if you want to send it to me. I'll put it up.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
All right. Rilla, why is it getting harder for families to stay together?
Yeah, and that's
age?
Yeah, thank you, man. I think in light of what Anton shared, I do find that interesting because it does appear to the observable eye that, you know, whether it's celebrity, and I think that's unfortunate that we take a lot of our cues in Western society from, you know, what's going on in pop culture, what we see happening with celebrities, entertainers, athletes, rappers, so on and so forth. But I would say, you know, of those divorces, even if we say, let's say, you know, of those 15 in 1,000, we know that a lot of times one of the key contributors to the divorce rate is finances, right? But I think what's interesting in the modern era is that if you think about this this pursuit of happiness and this Disneyfication of romance, relationships, people move further away from the institution of marriage as a covenant in terms of balancing strengths and weaknesses, and more they're more or less pursuing what makes them happy, which, you know, we talked about this quite a few times on the show, that happiness is a fleeting feeling. You know, happiness is something that happens externally. It's not something that is driven from within. And so I think for, you know, that reason in particular, like that pursuit of happiness is why you see it becoming harder and harder for families to stay together. And if I read it correctly, the Currys in particular have been married for 33 years. Mm-hmm. That's a long time, man. You know, you raise two successful sons in the NBA and they're competing at the highest level of their profession. Like that's a long time. And, you know, and then we just hanging it up. I'm out. You know, and what's interesting, I don't know if it was in the Facebook group or on another, where if I saw it somewhere else, but somebody posted this meme talking about, it was a Twitter thread, and it was like, you know, talking about how people, once they get past a certain age and want to get divorced at, you know, at a certain age and think they want to get back out here, ain't no fun out here after. Did you see it, Lauren?
Yes, it was really funny, but it was very true. Like, this ain't the life you want to live. This single life out here, whether you're young or old.
Yeah, I think I saw that too.
Yeah, I would have to agree with the points that it has a lot to do with finances. More and more people are leaving their actual jobs to pursue their passion or their dream job, most of which don't necessarily follow your traditional, I want to be a doctor, lawyer. They're actually like pursuing some like their passion. And you're finding more and more entrepreneurs. And there's a lot of entrepreneurs on this panel. And, you know, it doesn't happen overnight. So there will be some years where you take a hit and where it's just slow to get there. And so basically people that marriages don't necessarily last if you're making less than a certain amount per year. And so whether or not that couple is able to withstand that would determine whether or not they're able to stay together. Also, this idea of social media becoming a bigger phenomenon, like it's been out for a while, but it's just developing so much so that you have like the vanish mode and all the sneaky links. Like it's just making it easier for more people to be deceitful. And we know, like, if you are at a certain level, like the expectation that perhaps your spouse will step out is higher than not. But I think what comes into play is the communication aspect. If I instantly thought about like Will and Jada, I'm pretty sure when they married for each other, then for love. But then as time went on, they were like, okay, we want to have an open marriage. So they communicated that. I think nowadays communication isn't happening and people are just operating on the pretense that this is just what we do now. And you just have to take the fact that I'm gonna have a number two, or I'm a step out. So infidelity has become a norm. So there's a lot of different factors why I think they're not staying together. And when I think of the word like staying together, it doesn't necessarily have to mean divorce. It can mean separation, legal separation. It could mean just dissension in the home. Like the family unit is meant to be cohesive, is meant to be tight. And unfortunately, with all of these factors, it allows for loopholes and things to come into play to where you don't have that strong family unit anymore. It makes it a little bit more risky.
Okay. We'll put up, you got a couple of it right here. Is this what it was, Anton? Anton, you there?
My bad, my mic was muted. Yeah, whatever the link was that I sent you, I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah. Can you see that, Kay?
Yeah. Does that mean for every 1,000 marriages that occurred in 2019? I'm just asking, Anton, since you reviewed this data and I did not.
I literally just pulled it up. So also in the article, it also highlights that the marriage rate is also hitting an all-time low during the time that they did this survey. So that's just extra context that we can add in order to be able to have a conversation.
Okay. I mean, like I said, it's not that I don't believe you. I just wonder if they're saying that for all the marriages that occurred in 2019, because that's different.
I don't think that would make sense though, because the data is for 2019. So they
right.
wouldn't.
But
someone got married in the year and then divorced in the same year.
Right. It says for every 1,000 marriages in the last year. So I'm just wondering if that means that for the marriages of that year, we
probably have to do a deep dive.
I'll do
I
it.
didn't research it, but I just wanted to get some insight on whether or not I'd be speaking based off of what I thought, or just at the very least get a foundation.
Yeah.
For being able to have a conversation. So
thank you, Anton, for bringing some data. I'll definitely look further into it.
Well, I think that's great. That's obviously great news. And so is that meaning that it's getting harder to stay together if marriages are at an all-time low? And I think that's important for us to know if people are saying, oh, everyone's getting divorced. I mean, yes, with the Currys, it's highlighted because they're famous, obviously. But if it's at an all-time low, that should be celebrated. So I think that's awesome. But I did read a little bit of that article too. And it also said what I thought was interesting is that people are now getting married older or later in life. So as opposed to back in the day when I think the man was like 25, the woman might've been 23 or something like that. Don't quote me. But now the man is 30 and the woman is like 27 or 28. So we're also waiting later to get married. So, and I think that plays a part in it, which I think is interesting because we're always saying, look at when you're in college in your 20s, that's your prime time. But the marriages that are lasting, they're older.
So then does that mean that this question is based on a false premise?
What's the false premise?
Because it says, why is it getting harder for families to stay together in this modern age? But Anton just said that people are staying together and it's at an all-time low. So I'm just wondering, why would that be a question if everything is going so great and better than before?
I think that the question is valid because it addresses a couple of different things. The first thing that it addresses is it allows us to be able to have a conversation and even bring it to the forefront based off of what people are saying across social media in general. Most people think that the families are not staying together, when in reality, we can have this conversation and come to a conclusion. So it's not that the question is based off of a false premise. It just sets the foundation for us to be able to address things and have the conversation. Like any question is just a question. None of it is based off of a false premise at all.
Okay, so wait. Okay, JR, do you want to move on or should I say what I was about to say?
No, you can go ahead. I'm gonna move on. Go ahead.
Okay, so if the question is why is it getting harder, but then Anton, the data that you're, saying that I'm not saying that I know because I didn't fully dive into it. But if the data is saying that more people are staying together than ever, how could it be also? How could it also be
for example,
it's getting harder for families to stay together if less people than ever are breaking up? That doesn't make sense. Can you explain?
So, for example, you also have to add in the context And this is why it's important that we have the conversation. That's why it's called Lapeef, Let's Talk, right? And that less people are also choosing to get married. We haven't addressed that aspect of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Why are more people choosing to stay single and get married later based off of the context that Courtney added into the conversation, right?
Mhm.
Like, it's so many different things that we need to deep dive into, because I'm sure that, and I haven't done the research, if you segment it out, right? Maybe more people that are marrying younger are getting divorced, but overwhelmingly people that are getting married older are staying together. I don't know, right? That's why we have the conversation. But in order to have the conversation, we need to address the most popular perspective that is often at times cited across social media, and that people aren't staying together today. I think it's a valid question.
I think to your point, Anton, people, you can look on Twitter, social media, there people even in the comments talking about, I'm not gonna get married because it's a scam and it doesn't work. Like, there are people who just don't believe in marriage, and it's because they are blaming it on like today's times, the modern age. It just doesn't work in today's context. But I think if we surface what the possible reasons could be, then they can get ahead of it, then try to backpedal and try to save it.
I mean, if I had to guess, right, and this is just my opinion, a couple of different things. And I'm also curious as to what you think also, Amira and Rilla. But if I had to guess, I think that largely the more freedom that we have and the more options that we have, the less likely we are to stay committed to whatever it is that we are a part of, right? Like, for example, my wife has never known another man. All that she knows is me. All that she ever wants to know is me. I think that I had heard Amira, I don't know if she said it on this show or, oh no, maybe she said it when me and her was having a conversation, but one of the things that she emphasized was that she never wanted to have a hot girl summer. She didn't want to go and travel with her homegirls. She didn't want to go and hang out and do the girls trip in Miami. The only thing that she wanted to subject herself to was her husband and the standard that they set in their household. You know what I'm saying? And so the additional context for me, right? And I know that everybody else has their own way of communicating. For me, I'm always looking for the solution. I'm always looking to understand why things are the way they are, and then what is the solution. And so when I hear people say that, okay, I choose not to participate or I choose not to expose myself to certain things, me personally, I don't put myself in a position to have to say or reject temptation. I don't put myself in a position to where a woman can say anything to me and then I have to reject her. I just don't even, you know what I'm saying, add that part into the narrative. So, for me, I'm always solution oriented. And I think that it's important for people to understand that it can be a beneficial thing. And I don't even have a problem with them choosing to break up the Currys, the senior Currys, because their kids are grown, right? The decisions that they make today largely do not affect anybody but them. You know what I'm saying? The problems that I mainly have is when the family structure is completely divided and the kids are affected, and then it also ultimately trickles down because they gonna have kids and then they carry that same behavior or that same mindset behind what they think is normal, and then they normalize it for everybody else. So that's just the context that I think needs to be added. And I think that it's a really good question because it allows us to be able to deep dive down so many different rabbit holes in order to try to solve for a problem or a myth that we think is being perpetuated across the internet today.
I kind of want to tie this to, because when I heard the story about the Currys, I often hear a lot of families that actually go through this. They raise the kids, and then once the kids are grown, then they separate. So I'm just curious to have this conversation because, like, when we're young, we look forward to marriage. We think about forever. I understand that you think about forever now, Anton, and you say under no circumstances you're going to get a divorce. But I see so many families that once the kids, they start to grow apart, then somebody cheats and then it's just a few back and forth and then they separate. So
I don't even think that cheating is a reason to get divorced. I don't.
Yeah, I understand. But we often see it happen. Like, I've seen it happen a lot. Like, I've seen people that I thought would be married forever, and then I'm talking to such and such, and I'm hearing like, such and such got a divorce. I'm like, what? Mm-hmm. Like, I thought everything like it was perfectly fine. Everything like it was okay. Amira, why is it getting harder for families to stay together in this modern age?
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all again. I have 4 main reasons that I've seen. Looking around, I've noticed that one of the main reasons that people get divorced is because of financial issues and infidelity in America or the Western world. From what I've seen is another problem is the court system. The court system always favors women. So for a woman, there's nothing but benefits and rewards once you divorce. So it's easier to throw in the towel. Another thing that I see is that there's a lack of religion. There's a lack of honor, a sense of, I don't want to be in the wrong. There's another problem with there's no fear of disappointing your family or your father. You don't have that in the Western world. There's no one to answer to. So my 4 reasons are money for the women, the court system, money for the women, the court system is for the women, for the men, the lack of religion is for both, and the no fear of disappointing your parents, your family is for both.
Okay. Courtney, why is it getting harder for families to stay together in this modern age?
I mean, I'm going to go back to what I said. I mean, is it really getting harder? Or are we doing better? I would seem to want to know why is that we perpetuate more of the divorces than the celebration of marriages and the longer marriages that's been had. So I would want to know why is that kind of the narrative that we speak of? But I will say this about as far as with women, and the courts definitely favor women as far as with children and I guess alimony and things like that. But I think with women and the reason why we divorce at a higher rate or try to file for it is because we have that idea like, oh, we'll be okay and I'll get alimony, I'll get child support. But the women that I know that are divorced are doing incredibly worse than when they were married. They're not able to keep up the lifestyle they had with having 2 incomes instead of 1. The women that are getting out there are usually now older and find it very hard now to sustain or get in a relationship because of the baggage, because they have multiple kids. So I don't think women understand that. They look at money and alimony and child support as if that's going to sustain them. But the women that I know that have divorced and has tried to move on, hasn't moved on, and they're doing incredibly worse than they were with their husband. So I think, again, that narrative needs to be spoken, and it's not. So I think that's interesting.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Courtney. It's a lot of women that I've even interacted with on a coaching level that they thought that the grass was greener, and they starting to revisit, hindsight is 2020, and they starting to revisit exactly why they broke up with the guy that they was with. And they like, it really wasn't that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying? It just ballooned into something that was a lot bigger, but I don't know.
I bet if they changed the court systems in this country, things would change, that women wouldn't have that incentive to just up and leave if you weren't getting all of this money for leaving.
Well, you know, Mira, to your point, I think even more so if we had the nuclear family intact and people had a responsibility to uphold the family name and legacy. If they knew they were, you know, if we knew that we were shaming the family, right, to break up the family, I think you would see less and less divorce. I did want to add something before you jump in, Kay, really quick, because when you talk about why is it getting harder for families to stay together in the modern age, one of the things that I think gets overlooked is building the family off a false premise. Right. And, you know, yeah, well, here's what I mean by that, Anton. You know, I've shared on this platform that, you know, I was married for 10 years, right? I was married to the mother of my children. And, you know, I've never shared this before publicly, so it is what it is. But, you know, I do have a couple of guys in my inner circle, like we kind of share the same story. So I guess birds of a feather, whatever. But the thing of it is, when I married her, we had my son before we were married. We married 4 months after he was born. And my main thing was I got to make an honest woman out of her. Right. So it wasn't I was madly in love or, this was the person that I believe brought into my vision. And I still was fairly young at the age and just making dumb decisions. But I have seen this happen with other brothers, too. Like we didn't want our children to grow up without a father like how we grew up. So what's the best way to prevent that from happening? You marry the mother of your child and you try and make it work. And men, most times, as long as, you know, we'll tolerate a lot of stuff, as long as it's not, you know, egregious or infidelity. Well, for me, infidelity is a deal breaker, but as long as it's nothing supremely egregious, we'll try and make it work. Like, we'll try and make it work. And I think building a family off a false premise, or even when you hear people saying stand together for the kids, it gets worse because you're not dealing with the root issue and the root causes of what's causing the family to spiral out of control. I can say honestly, in those situations, I wasn't the leader I needed to be. I wasn't the visionary I needed to be. I wasn't the man I needed to be. I wasn't the provider I needed to be at that time. And again, I was still fairly young. And it took its toll. And so, you know, in a situation where either I shouldn't have never got in or I should have been out, you know, a year later, it took me 9 extra years. And even then, I wasn't the one that filed, right? She was the one that eventually filed because I was willing to bear it out for the sake of the children, right? And so I think building a family off a false premise is one of the reasons why it's getting harder for families to stay together.
Yeah. Can I interject too? Because I think we keep talking about still like the family courts, but we keep missing the most important thing as far as with divorces. Divorcing is so much easier now than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. And they've changed it for the no-fault divorce, where before it was thousands of dollars to get a divorce. Now you see billboards divorce for $2.99. So it's cheaper to get divorced. You don't have to necessarily have a reason.
Not for the three, but not for the three C notes.
That's all. $2.99. So, and I've seen billboards like that. Get a divorce, it's only $2.99. So the no fault divorce that we're now living in, I think, has completely ruined a lot of marriages because it was hard to get a divorce. It was expensive to get divorced. A lot of people that was going to get divorced back then was like, you know what, I'm going through too much. Let's just stay together. So I think we're missing on that too. It's easy to get a divorce. So if I'm mad at you, I don't have to work it out with you anymore. Bye. I got $300.
Whereas
but, I mean, you know,
worked it out if it was a little bit harder. I get what you're saying.
You know what? But I mean, I just think that. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Kay. Go ahead. My bad.
Well, Amira left, but I had a question about something she said. When she comes back, I'll ask her. Oh, there you go. Okay. So, Amira, you mentioned women getting all this money during divorces. Amira, what do you think the median income for an individual is in America? I'm just wondering. I don't know why this is funny. But so what do you think it is? Just ballpark. I'm not gonna quote you. Ballpark.
Wait, before you answer that though, Amir, the thing that makes me laugh.
Anton, can you just let the girl? Can you?
No. I'm not even talking about you.
Yeah, but you always do this.
She's going to answer the question. Jeez, okay. Why has it got to be all tense the entire show? Like, I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. Please don't make me go back.
I see you got your neon hoodie. Okay, I see you.
She pushing me. Audience, y'all see she pushing me?
I'm not Anton.
Trying to push me over the edge.
I'm not Anton. Anton, we are very Martin and Pam.
I am very much not that far removed from what I used to be. Listen, I just turned over a new leaf this morning. I am not that far removed from going back to the person that I used to be at 6 a.m. At 6:01, I turned over a new leaf.
Come on, you guys. Let's just have a conversation.
But what I wanted to say, though, is that the thing that makes me laugh so hard is Courtney's reactions. And when she just busts out laughing at y'all, that is the funniest thing in her reactions. I don't know why. Like, even when I was reviewing and looking at the streams from last week and the week before, when she bust out on your homeboy Hannibal, that junk was so hilarious, bro. And I had to tell him, like, Courtney don't even like you, fam. How's he doing anyway? How's Hannibal doing?
Okay, so I didn't even steer away from what I was asking Amira. If we could get back to that, that would be great.
Are you gonna tell me how he's doing? I just want to check on him because I know somebody told me that he turned his Instagram.
If you were worried, you would have texted me. You got my number. Amira, so
You guys are funny.
what do you think that the median like income for an individual is in America, Amira?
I would say like 80,000 to 100. I'm joking. It honestly depends. Honestly, I guess it depends on many things. It depends on where you live, your region, and so
Okay,
on. And so
but
forth.
median
Here in the West Coast,
means everybody.
here in the West, I guess I believe it's between 40,000 or 35,000 at the lower end and 50,000 around.
Okay, so let's say around 40, 35 to 50, whatever. You really think women are getting like all this money when they divorce a man making $40,000 a year?
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter if she gets $5 or $1 million. The thing is, she's going to get more money that she didn't work for. That's the point.
Well,
and women a lot of times they don't tend to care about how much it is as long as they're getting something.
Okay, but your point was women getting, your words were all this money. And I was just trying to clarify that part. So you're not saying that it's necessarily a lot of money. You're just saying that if they get any amount of money, they're just excited.
Any money that you don't have to work for is good money. And that's what women are getting. They're getting money for separating their homes. They're getting money for completely destroying their families. So yes, it's a problem. When you're getting paid to destroy your family, it's an incentive, and we should remove it.
Remove what? Like child
support? We should remove the incentive. Women should not get all of these benefits for destroying their family.
Like which?
And the majority of the time, women don't. It's in my opinion. If you want to get my opinion, I don't think that women should get custody the majority of the time.
But which exact benefit do you think we need to eradicate? Is it
child support?
Alimony?
Well,
only in certain situations. I believe certain situations,
Okay, so like I'm talking about the average American, because most average people don't get alimony. That's for like people who make more than the average person. So
well, you asked me what did I want eradicated, and child support would be one of those things. Alimony is another.
Okay, so you think child support should be eradicated and alimony?
Because I believe the children should go to the father the majority of the times, unless there is some kind of circumstance where the father is abusive or something. But the majority of the time, the children should go to the father.
But should the father get child support then if he has sole custody?
Well, typically the fathers are the providers, so typically no. But if it happens to be where the woman is making more money, then possibly.
Because my brother has sole custody of his boys when on his first marriage, and he gets child support, and he deserves child support. He has 2 boys that he's taking care of. She's there, but he's sole custody, and he fought for them boys, my nephew, and he has child support, and it's well deserved. Matter of fact, I think he deserves more. So I think it needs to be a balance, of course, to look at who's the correct parent. And then child support accordingly, depending on the time, how they do it now. But I wouldn't say 100% eradicated, because my brother has child support, and like I said, it's well deserved.
I think
Amira, I don't know if I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So you're saying child support should be eradicated because it's an incentive for women, but then you also said that men should get the child support if the woman makes more. So do you want
it depends. It depends. It depends, yeah. And the majority of the time, men are not the ones separating the families, it's the women. When people are filing for divorce, it's women filing. I think 70-80% of the time it's women. So if it were the other way around, possibly, but we're not seeing that. We're seeing women separating their families. So yes, it is an incentive. And if men were the ones doing this, then they shouldn't be the ones getting child support. But they're not doing this. It's women. Do you understand?
I think it's important to be clear when it comes to child support, right? Child support was started for like in the 1940s, 50s is when we started seeing child support. And it really was to benefit the women of veteran American soldiers that were overseas fighting and weren't returning home. So it was a way for them to get support, right? The other thing is, I agree with you, Amira, in terms of and it is an incentive. Child support is literally just the financial support. that child support industry is a $51 billion industry. The government gets its cut. So there is no incentive, if you know, for those of us that think that, oh, the court systems are fair and that this money benefits the kids, so on and so forth. Most fathers that actually are in a situation, this is no slight to your brother court, but I'm just saying, just most fathers that receive, that are eligible for child support, don't even take advantage of it because they're just used to being providers, and so they just, you know, work through it. But it
Do you
is
see that there's no loss for women when they get divorced? It's pure incentive and pure rewards. I divorce my husband, I get paid, I don't have to lose my children. There's nothing that I lose except maybe an extra income. You can say that the husband is not in the house, but you're still going to get money.
Well, it is a loss. It is a loss when women, if they break up their family, it's still a loss because, again, they never seem to do better. They get worse.
Well, they don't see it that way.
Well, again, because we keep saying the lie that I get this money and I'm going to be great, and it's not true. Majority of these women that I see go from a house to an apartment. They own, now they rent. They can't afford their car anymore. The niceties that they used to have with, you know, hair and going out, and they can't anymore. They're there with the kids majority of the time. So no, they're not. They're worse when they break up their family. We have to put this narrative out. You do not do better when you leave your husband.
I don't know about that, Court.
I do.
No, I think you have to break that down. Yeah, I don't.
Because I mean, you said that the women
Explain
that you know, but that's I mean, I'm assuming that that's a small sample size because it's a lot of women that's eating good.
Look at you, Anton, talking about sample sizes. You brought data. Now you're mentioning samples. I'm just proud of you. You've been reading. I can tell.
Okay, I read more than you. Let's be clear.
Look, want to bet?
All your books is for show. My books is actually, the pages is thumbed through them. Like, it's actually wrinkled.
You've never seen my books. You don't know what they.
I see them right there in the background.
Closed, and you know what the pages look like. How?
Some of them still got the wrapper on it. What are you talking about?
Now you're just lying. But okay. I'm gonna start.
Yeah,
you read your books.
This is something that I Googled as well. After separation, women experience a sharper decline in household income and greater poverty risk.
But is child support included as income? Like, do we, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the context for that? I don't know.
How much child support do y'all think the average person is getting?
Courtney could absolutely. Okay, why are you acting like you know anything about this subject? Anyway? Like, this ain't even your fight.
Wait, let me ask you, Wait.
I don't act like I know. Like, let me ask you, Kay. Curious. I'm leaning on Rilla. I'm asking Courtney questions. Like, I'm curious. I'm not speaking.
I am too. That's why I said why.
Hey, I think Rilla got a question.
I'm curious
for you,
too.
Wait, Kay, what percentage of a man's income do you think he pays in child support?
It depends. How much he pays in child support depends on how much he makes.
No, he just asked you a question.
Not necessarily. It's gonna be the same.
It depends on how much he makes and how many days he has the child out the year.
Okay. Is that wrong, Chicago?
On average, it's gonna be at least minimum is gonna be 15%, maximum 25% of his income.
Oh, so across the board?
On average, nationwide.
Okay, so if you're making $40,000 a year, which is a very average salary, can we really act like women are out here getting rich on child support?
Nobody said anything.
I don't think it's about the number.
I'm not asking you.
I just think it's just about the
You're
point.
asking who?
I was asking you, Chicago.
No, and I didn't insinuate that women were getting rich off child support.
I didn't say you did. I'm just asking.
No, nobody's saying women are getting rich off of child support.
So then the incentive is what?
Well, then you'd have to ask Amira, which I agree with. She may give you something different, but the incentive in what Amira was saying was that I get incentivized to break up the home, period. So Courtney, to your point, okay, when I divorced, my family went from my ex was able to go from, we had a 3-bedroom at the time, she was able to go to a 5-bedroom.
Shout out
Okay.
to the super chat. Did y'all just see that? See, we just talking about income. We ain't talking about the pension. We ain't talking about the 401k. We ain't talking about the Roth IRA. We ain't talking about none of that. We're not talking about the fact that he still has to keep her on the benefits. Like, it's a lot of things that go into the compensation package when it comes to women being not having skin in the game or incentivized to stay with the father of their child.
If somebody
Not to
makes
mention welfare. A lot of women
$40,000
jump on welfare and get the child support money and use that as extra money, spending money. There are women getting $10,000 a month out there because the man makes a lot of money. What child needs $10,000 a month?
Well, guess who has to pay that welfare back when the mother jumps on welfare and she got, say, court order for child support?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if somebody makes $40,000 a year, and based on the percentage you gave, Chicago, that would be about $500 a month. So, do you really think like that's the incentive? Like,
Yeah,
if
I don't.
you love somebody,
Well,
you're
okay,
like,
I don't know if
I'm
you're
gonna
breaking
get
it down
divorced.
because
I think
what
you're
is
talking
the
about
net?
everything. You're just not talking about just that.
Right.
Everything
Y'all don't know how
favors
to
the
deal-
woman.
Really out here thinking that
Rilla,
the average American
watch
has
this.
a bunch of assets that are worth a lot of money.
Watch this,
Y'all
Rilla.
need
Let
to.
me
Y'all are
show you how to
out
deal
of
with
touch. You're out of
an
touch.
unruly.
No, okay.
This is how. Hold on,
Go
Rilla.
ahead,
Let me show you how to
Anton.
deal with an unruly woman. You don't keep answering her questions. You ask her one back. It's okay. Do you think that
Wait a minute, Anton.
no, hold on, because you asked a lot of questions, but you didn't answer anything. Do you think that the family court laws should be revised or done away with and restructured so that it's more fair when it comes to men?
To my knowledge, I think that in terms of kids and custody, is that what you're asking about?
I'm talking about all family court laws.
So I'm assuming you mean like divorces, kids, marriage, custody.
Yes.
Okay. So to my knowledge, and anyone can correct me if they have more information, I don't know. But to my knowledge, most of the time men do not go to court to seek full custody of their children.
Hold on, Rilla. Hold on. Do you see what just happened though? And this is how you deal with unruly people, is that when you start to ask them questions, you uncover the agenda or the mindset behind why they're
starting to believe in you.
Why they ask the questions that they,
and then you started
why
talking
they ask
Okay,
the
hold
questions
on,
that they ask. This is the point that I'm making. So if you let her keep going down this rabbit hole, what she's trying to do is box you in. Right?
No,
she's trying to box you in. She's trying
like
to
what you're trying to do
bust
is just
she's trying to bust the Douglas.
to like stop.
The reality is that
really good
all you
point.
got to do is ask the right question, and it'll uncover every single thing just in that one answer. The foundation behind why she's saying and asking the questions that she's asking. She didn't even answer the question. Here's the key. She never even answered the question. I asked her specifically, do you think that the family court laws need to be torn down or revised? And she said, to my knowledge, men don't even see. What are you talking about?
Because that needs to be addressed.
But
like,
you didn't answer the question, okay? That's all they were saying. You can answer the question.
Listen, I'm a C student, but I ain't slow.
I see. I mean, and that's okay. But I'm an A student.
But wait, Kay. What metrics are you using that men don't seek custody of their children? When Courtney
don't let her get off. Wait, really?
Okay,
letting her
I
off.
got you, but I'm just curious.
To answer the question, and then she can say whatever the piss she want to say after that. Answer the question.
Should the courts be revised? I mean, it depends on what are the current situations. If there's not a lot of men out here seeking full custody. Now, if I had a larger sample size and men are out here looking for custody 90% of the time, but it's still going in favor of the woman, then yes, it should be revised. But I don't think that's the case. And if you can prove it, then let me know.
Oh, I don't have to prove it. It's a whole movement out here. For example, and you're not oblivious to the idea
Chicago,
that
why are
in
you
this whole no. Don't start to let you. I got you in the corner right where I want you. You're not oblivious to the idea that this whole feminist movement, which you say you're not, which I have a different assessment of that. The whole feminist movement and all of their equality and their movement and their fight has fought against updating family court laws and being more fair when it comes to these archaic laws that largely was developed at a time where women did not have the freedom and the power to do the things that they want to do today. Yet you'll sit here and tell me that I need to prove to you, right, that these laws don't need to be updated with data.
What
You don't
were
see
the
how many
laws?
men it's clear that over 80% of women file for divorce. It's clear that the overwhelming
Please,
majority of the
show me
time
your
that women, it's clear that the majority of the time that women by default get the children. That is not even up for debate. I don't even know why you acting like you don't understand that this is real. We live in the real world.
Do you know what a confounding variable is?
No, I'm slow. I'm sorry.
Okay, so then, well, all right.
What the heck did that have to do with
if you
anything?
look
It
at
has a
also,
lot to do with a lot of things.
well, let me say this too, because now you are seeing in the media where it's been a little bit of a shift with Kelly Clarkson having to pay alimony to her ex-husband of the tune of $300,000 a month. Holly Berry having to pay for child support. Hell, Kevin Federline with Britney Spears child support. So you are kind of seeing a little bit as far as in the media that it's a shift. Amir, I have a question for you too, because I know we talked about alimony, which majority of people don't get alimony. It's specifically if you live a particular type of lifestyle with kids, stay-at-home moms. Do you believe that a stay-at-home mom, and when she and her husband gets a divorce, should she be paid alimony?
Nope.
Okay. So what about the husband?
What about the husband?
Because like Kelly Clarkson, her husband, he's getting alimony. Should he not get alimony?
Well, I don't know their situation. I don't, honestly, I'm talking mostly about women just because I see a really big problem here and I think we need to correct it somehow. As for men, I kind of applauded him getting alimony just because of the system, just because of how the system is set up. Now, if it were more fair and balanced, I don't know if I would feel the same about him getting alimony. But since we live in this system of women first and women everything, I laughed at Kelly Clarkson and she had to pay money to him. And I think she did. She kind of deserves it.
Okay. So you're just saying that you don't want women to have any incentive at all, but when it comes to the men, you enjoy it.
No, I said if we were in a fair system, I don't think I would have enjoyed it like that. I'm saying if things were fair. The only reason I said it was okay right now is because of the system that we're in right now. If things were more fair, I don't think it's right. You know, I mean, I guess in certain situations, if a man really cares for his ex-wife, he will give her money no matter what. He will take care of her and make sure she's all right. But do I think that the court should be in people's divorces and marriages and ordering people to pay or penalty of jail? I don't think that should be a thing. The court should not be in your life like that. And I don't think you should be forced to pay anybody anything if you don't want to.
Okay. Well, I think we need to focus on making it fair, not just to do it in spite of.
Well, in this
That
world, in
doesn't-
this
it doesn't
America,
help.
everybody can get a job. Everybody can work. It's not like women, like before when women couldn't work. Yeah, I understand. You have to pay for her board, her room and board and all. But today we live in an equal world. It's equal, right? You can get a job. What's wrong with getting a job? If you want to be alone, then really be alone.
Amira,
Figure it out on your own.
are lots of your friends divorced?
Hmm?
Do you know a lot of divorced people in your personal life?
What?
I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe at work. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure we encounter people all
you
the time
work?
that are divorced. Yeah, I work for my husband.
Okay, so you don't know really in your personal life any people that are divorced.
What does that have to do with anything?
I was just asking. If you don't want to answer, I understand.
So
What was
from
your
the person
point?
that
I mean,
I'm gonna
my
let her
point,
bother you
I'm
up.
just wondering where you're getting all this information and these views about divorced people, because it sounds like propaganda. And I'm just trying to see if it's your personal experience or if it's something that you've read, or like, where is this information coming from? Either way, it's fine. I mean, if it's your opinion, that's cool. If it's based off people you see, that's cool. If you have some kind of data to say that women are just out here filing for divorce for 15% of $40,000 over the course of 12 months. I mean, if you have some data or like something, I'm just trying to see where your mindset is coming from.
Well, the data that I have is that marriage
is
is
trying
not
to feed a narrative that you think people want to hear. I'm just trying to see what it is.
Okay. my data is that marriage in the Western world is unsuccessful. I see that women are filing for divorce 70 to 80% of the time.
Where do you
I
see that?
them. Okay, are you joking with me, or are you
No,
just
I'm
like,
asking you for real. Where do you see that women are filing for divorce 70 to 80% of the time?
It's
Really, don't be
well
frustrated.
known. You can look it
Don't
up
be frustrated.
online.
Can you please? Because I've been looking for this for months and I have not found. So Amira, if you're
wait,
the one
Kay,
that
can I
has
ask you a
the
question?
data,
Wait, Kay, can I ask you a question?
no, please just let every
No,
time
because
he's talking,
Anton, no. First of all,
please just let
I
Amira
rarely
finish.
butt in on your conversations.
Oh, let Rilla ask the question.
No,
ahead,
I rarely. No, okay, let's keep it 1,000 wild. I rarely butt in on your conversations. Anton asked you 2 specific questions, and we did not get a specific answer out of either one of those questions. Right, and then we turn around, and I'm not tripping. Amira's a grown woman; she could defend herself, she can answer for herself. But you're literally going in, getting these answers, but we're not getting the answer. Do you believe the laws need to be changed in family court?
Just said when Anton asked, I said that we need to first look at what's actually happening.
Wait. So you're saying the laws on the book from 1950 do not need to, so you're saying laws on the book that do not that from 1950.
So Chicago, are the laws from 19? The laws have been exactly the same since. I don't know. Maybe you know more about this than me.
Ever since Rilla had a birthday, he became my huckleberry.
Don't do that. I'm asking.
Rilla is my huckleberry.
Get away from the question.
Wait, what? Who's getting away from what?
If I don't, you tell me.
You
might know more than me.
I just literally stated. I stated that the laws that's been on the book since 1950 concerning family court. Right?
What is the law you're referencing? Please let me know.
The basic premise of family court as it exists today.
Okay, you know more than me. What is that law?
No. Listen, I'm asking you, do you think the laws need to be updated?
What is the law?
Oh my gosh, Kay. All right, you got it.
Chicago, see,
y'all do this all the time. No, Kay, you do this.
In strong.
No, Kay, you do this because you're literally saying, hey, I don't understand. I'm literally telling you from experience.
You're asking me.
Have you been divorced, Kay?
Chicago.
Do you pay child support?
Chicago.
All right, so that's what we're gonna do. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. Listen up. Check it out. Check it out. Hold on, Kay. Hold on. This is what we're gonna do. Who all has a question for somebody, and we're gonna get an answer. We're gonna move on. Okay.
Okay. Can I please
everybody get one question? Who has a question for Rilla?
Me.
Okay, you got a question for Rilla?
I didn't forget.
Hold on.
I asked Amira either.
Okay. I just want to know who got a question for Rilla. Let's start there. Ask Rilla the question, and we get the answer.
Okay. Right? So Chicago, what is the law you're asking me about?
Okay.
What law? You got to tell me something.
Hey, just make sure that when we respond, we just answer the question, okay?
I'm all around the question.
What's the law that you're asking about?
The basic principle that all family court. I don't have the exact law in front of me. I'm telling you the basic. Okay, why are you making this face?
Because
and it's what's crazy.
Hold on.
Questioning, you don't even know what you're asking.
Hey, really, don't worry about our face. Just answer the question.
You're talking to somebody. Listen, you're talking to somebody that's went through family court. You're talking to somebody. No, listen. You're talking to somebody that's been through divorce that pays child support. And you're like, well, what's the exact law? I'm telling you.
Okay. Hey, just please answer a question. And then if somebody got a question for Kay, Kay gonna answer the question.
The principle, the basic premise that all family court is founded on is based on 1950 law, right? That advocates towards women. Let me find it for you, Kay. Let me find it for you. No. Let me find it for you.
Please find it.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it for you, and then I'm not leaving off this because I want you to answer the question.
I will once you tell me what the law you're referencing is. How can I answer a question based on nothing?
Okay.
You're like, do you think it should be about the 1950s?
All right, Kay. Okay. All right, really, go ahead and look it up. Does anybody have a question for Kay? Anybody have a question for Kay?
I do.
Okay.
Kay, do you think that system as it is right now is beneficial to both parties? Do you think that it's fair for both parties involved?
Like I said to Anton, because he kind of touched on this earlier, the percentage of men that seek custody is not high enough for me to know if it's fair.
1 minute.
The percentage of men that seek custody is not that seek sole custody, to my knowledge. Now, if anybody has anything to share it. But to my knowledge, the percentage of men that seek custody is not high enough for me to make that for me to say that.
Of the men that seek custody, only 14% of those men are awarded custody.
How many
Do you
men
think that that's fair?
custody?
I'm sorry?
What percentage of men seek custody?
I don't know, but I said of them, 14% are
I
awarded.
forgot the last question I was about to ask because Chicago jumped in. Now you're jumping in, and I'm going to no. I'm asking what percentage of men seek custody.
I don't know, but of that percentage, only 14%
we can't have this
get it.
Conversation.
I guess you're not hearing what I'm asking.
Y'all like really like to have these loud opinions about things, and then you don't even know what you're talking about. I need the full information in order to answer. First, Chicago talking about you.
I already know what's wrong. You know what's wrong.
First, Chicago is talking about the 1950s law. He can't even tell me what law. Then Amira's talking about 14%. Okay. Well, what? And she don't know. Okay. I'm just kidding.
All right, Kate. All right. Does anybody have a question for Amir? Hold on. Like, I don't think Kay answered the question. I think Rilla has to get the facts before you answer his question. Amir, does anybody have a question for Amir?
I have a question. So what's the divorce rate over on the Eastern side? And what
I don't know.
And the women that filed for divorce, what is that percent?
I think you guys have no idea.
It's probably like
Google.
Every time somebody asks Amira a question, one of you, Anton, JR, or Chicago jumps in to derail it.
I'm getting control of it because we asking questions that clearly nobody has right in front of them. So we can all take the time to look it up.
Well, hold on.
Wait. Let's answer question really quick.
I can answer.
Let's answer question.
Hold on, Anton. She said she can answer. Anton, she said she can answer.
And we've been
not even about that.
We've
about
been
the question that she asked earlier.
Hey guys,
according to the National Center for Health Statistics, the number is more likely around 80% women file for divorce.
I already know what blog you're looking at.
So why you acting like you don't know what the fuck's going on?
It's a blog, Anton.
It's not a blog.
You know what a reputable source of okay, send me the link. I guarantee it's the same thing everybody.
Can I answer Courtney's question, please?
Talk about the same thing.
Right, send me the link.
Yeah. And hold on. Before
Anton, I know it's a blog.
Okay, JR, the reason why, because we have been saying percentages all this evening. So we've been saying 80% of divorce is filed by women. So we've been doing percentage. So since we know it on the Western side, I'm just asking, what is it on the Eastern side? That's all.
Well, if you're asking about Muslim countries, it all depends on the country. You have to understand the Middle East is full of about 30 to 35 countries. So when we're talking about America, it's one country, but if we're talking about, I don't know, Lebanon, I believe the divorce rate of couples is like around 8 to 10%. It's very low. I believe. I'm not sure. You have to look it up. I don't live in Lebanon, so I don't know.
Well, according to Anton, because he said 0.015% nowadays are getting divorced.
What you talking about?
You said 15 out of 1,000.
Google it. He said Google it, didn't he?
No,
I sent you the link. I just sent you the link.
You said
what are you talking about? Why are you acting like you don't? JR just put it on the screen.
Okay, I understand. But you said 15 out of 1,000, which is the link you sent.
Oh,
fine.
God, this girl is
you said that.
Crazy,
so if it's 10 to 15% in Lebanon, that's a huge.
I didn't say 10 to 15. I said 8, probably 8 to 10%.
Okay, so 10% is way more than 0.015%.
Well, I'm not sure. That's why I don't know. I still have to look it up. But I know it's very low. It's really low. It's probably a pretty insignificant number.
Oh, okay.
JR, I don't know how much I got left in me, bro. I'm trying.
No, Anton, remember what you did.
I'm trying hard to keep this lime green hoodie on, bro. I am trying my
Anton, remember your 6 a.m. thing.
Listen, fam, it is nothing like a woman. This is what I realized in this conversation tonight. This is what I've learned. This is what I'm taking away from this thing. Women will, the right woman will turn you upside down and turn you into a monster. I never understood it before because I've never seen divorce in my life before, right? I've never seen men. Gentlemen, I apologize to you for making that vlog about men and divorce and marriage and all of that because I see it now. I see it from Hannibal's friend. Hannibal's friend. will drive you through a brick wall, bro. This is insane.
This is like,
okay, do you rewatch these shows and watch your performance and be like, yo, I need to be more ladylike or whatever? Like, do you ever watch the show and just be like, fam, I need to make some adjustments? Or you just come in like, I'm in today. You
if
took a
by
nap
ladylike,
before you showed up tonight and you was like, I'm in.
if by ladylike you mean just believe random things that people say and convert my opinion to theirs, then absolutely not. Because I'm just not about to sit out here and just be feeding into whatever narrative. Like, it's y'all gotta.
Ken, you're welcome to fact check us. You have Google in front of you, I'm sure.
Okay, I understand.
And then,
And based on the things that people are saying,
Ooh, this girl is unruly.
I can
today.
tell that
She is
you
in rare
cannot-
form.
my thing is you
Uh,
cannot speak. I mean, and I'm saying you can't, as in it doesn't make
Ooh,
sense.
now she telling us what we can't do.
No, I'm saying it
Let's
doesn't make
go.
sense. It doesn't make sense to speak confidently
Take that
about
back on.
facts and then be like, I don't know. You can't ask me, should it be the law from 1950? And you don't even know what law you're talking about. That makes absolutely
Wait,
no
hold on,
sense.
Kay. Hold on. Have you been
No.
divorced before, Kay?
What does that have to do with the law?
Have you been divorced before?
Absolutely not. Have
Okay,
you?
are you currently paying child support?
No.
What do you mean I don't know what I'm talking about?
No, I didn't say
Because I
you.
can't cite you the
No,
law
Chicago.
specifically on command from 1950,
Chicago,
what all the
Chicago.
family courts are based on?
Chicago.
Okay, when do you think last time the laws were updated in family
Chicago,
court?
I understand that
No,
you
I'm
have
asking,
a
when
personal
do you think the
connection
last time
to
that
this
the laws were
topic.
updated?
Chicago,
Courtney,
which
Courtney.
law? That's
Yeah.
all I want to know.
Now you
I'm
saying
gonna
which
turn.
law?
Let me turn
Okay.
and talk to you real
Which
quick. Courtney.
law? Because some laws were updated since then, like the definition.
Is this your queen? Is this your queen, Courtney?
I don't like
Is this your queen down there?
Chicago. You
I
can't.
don't
What
have
the
a queen.
Okay, honestly, listen.
Y'all are looking at it.
No. Honestly,
Jesus Christ, Court.
Chicago.
honestly,
Please
Yes.
get some
no, wait.
control over
Honestly,
this
Chicago,
person.
honestly.
All right, hold
sometimes
on.
it's cool to just be like, you know what?
Jesus
Let me hear
Christ.
what
We're
you're
gonna
saying.
bring it to a close.
Chicago, it is okay if you have a personal experience that is close to you. I understand. I respect it. You can have that. But in order for you to say, ask
Wow.
me, you can't. You.
Yo,
in
I'm
order
gonna give
for
you. I'm gonna give you two sources,
In
and
order
you
for
and I'll
you to
circle back
ask
offline.
me-
Okay.
I'm gonna
In
say,
order for
you
Jr.
two
I'm
sources.
gonna hit up my homie,
Chicago,
the lead
in order for
attorney.
you to
I'm gonna
ask
send him the
me-
I'm gonna
link.
give you two sources,
and
Mr.
see-
Palmer.
I don't know if you
Okay.
want that.
F child
Chicago, for
support.
you to
I'm
ask
gonna
me
give you
the
two sources.
question, please do. That's what I asked for
I'm gonna give
earlier.
you two sources.
I asked you
The
that
lead
earlier.
attorney.
It would be lovely if you could tell me
And-
the law you're asking me about.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I know.
How you gonna ask somebody a question about something and then when they say, what are you talking about? You'd be like, oh, I can't believe. Like, what?
I took a sign language course back in the day too. I just don't remember how to do it, but I can see it being done here. It's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can too.
All right.
But like, you
Hold
gotta-
on, Kay. Before you finish, I want to say something too, because I think that we also kind of tend to forget this. When we talk about the Western world, it's more than the States. So I want us to make sure, because we keep talking about the States, and then over here in the West, the West is Latin countries, it's Canada, it's most of Europe, it's also Australia. So that's the Western hemisphere. So I just want to make sure that's clear, because we keep saying the West as it is just America, and it's not.
I think those are the numbers for America, right, Courtney?
Which ones?
The 70 to 80% of women are the ones initiating divorces. 14% of men are awarded
I
custody.
believe, right, that's here.
I think these are American numbers, not Western.
But we were saying like the Western, over here in the West, and I'm like, well, the West comprises of a lot. So
Yeah, but I think the numbers where you talk about family court systems and child support is pretty congruent throughout Western culture and Western hemisphere.
yeah,
I think it's pretty congruent.
I'm gonna look that up.
Okay,
I
you
think
in
it does
rare
change when
form
you go to
tonight.
Latino America.
no, and
Yo, I'm praying the lead attorney. Shout out to the lead attorney in the chat. I'm praying he calls in.
I just sent them a message.
I'm praying he calls in. Please call in, lead attorney.
Oh, my
see,
dear.
I have no problem with people having, information, fine. But how is it even possible to expect someone to answer a question based on your emotional response versus an actual thing that happened? Chicago, you said, what
Girl,
about
you keep coming back to me. Come on with it, Kay.
You're like, what about the 1950s law? Okay,
No. Be
fine.
specific.
Wait,
I said, do you
okay.
think the laws
Chicago,
need to
can
be
you
updated?
let
If
me?
you're gonna say it, now
I'm
state it
gonna say
specific.
it.
Like how you want to be quoted
Wrong.
specific.
Ooh,
Like
this
how you
girl
want to be quoted
is
specific.
Chicago,
Don't put no sprinkles on it.
if
Don't
you
put no
let
sprinkles
me
on it. Put
finish.
Hold on, one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
Chicago,
One at a
if you
time.
let me finish.
But be
So,
specific.
I'm gonna be. Just don't cut me off, please. And I know I be cutting people off, but
this is what yo. This is what happened when you don't deal with them immediately. You got to nip this problem in the bud immediately. Otherwise, you let it grow into an ingrown toenail, and it just becomes annoying. You know what I'm saying? Like listen, when you deal with women, you got to deal with them. That's why she still feels so comfortable in dealing with you like the Chicago, because you let her get away with it for so long.
Don't let him hype you up. Don't let him hype you up.
Listen, Shy Town.
No,
if
we
it's me,
can't go back and forth all the time.
No, fam, ain't no go back and
No,
forth.
not on here.
When I deal with Kay,
and now you're trying to tell me
stern,
how I can talk to somebody. Are you serious?
Okay.
Anton, everybody watches the show and they know what you be doing to Chicago. So for you to come in and act like you're saving him is just really strange.
No, hold on, Chicago, you let this happen. You put this battery in her back by letting her get away with this for so long, and now she's feeling, you know what I'm saying? Like,
okay,
we can't.
Don't think I forgot my question because I'm still gonna say it. So if you want to try to deflect or whatever, change the topic, make it a joke, talk about some other stuff, that's fine. But I still remember the question I was going to ask Chicago or talk to him about.
This is why men is choosing not to get married.
Okay, so Chicago, when you said that,
this is crazy,
when you asked me about the 50s law, fine, I can answer that question, but I need to know which law. There were a lot of laws in the 50s.
There were a lot of laws concerning family court in the 50s.
Which law are you talking about?
Okay, let me ask you.
That's all I want to know.
Can you answer one question, Kay? Were there a lot of laws concerning family court?
I don't know. And I already said that you know more about this than me. Please enlighten me. Which law would you like me to talk about? Did he leave? I don't know. Was it an internet connection?
Lauren, stay in your feminine energy. Amira, stay in your feminine energy. Courtney.
Yeah, we're gonna get Rilla back on.
Stay in.
So Anton,
yourself.
You think it's okay?
I'm not participating in this.
Oh, Chicago's back.
Look, see how comfortable she feel like. Go ahead, get Chicago.
Okay, so Chicago, which law? How can I answer if I don't know which?
No, don't worry
law?
about it, Kate. Don't worry about answering it. You good? You right?
You good? You don't know the law that you're even referencing.
You got to be trolling me tonight. You absolutely got to be trolling me tonight.
That would be like me saying, "Did you like this?"
Yo, Kay, you have got to be trolling me.
You don't know. Like, how?
I got you. I got you, Kay.
She drunk.
I'm not. I'm asking you. How can you ask a question about something you never specified?
Okay, is water wet?
Hold on, y'all.
You agree with this law?
Is water wet?
And you don't
hold on. Bring on the lead attorney. Welcome to the show, lead attorney.
Hey, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
What's going on, my friend?
How are y'all doing, man? Y'all got some interesting stuff going on today.
Yeah.
Hello.
Lee, you got your cross-examination cut out for you tonight, my friend.
What are we talking about? What's the question?
Oh, maybe you know. What law? He's a whole lawyer. He might be able to help Chicago out.
Maybe I do though. Who knows, right?
Chicago, because I want to be able to answer Chicago's question.
Well, actually, I got the information from his program.
About a law.
Hold on, okay.
The lead attorney.
Okay.
He keeps asking about Chicago keeps asking if I would agree with the 1950s law on custody, marriage, child support, whatever. I don't know what the law is. So if you can enlighten me, then I can answer his question.
No, let me unable to tell me. No, Kay. Don't do Kay. Please don't do that. Please don't do that, Kay. If you don't quote me, no. Yeah, literally run the
Hold on. Go ahead, Rilla.
literally run the tape back, because the same way you like to be quoted specifically, I'm gonna tell you right now, okay, I don't appreciate this laissez-faire attitude, like repeating my question in the way that you're doing it. Yeah, the laissez-faire. So, lead attorney, this is what I was saying, honestly.
Okay.
I said the question to Kay was, does she believe that the family court laws as it currently stands needs to be updated? Then I said that the premise for family court laws as we know it today was based in the 1950s. She was asking me to specifically cite the law, which I could not quote. So the question to her was, do we need to update the laws for family court? She couldn't answer unless she had more context. That's specifically what I said, Kay.
Okay.
Okay, let him respond. Okay, let him respond.
Chicago real is exactly right. He is exactly right. The laws that we have now in 2021 go back decades. And
what's the law though?
Hey, we got a guess.
No, it's fine.
Let this man answer.
It's fine. No problem. Laws regarding property division, laws regarding custody, laws regarding child support. Now, I mean, we need to be specific and say that each state has its own laws, right? And some are more modern than others. But even then, not only do the laws need updating, but the judges as well. Because even though a law can be fair, go ahead. Yeah.
Please. I get what you're saying, but can you please?
How can you get what I'm saying when I've been talking for 20 seconds?
Yeah, I'm just asking you, can you give me an example of the law that needs updating so that I can answer Chicago's question?
He just said that the laws vary by state. So I don't know if you want him to run
an example of any law from any state.
Okay, can you let him finish?
Answer Chicago's question.
Okay. Can you mute for a second and let him finish?
Why are you so hyped up about this?
Because when people want me to answer,
because she doesn't like to be wrong.
No,
that's why
I didn't.
She doesn't like to be wrong.
It's not about that. I'm fine with being wrong. But when Chicago asked me a question about the 1950s laws and he can't tell me which law he's asking about,
he hasn't finished saying what he's gonna say yet. Okay, let him finish.
Yeah,
and then when he finish, then you can respond.
Okay, so hopefully this will come into a law that you can cite.
Let him finish. You don't know what it's gonna come into because you keep cutting him off.
Okay, I won't cut him off. Right. I'm sorry, Mr. Attorney.
No problem. And Kay, I think this is what Lapeef and what I was saying before. Each state has its own laws. Right, so there's not just one law. All right, let's get that down. There's not just one law. In addition to the laws that need updating, the judges also need updating. Because even if you have a law that's been changed and now it's fair on the books, if you've got some 75-year-old judge who's been ruling the same way for 40 years, he's going to use the old school method of interpreting those laws, right? So let's take, for example, the issue of child custody. Who gets child custody? It used to be back in the day that mothers would get full custody of the kids and fathers would just get, a little visitation, 4 days a month, something like that every other weekend, which kind of worked out way back in the day because the fathers were really working hard and, it was kind of considered a woman's role to take care of the kids and the father's role to work. But now in 2021, we see that's different. Women have absolutely entered the workforce. Women are earning their own money. Down here in Atlanta, there's so many. Every like third date that I go on is some black MBA, right? Who's making 110, 175. They're killing the game.
Mr. Lead Attorney, can I ask you a quick question? I don't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to address something that you just said. You mentioned that back in the day, women used to get full custody, but wasn't there a time right before that men were typically getting custody? And that's when the laws changed, where we started giving it to women.
Well, it's interesting because whenever the fathers would get this custody, the burden really would fall back on the mother anyway, because again, the fathers would be working, right? And a lot of times women did not have the ability to socially climb. And so even if the father would get the custody in the name, right? Who has custody? Well, on the paperwork, it says the father, but who's really taking care of the children? It's the mother, right? And so we want to distinguish between, what's on paper and then what's happening in reality. But it wasn't like the fathers were, doing 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week, 60 hours a week, the mothers weren't working and the fathers had the kids. Usually the mothers would have the kids in reality. And so the laws kind of shifted to reflect that reality, right? Which didn't bother the fathers too much because, again, it was a different time and fathers were, a little bit more old school, a little bit more masculine, felt like the kids were better with the mom, and the mothers would raise the kids. But now it's different. In 2021, fathers expect to be in their children's lives as much as the mothers. And so if you go into court, let's say you're married, Ken, I don't know if you're married or not, but if you get divorced, there's going to be a high chance, if you have any kids.
Married to who?
There's going to be a high chance that just off the rip, just because what's between your legs, you are going to be favored in having custody of your kids. Now, how is that fair? Yeah. It's not fair at all. To the men.
But so can I ask a question?
Hold on. Okay, can I ask a question first? I'm sorry.
You've reached your question limit for the night.
I've reached my quota of questions.
Well, I did see where the CDC a couple years ago said that Black men are the most prevalent in their child's lives than any other race here in the States. So I did see that, which is promising because I am seeing fathers more in their child's life. So I think that's great. But my question is, I wanted your opinion on child support and alimony, because that was something that we were discussing earlier as well, too. So do you think it's a need for it, or it should be eradicated as far as alimony, especially for women that are divorcing or husbands divorcing their wives that were stay at home? And do you think child support should be eradicated?
Yeah, I don't believe in child support at all in a normal case. Here's what I think should happen. And again, if you guys don't know me, I hope everybody's doing well. I'm a 20-year divorce attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia. So I've been doing this a long time. And what I have seen over the years is the injustice. There are multiple injustices in the child support system and the alimony system. But it really stems from the fact that custody is not fair, right? So what I would say in a normal case, instead of, if Kay gets divorced and, she's the mom, so she's going to get primary custody of the kids, I would change it. And I would say that there should be a default perspective that it's going to be 50-50. It's going to be 50-50 as the default. Now, is that going to work out in every case? No. There are going to be mothers who don't want their kids. So the fathers are going to have to step up. There are going to be fathers who don't want primary custody or to spend so much time with their kids. So the mother's going to have to step up. There are going to be fathers who are in the military and they're in Iraq. And so they can't spend 50% of the time with the kids. There are going to be pilots that don't want to leave their, 20-year career at Delta. So they can't get custody, or they can't do the shared 50-50 custody. When a mother or a father elects not to be in their children's life for 50% of the time, that's where child support should come in. Exactly. But this whole thing of automatic child support, because we don't have an automatic or a default 50-50 custody arrangement, to me is atrocious. It's actually enraging to think that a father, if you have a child, 50% of this child's chromosomes, 50% of this child's DNA, 50% of the child is the father. But then when it comes to custody, now he gets visitation with his own children, right? And then from that visitation comes child support. Now, there are a lot of problems with the child support. There's also problems with alimony as well. Now, we can talk about the problems with child support. We could talk about the problems with alimony. A lot of times, alimony really is, or child support turns into alimony. For example, you had Halle Berry, and she has been fighting for 7 years to get her child support reduced. She finally got it reduced. I think they had one kid, a daughter, and she was paying $18,000 a month. Right. Now, we all know for a 7-year-old or a 12-year-old who doesn't have any special needs, a child does not need $18,000 every single month. What was that? That was really alimony. Maybe $2,000 of that was child support, maybe $3,000, but it was child support, but it was really alimony. It was alimony in the disguise of child support. Should there be alimony? Sometimes, if you have a woman who let's say you have a woman who's been married for 20 years and the husband is kind of old schooled and said, you're not going to work and you're going to take care of the 4 kids. And then, so there's nothing in the woman's name. And she's been out of the workforce for 20 years. Mm-hmm. And the husband decides, I'm just giving you the typical, the prototypical case. The husband decides to upgrade her, right? It happens. Right. So now she's 50 years old. She doesn't have any skills. She's got a 20-year gap in her resume, and her, she doesn't know how to use an iPhone. Let's say she's really old school. She's 55. She's gonna need some help, and she's gonna need some help for a long time. But that's typically not what you're seeing these days, where the woman hasn't been in the workforce for 20 years. I mean, what you're really saying is, you got a couple, you got a married couple, they got a couple kids, they both work, and they're both rocking and rolling. So then where is this need for alimony, especially if you consider how much generally people are making? I mean, what are people making in this society? 40,000, 50,000, 45,000 a year? Like,
I can get her a sign-up bonus. I see the gas station right up the street is doing sign-up bonuses.
That's exactly
for
right.
For anybody that's trying to get a new job, we can get her up in this world. We're gonna get her up to speed ASAP.
I think Sha'Carri really got a question.
Lead, I got a question for you. So, and I've heard you talk about this on your channel, and this came up earlier. What percentage of men actually fight for custody of their children? And how much do they typically spend with you when they fight in those cases? I heard you talk about that before too.
Man, you're asking a real question. And this question is multi-layered. And let me just give you the answer. Not a lot of men fight for custody of their children. So maybe, I don't know if you saw Kay's face, right?
Yeah, that's what she was saying they didn't.
Now, the reason Kay's face is funny to me is because it's clear she doesn't understand why, right? She doesn't understand why.
Help me understand, Mr. Lead Attorney.
That's why I'm here, Kay. That's why I'm here. You. Let's say you live in a place like Atlanta, right? If you live in a place like Atlanta and you come in and you say, okay, Chicago Rilla comes in and he says he wants to fight for his kids. And I look back at how all these judges are and how they've always been for the last 20 years. I mean, his wife needs to be, on meth. She needs to be in prison. She needs to have touched those kids in a sexual nature. I mean, she needs to be such a terrible mom. It's not even enough that she was a terrible wife. She could have been cheating on Chicago with 5 other dudes. A judge is going to say, listen, her being a wife and her being a mother are 2 different things. And even though she's in these streets, even though she's doing all this stuff with all these other men, doesn't mean that she's not a good mom. The judge is going to try to save her and is going to want to put those kids with her. So I have to tell him this. And divorce attorneys really have to give this speech probably at least once a day to somebody to say, listen, if you want to fight for your kid, it's going to be an uphill battle and you're probably going to lose. Now, a lot of men will get the hint and they'll say, okay, fine, just give me as much visitation as I can. And then the wife will realize that we're not fighting for visitation anymore. And the wife will make the face that Kay made, like, oh, see, you don't even really care about your kid anyway. When really it was your attorney. Really, it was your attorney who told you not to. Now, unlike Chicago Rilla, there are some men who are hard-headed. And they will say, well, listen, I want to fight for my kid anyway. And I say, okay, give me $7,500 to start, and I'll bill you out at $400, $450 an hour, and we'll go from there. What they're going to find is once they get up to $15,000, $30,000, they're going to come to me and they're like, lead attorney, I don't have any more money, right? And I was like, well, I told you this was going to be extremely expensive. And they're going to say, yeah, well, listen, I can't pay you anymore. Can you keep working for free? I cannot work for free. Well, then I guess we're going to need to settle on, I'm just try to get me as much visitation as you can get. Well, fair enough, but I feel bad because Chicago, this is what I told you 6 months ago, right? Some guys get the hint early. Some guys get it late. Some guys will raid their 401k and put my fees on their credit card. And now they're looking at 50 grand, 75 grand. We'll fight for 2 years. You'll pay me 75 grand. You'll pay a guardian ad litem 30 grand. You'll pay a psychiatrist 20 grand. And guess what? you lose. When you lose, and you know now you're 150,000 in the hole, and then on top of that, you have to pay child support every month.
Oh, no.
Yes, the rage you feel as a man. And why did you lose? Because you're a man, right? But when you say Chicago Rilla, you know, or K, whichever one, I think of Chicago Rilla. When you ask me, do men fight for custody, and then you see the face that K makes, you're asking a really sophisticated question that not a lot of people understand the answer to. I mean, it's a very deep answer. You have attorneys in this state. It's all, in fact, attorneys that'll say, yeah, let's fight for custody. Those are really the bad ones, because they know what's going to happen in the end. Now, are there cases where men can fight for custody and win? Yes. Probably about 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10. And I will tell you that some men come into the office already up on game. They don't even ask me for custody. They already know it might be their second divorce, or they might have went through some type of custody issue with the baby mama. So they say, lead attorney, just give me as much visitation as you can give me. Now, to Kay, that might look like a man that's not fighting for his kid. But to me, it can absolutely be, it's a man that's already up on game. A man that already knows that he doesn't want to spend $15,000 and then come into his attorney's office and say, I'm out of money. How much can you get me? Or how much visitation? Or a man who doesn't want to raid his 401k and spend $75,000 and lose, and then have to turn around and pay child support beginning that next month. Right? Yeah. So there are all these injustices against men that the regular people don't see. You know, when Kay made that face, it was almost insulting. But it's not her fault. She just doesn't know the landscape.
I don't.
Right. And so that's why I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you at all. Mm-hmm. You know, if someone's a mechanic and they're like, oh, well, what's the carburetor do? It's not my fault. I'm ignorant, right?
I'm so glad I'm you're here.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm
because
here.
You know, you're an expert in the field, which is exactly very important.
Yeah, I only know one thing, guys. I've been doing this 20 years.
She's throwing shots.
No, I'm not.
Courtney, is this your homie? Is this your homie, Courtney?
I love that.
Hey, go ahead, Kay. You had a question for him.
Hey, wait a minute, JR, real quick. Lead. I wasn't in 3C, but I was in DeKalb County for mine.
Ooh, that's the worst one, because it's just a bunch of us down there, to be honest. I'd rather be in Fulton County. DeKalb is the worst. Are you in Atlanta now?
No. I've been back in Chicago for about five years now.
That's what's
I was in Atlanta for 20 years though.
20 years, man. DeKalb County is the worst. It is the worst county down here. They don't have their stuff together at all. So what did you have, a divorce down there?
In DeKalb, yeah.
How long were you married?
10 years.
I've been there. I was married for 10 years too. It can get rough, but yes, guys, it's nobody's fault really that no one really understands this stuff, because I mean, if you're an attorney, how could you? If you're not an attorney, how could you understand it? And you could absolutely be in divorce court and you don't even see what's going on. You just see your particular case, and maybe you know how your friend's case turned out. Maybe you know how the guy at the gym's case turned out, or your girlfriend's case, but you haven't seen case after case, month after month, year after year for 2 decades. You know, when you get to my level, you just start to see whole patterns, and you're like, oh my God, this whole system is terrible. Right.
So what?
Hold on. We're gonna go to Kay and then Courtney.
Okay. So so Mr. What should I call you, Mr. Lead?
You can just call me Lead.
Okay.
Come on.
So Lead, I am very grateful for your level of expertise. I respect it. You obviously know way more than I do about this, which is why I'm so excited to ask you this question. Yeah. Because as you were explaining, it kind of drew like a parallel to something that I'm more familiar with. You know what I mean? So my question for you is, do you think that it's more so like judges being biased versus actual written law? Because I can understand that, because if you think of racism, right? Judges might be like very racist, but there's no specific law that says Black people do this, right? Would you draw that parallel and say it's kind of the same thing in terms of men fighting for or looking to, seek equality or equity in a divorce or custody situation? Is it more so the judges than it is the written law? Because I do not discredit that, because I know that in terms of racism, that is also the case. It's not like a specific law. It's more so systemic. So would you say that that is the case?
I mean, that's a brilliant observation. I think superficially, you're absolutely right.
Please,
absolutely.
Lee, before you answer this, do not validate this.
Long
after you get off this platform,
Anton be doing.
She's gonna be like, the lead attorney agreed with me, right?
Mr. Lead
because the lead is a journey. Lead is a gentleman, and lead is a nice guy.
He can speak for himself. You don't have to jump in.
I hate to
He's a grown man. He's an expert in the field, and he can answer this question fully.
You said she highlight that expert in the field.
Listen, your point is well taken, and you're absolutely right in one sense, Kay. The law says, you know, either the mother or the father can get the child, right? There's no preference. That's what the laws say. But like you said, we've got these old judges, these 70-year-old judges who were, you know, they've been adjudicating these cases for the last 40 years. So they're not going to change. So now what states are doing, and this has even happened in Georgia, especially in Atlanta, we're all waiting, is there's going to be a reform in Georgia to where it says that the default is going to be 50-50. So now they are updating the laws to force the judges to do what the judges should be doing anyway.
I think that's a good idea.
Yes. So you can say that the way that the law is written.
We don't care what you think, Kay. We just want to
Can
hear
you
Lee
stop interrupting
give us some
him?
insight.
That's so rude.
Anton, by the way, I loved your stream today. It was
Thanks,
so powerful. Jeez.
I appreciate you. Listen. You are a guy that we celebrate. I try to show you as much love as I humanly possibly can with my time, and I appreciate you for coming.
I had to send you one of the super chats you send me.
Yeah,
man,
I seen you.
Just to support. I was like, tell it, man. We need more content like this.
I rock with you, Lee. You are definitely one of the stars, and we appreciate you and your expertise and you coming on. I just have one simple request. Listen, and I got that Versace robe on deck for you. I know you want that number very, very, very soon. I gave my word I was gonna buy this Versace robe. Please, just one thing. As much of a gentleman as you are, take into consideration who you talking to down. Break. That's all I ask. I never asked for anything from you, Lee. Just take in consideration what we dealing with. And when you leave, me and JR, real love,
y'all got it.
We got to deal with this. We got to deal with the fallout.
His opinion. He's an expert.
Oh my gosh. No,
he's an expert in the field. He knows what he's talking about. I believe him. I think what he said is right, that it should be a default where there's 50-50 to begin with, instead of like no preference, we'll see, right? I definitely agree with that.
How can you disagree with that, Anton?
You can't.
I think she's speaking facts. Oh, you're going to hate me.
Let me tell you why.
You're going to hate me for giving
her tell you why it's difficult. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it's so difficult, Lee. Is because Kay is coming into this with bad faith, right? As educated as Kay is as much insight as she has, as much as she prides herself on reading and staying up to date and participating, and she got a whole bunch of earthy friends, right?
What does earthy mean?
As much as she prides herself on it, she tries to come into it with a level of ignorance. It's almost like willful ignorance in order to try to justify her behavior and try to make a point, which serves no purpose and adds no value to the conversation. So ultimately what you'll find her doing is asking really, 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 really detailed questions that we all have a base foundation of understanding how society works, right? We understand that the feminist movement largely, as much as they advocate for equal everything for women, they have largely ignored and almost advocated against updating these family court laws.
I literally just agreed with what the lead attorney just said. What are you doing right now, Anton?
Because I stated the same thing prior to the lead attorney adding that. And with the information and the knowledge that you know of how society works today, somehow, some way, right? You're an expert on all of this systematic everything,
I
except for when
don't
it comes
know.
to
I've been asking the
except for
whole
when it comes
time.
stop, except for when it comes to women. So my point is that she comes into this with bad faith.
No, I
She makes
don't.
bad faith
No, I
arguments.
don't.
She volunteers.
Mr.
She
Lee,
volunteers
listen to
herself to
him.
be willfully ignorant, and what it does is it spirals the conversation
Don't
off
let
the
him poison your
rails,
mind.
and it does not add more value to what it is that we're trying to have a conversation about. It just makes more chaos, which is really what her name should be, Chaos K. That's the reality. That's the absolute truth in its entirety.
Banter, you notice that when he was talking, I was listening. He was saying things from a standpoint of someone who knows what they're talking about. When he said what he said, I agreed with him because he actually spoke on it on a deeper level. And so I was able to address what he said. And he is I agree with him 100%. I 100% agree with what he said. It should be 50-50 to start. That should be the thing. But none of y'all could articulate any of this prior to him coming on, which is fine because
see what we're dealing with.
Wait, hold on, Anton. Hold on.
I have a question.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold on. One at a time.
Hold on.
I want to go to Courtney next. I want to go to Courtney next. Really.
That's fine.
Okay, and this is for Lee. Are you seeing more families, as far as getting divorced with children, doing joint custody? And if you're seeing joint custody, does that still have someone getting child support if it's joint?
When you say joint custody, are you talking about like a 50-50 shared custody arrangement?
Yes.
Here's the thing. There are two ways to get physical or let's say 50-50 custody, just to make it easy. Shout out to Ant26. I always supported your boy. Shout out to Ant. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me over here as well. There are two ways to get it. The first way and the best way, if you're a man, is just to agree with the mom. You know, the mom knows that you're a great father. You're a great father. You know, she agrees, and y'all agree, and y'all just write it up, and the judge will sign off on it. If the mother does not agree, then you're in the uphill battle again, and it's going to be very difficult to get that for various reasons. Am I seeing more cases? Probably, if I look at it over a 20-year period, but if I look at it over a 5-year period, not really. Now, in cases where you do have it, a lot of times, if it's by agreement, there won't be any child support because they're going to try to act like they make them out they're going to try to act like they make about the same in income. And if they make the same in income, then usually there's going to be no child support. But if the father makes substantially more than the mother, even though there's a 50-50 split in the custody, there is going to be some child support. It's not going to be as much as it would be if it was, 80-20 or 75-30 or 75-25 or 70-30, but there is going to be some. So maybe, let's say for one child, your child support was supposed to be $1,000. And if you do the 50-50, maybe it's $200 or $100 or $300, something like that. But do I see more? Have I seen more in the last 5 years?
No.
And again, it's because women have this expectation of getting child support. And not only an expectation, but a desire as well, right? Because child support can be lucrative. I mean, you get 18,000. Now, again, that's not what most people are getting, right? But even if you get $1,200 for one kid, you can't tell me you're spending $1,200 on that 3-year-old every single month, right? So women are going to want that. And so why would they agree to a 50-50 split and give up $1,200 every month for 18 years? That's over $100,000. Might be over. I don't know how much that is. Oh, it's 150,000.
Child.
What's that?
Well, I thought the average
is a child with like housing and everything, wrong with that.
Well, I mean, the USDA. Well, here's the thing, because the USDA has tried to calculate how much it costs to raise a child. And economists in Chicago, the University of Chicago, where the best economists are trained in the nation, better than Harvard, Stanford, they have all said that the way that the USDA is calculating how much the child support should be is flawed. The calculations are flawed. So when you look at statistics, it's always hard to tell. We need statistics, we need the numbers. But when University of Chicago professors are saying that the government is not calculating how much child support should be correctly, and that child support should be substantially less, right? But then again, how are you gonna improve the child support system? Who's gonna vote to reduce child support? Oh, not the moms, right? And the dads. Some
She
dads,
don't want to
guys.
talk about that part. Lee, she don't want to talk about that
No,
part.
I do. I actually am really glad he's here.
I mean, it's interesting because child support is such a interesting.
Hold on,
subject.
Lee. Did you see what she just did? She did that thing that lady in Misery did. Like, have y'all ever seen Misery? Like she literally, like, she had this chaotic thing, and then she said, "No, that is the sign of a person that will tie you to the bed, make you write a book for them, read it, and then break your feet with a hammer, just like the girl in Misery, bro. This is crazy. I seen her do the exact same scene. Oh God, this is crazy.
Anton, oh my goodness. I've been trying not to say your name like that because I'm just trying to get out of that habit of calling your name like Anton. But
trust me, I'm used to hearing it called just that same way. It's normal. It's normal.
Chemistry you guys have is amazing.
Influence.
It's odd.
I'm used to it.
Stop trying to influence him. I am. You know what, Lead? I am very.
Except for they usually say, Anton. Oh my God. That's the other part that they add to it.
Well,
go ahead.
And shout out to Beautiful Lies as well.
So,
who left that. Shout out to Beautiful Lies. He's a huge supporter over there with me. So I love the fact that they're supporting over here.
Well, I
like that smile,
I do see the average amount of child support is like less than 500. So I did see that was the average of what I pulled up. But I will say this too, because I had my child's father on child support, but I took him off. We have joint. He hits her 50% of the time. So, and I took him off child support. But when I did that, the judge was like, "Are you sure? Let's talk about this." Like, it was frowned upon in the courts that I took him off, which I was surprised of. And of course, the guys in the back gave him a standing ovation. But it was like, yay. But the courts, like the lawyers and the judge, looked at it and was like, "Are you sure? Why do you want to do that? That doesn't make any sense. You have to understand, so they were telling me that I shouldn't have."
Yeah, well, let's talk about the average for a second. The average of the averages can vary. The average of $500 really should mean nothing to you at all, because how much a guy pays in Mississippi versus that same guy in Florida versus that same guy in Silicon Valley versus that same guy in New York. I mean, the average, it's a meaningless number.
Is the percentage the same though? No. So it's the average. Okay, so what makes the difference?
Hold on, let me.
Yeah.
What's this?
Well, in some states, let's say Texas, for example, I believe they use a percentage model. So they say, listen, for one, we're not even going to consider how much the mom makes. We're just going to focus on how much the dad makes. And if there's one child, then the dad's going to pay 20%. If there are two children, then it's going to be 25%. If there are three children, 27%, something like that. Georgia uses an income shares model where we take into account how much the mother makes and the father makes. So if the mother makes a lot of money, the father is going to pay less. If the mother makes less money, then the father is going to pay more. So now you have this gamemanship of mothers trying to reduce their income and fathers trying to reduce their income so that they pay less. And then you have all these modified versions. So if you say, well, the average is $500, it doesn't make any sense because all these states are calculating child support differently. So it really is it's a meaningless number. And child support can, even if you have a child support payment of, let's say, $700, that can actually, bankrupt a father whose income is very low. Because even though it's at $700, the child support really should be $500, right? But there's $200 tacked on, and for a lot of our community, those $200 a month, they mean something. Yeah, those are some real $200 right there. And so Yeah, I forgot what your second question is, but let me just tell you, don't give that $500 average any significance at all.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't
your second observation was that
how the courts looked at me taking someone off child support.
Listen, and I don't mind them doing that so much because there are a few guys that'll be like, listen, if you don't take me off child support, I'm gonna put you in the trunk. Right?
Oh.
And so judges want to make sure that you're not. I mean, there are some real pookies out here. I know we talk about Pookie and Ray Ray, but I have representative. Okay, let me tell you, there are some real pookies and Ray Rays out here, and they will put a woman in the trunk.
In the trunk,
especially here in Atlanta. Chicago Real knows about it. It gets deep down here.
I know. I was up there in College Park.
Right. So you know, right?
Right.
So these judges, they just want to make sure, hey, is everything okay? You know, blink once if you really want this, blink twice if you're threatened. You know, so they want to ask a few questions, and I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Because people can be threatened.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, JR, can you move Switch K and Amir? I would like Amir to be vertically aligned with me. Thank you, sir.
Vertically aligned.
Hey Lee.
Yes, sir.
Do you think there's any truth? So I know you've had
no, put Lauren back under me. I like that nose ring.
The lead shooting his shot. The lead is shooting his shot.
Okay.
I
see how it is.
No, you know, okay, you know.
No, the lead is shooting his shot.
Rilla, you want her?
Yeah, you put K up under me.
To be this way, like,
listen,
just stop,
Lee. And I know you had Mr. Palmer on, and Mr. Palmer talks about child support being a $51 billion industry, right? So when Courtney said that the judges and the attorneys, you know, gave her that look of disdain or what have you, could that have been a possible reason as to why they gave her that look as well? Because he talks about how the court system receives, you know, a percentage of that child support.
Yeah, it's gonna vary state by state. It's not like in Georgia, judges get a cut of every child support order. Well, here's the thing. I don't want to get too deep into this because then we start getting into specifics. But there's a private side of child support and a public side. What's the private side? The private side of child support is the child support we normally think of. Back in the day, let's say I was married to Lauren and we had a couple kids and she divorced me. Every 2 weeks, I would go over there to pick up my kids and I would just, you know, I would hand her a check, right? On the 1st, I would hand her a check, and on the 15th, I would hand her a check, or I would mail it in. Now, you know, 10 years later, 20 years later, it's Cash App or it's sending it directly to the state or something like that. So it's between me and Lauren, and the state really doesn't know about it, especially if she doesn't have me on child support. I'm paying. She's fine with the number. I'm more or less fine with the number, and we're both cool. Now, there's a public side of child support as well. Let's say Lauren is doing bad and she applies for government aid, welfare, food stamps, stuff like that. They're going to go to her and they're going to say, hey, why are you applying for food stamps? You got these kids. Where's the father? And Lauren's going to be like, oh, don't worry about him. And the state's going to say, no, we're not going to give you any food stamps until you tell us exactly where the lead attorney is. You need to tell us his address. You need to tell us his employer. You need to give us all the details, his social security number, birth date. Now she needs these food stamps, so she's gonna dime me out. Now, after she dimes me out, the state is gonna give her the food stamps, but then they're gonna come after me. And let's say they order me to pay, you know, $800 a month. Well, I'm gonna pay the state $800 a month, but they're not gonna give that $800 to Lauren. Why? Because they're already giving her the food stamps. They are keeping my $800 to reimburse themselves for the food stamps that Lauren's getting. So now the state is actually benefiting from the fact that I have these children. And so in certain circumstances, the court system and the state absolutely have an incentive to put as many men in the child support industrial complex as possible. They absolutely have an incentive. That incentive isn't really there if it's just me and Lauren and I'm just showing up at her crib every 2 weeks to pay her the child support. But if I have to pay my child support to the state of California, for example, you know, she might only receive $50 out of my $600-700 check, and then they're just going to keep the rest and they'll go, oh, well, she's on child support. Now, Lauren's going to be pissed off because she's like, well, he's a deadbeat dad because I'm only giving 50%. She's going to get mad at me. She's going to be talking bad about me to my own kids, turn my kids against me. She's going to be giving me problems in terms of picking up my kids. So now whenever I go to pick up my kids, she got her face on, right? She got an attitude.
You ain't got to worry about that.
Right? I ain't got to worry about that. All right. but then I have an attitude. I have an attitude too, because I'm like, why are you getting crunk with me when the $800 is getting taken directly out of my check? Like, I'm paying. You need to be smiling. But no one is smiling except for the state of California and these judges. So Mr. Palmer is exactly right. Shout out to Mr. Palmer. I mean, in a lot of cases, these judges. Now the lawyers, really, we don't have a dog in the fight. I don't get paid more if you pay more or less child support. So it's not the lawyers. It could be the state's attorneys, the states, because if Lauren, I mean, this is how unjust the system is. Lauren doesn't even have to hire an attorney to get child support. She can just show up to the court and say, hey, I want my child support. And the state will assign her case to an attorney, but for the guys, it's not like that. We don't get a free attorney. Most time we just got to show up alone if we don't have a lot of money, or just, try to hire an attorney ourselves. So the women are so favored in this family court system. I can talk forever, guys. So if you guys want to jump in, like
we're not trying to stop you.
Yeah,
we're not trying to stop you. You know me.
Well, wait a minute. I wanted to know. Wait. I wanted a definitive answer. So since we got the lead attorney's input, Kay, do you think the laws should be updated in family court?
I already addressed this. He mentioned that it wasn't necessarily the law, but it was more so the judges. But then he brought up a point about how he thinks it should be 50-50 to begin with versus like default 50-50 versus like everybody gets a chance type of thing, which is different, right? And I agreed with him about that. So if you were listening, you would have known that
I definitely was listening, and I asked you a flat out yes or no question.
Okay, but I
mean, I don't even know where all this testosterone and energy coming from. I really don't.
Where it came from.
I really don't. I'm really bugging because the lead attorney. Wait. He literally gets on. He tells you out the first sentence out his mouth is Chicago really is actually right. But I believe you because you got expertise, not the guy that actually went through divorce and been married for 10 years and paying child support, not the guy that's in the system. I don't believe him because he can't cite me a law.
What did he say you were right about?
He said the laws that we have for family court were basically based on the premises of 1950 court law. That's what he said. It was in the 50s.
Here's your quiz.
No, okay. Don't dodge this.
No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Okay.
Okay.
The question was yes or no. Do you believe family court laws should be updated? That's just a simple yes or no.
Chicago. I just said that according to what Lead said.
She's not gonna say yes or no.
No, I am.
You know what's so funny? She thinks she's so
I am.
smart.
According to what
she thinks she's so witty. She thinks she's weaving and dodging through this whole thing, and it's just making her look like she's great.
Listen. This is what attorneys do. This is how they handle it in court. You got two parts. The judges say, listen, first give your yes or no answer, and then you explain. Right. So first give the yes or no, and then explain.
I will do it.
All right. That makes it super clear.
See, y'all need to have him on often because I honestly like this. I respect it. I rock with it 100%.
Thank you, Kay.
So
look at Anton. Anton's like, this is some BS, man.
I'm not even tripping because contract negotiations is coming up, and we gonna. You know me, the first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go Exhibit A. And percentages change, so she can feel however she want to feel.
Anton,
with me.
I do not like how you're trying to turn the lead attorney against me.
That's bullshit.
I have clearly been respecting what he's saying, and I've actually learned something from him because he is an expert in the field.
She throwing shade.
I love to learn.
Mm-hmm.
So are you gonna answer the question yes or no?
Yes, and I'm gonna do it exactly how he told me to.
Okay.
She's gonna be just like
see, I can't even do it. Anton gotta keep on with his
what was the first what was the first Aunt Viv? The dark skin. She's trying to be Aunt Viv out here. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Aunt Viv.
All right, go ahead, Kay. Go ahead, Kay.
So
So what was the question? Right.
the question, I think Chicago asked if the law needed to be updated.
Okay.
So I didn't know what the law was, but thanks to the lead attorney.
Yes or no? Okay, come on.
Let me talk.
No, keep saying the same thing over and over again.
Okay, do you want
yes or no?
Listen. So thanks to the lead attorney, now I know what the law is and I can answer. So yes, I do think that needs to be updated, because if it's just, oh, it could be anybody, because I didn't know that. If it's, oh, it could be anybody, I think it should be default 50-50 and then decide it from there. I definitely agree with that.
And Kay's observation, I hate to say this because you know you're my boy, Anton, but Kay's observation, she really asked a very poignant, a very intelligent question in that. A lot of people were not about to ask that, and the way you correlated to the racism. I mean, that's a great point.
But see, here's the key though, Lee.
Like, Anton, just let him talk.
Hey, man, she want a basket in her moment right now.
Here's the key, is such a like brotherly hater.
I was thinking, guys, listen, I was thinking it in my head that you guys absolutely have a brother-sister relationship. Absolutely.
And you know what the worst part about this whole conversation is that I'm sitting there on JR, I'm blaming you because JR texted me back and forth talking about Anton and Kay should do a show together. I said absolutely fucking not.
That would be amazing.
Get it?
Oh,
you're not about to be having me pull my beard out because I ain't got no hair to pull out. You're not about to get me to suffer on here.
No, but I drew the parallel, Mr. Lead, because I thought that it was very understandable, and I love the way you explained it because it helped me to understand better. Everybody here was just like, oh, we're not dealing with you, Kay. But you were able to explain it in a way that I understood it and that it makes perfect sense.
JR.
Oh, thank you.
We need that show. We need that show.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a great show.
All right, lead attorney.
Y'all trying to give me a stroke.
I'm convinced. We got a few more topics, lead attorney. I don't know if you want to stick around.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I got time.
All right, if you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. We appreciate all the super chats that came through. I can't name them all because there's been so many. We definitely appreciate it. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Our next topic, I want to kind of discuss.
I'm gonna go get me some drinks. I gotta get a drink.
You still can hear though, right?
Yeah, Anton, you don't drink it. So you want some water, some.
I do tonight.
Anton wanted some milk or some orange juice or something.
All right, I want to kind of paint this picture real quick. So you often have men that are husbands doing well for themselves, happy marriage, happy life. And as time goes on, their desires change. So the question that I have is, men desires change. Should a wife be open to the possibility of being one of two? Let me say it again. Men desires change. Should a wife be open to the possibility of being one of two? You guys understand that?
Not you checking for understanding.
Huh? What was that?
I was so happy to see you employing these strategies to check for understanding.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure.
Growing. This whole panel is growing.
Okay.
Anton started with the data. You're checking for understanding. We got an expert. It's a lot going on. I'm just excited.
That's funny.
All right, I'm gonna start with you, Courtney.
Am I okay with being one of two?
Yeah, I mean, like the man desire changes. You know, he feels that he probably might need more.
Okay. Well, he can feel that way, and I would love to be role play. I think is absolutely fun. So I would be the one, and I would be the two. But no, I'm definitely not into any kind of like polygamy or anything like that. No, I'm his and he's mine. But if he wants me to put on a wig, a naughty schoolgirl outfit, the nurse, pop up on a ski mask, whatever he's into, I'm with it.
Ski mask,
so
okay. Jesus Christ.
Put it on.
A ski mask.
He might be into that. I don't know. Little hockey suit, but no, I would be the one and I would be the two.
Okay. Amira, man desires change. Should a wife be open to the possibility of being one or two? What are your thoughts on that?
Regarding Courtney's statement of "I am his and he is mine," I guess culturally it's different because in our culture, we are of our husband, but our husband is not of us. Or we belong to our husband, but our husband doesn't belong to us. I think it depends on the times. You know, back in during war times, sometimes there was a deficiency of men because a lot of men died in war. So in certain times, I think it is proper for a man to take on multiple wives. In this time today, I think it's fine for for most people. I mean, I don't know. I like I said, I just think there's certain times for this and there's certain times. If you're asking me personally, I do not mind if my husband wanted to get a second wife. And if that's just because out of desires, if I'm getting too old for him or what have you, this is why I married an older man, because I didn't want to hear that later on telling me that I'm too old for him. So my husband is older for that reason as well. But if he did want to bring on another wife, I would be all right with it because I don't see a problem with it. As long as I'm being taken care of the same, as long as nothing is changing, and as long as we are being treated equally and she's not getting more than me or something like that, I'm over it.
Okay. Lauren, men desires change. Should a wife be open to the possibility of being one or two?
I would be curious as to what changes he's looking for, because typically what men want, I feel like is something like it's simple. It can be I can deliver, right? They want a confident woman. I can be confident. You want a woman that can keep herself well. I got that. The attractive, I got that. Has a mind of her own. All of that, I have that. Now, it also knows how to keep it spicy. Now, the moment I'm not able to fulfill any of the things that men typically need, okay, like let's have a conversation. But I'm not interested. To Courtney's point, I'm not interested in being, bringing somebody else into my marriage. But if I'm not giving him something that he needs and he's communicated that and I still haven't delivered, I can't be mad if he steps out and gets a number two. But initially, no, I'm gonna keep it fresh. I'm gonna keep it right, and to the point where he's not gonna need to get a number two. So I'm not for it. I'm not with it. But if I'm not showing up how I need to, I can't be mad.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Courtney. I'm sorry.
And I want to say something too, and even with Amir, because with me, I'm always biblically based as far as Christianity. And so when I say I'm his and he's mine, well, biblically, when you marry, the two become one. So we are one entity. So that's why I said we together, it's one, not one. And then we got a half a side chick. Me and him, one-on-one. Okay, go ahead, JR. I just wanted to clarify that. Oh, where I'm coming from is biblically based.
All right, the lead attorney. Men desires change. Should a wife be open to the possibility of being one or two? What are your thoughts? And then also add some context as if you've seen this in the courts or just personally.
Yeah, I absolutely think that she should. In a marriage, I mean, if we're going to take this seriously, you really should be open to the possibility of almost anything. That doesn't mean just because you're open to something doesn't mean you're going to accept it, but at least you're open to thinking about it, open to giving it serious consideration, especially if this is a need, right? One thing is a want from your husband and another thing is a need. And if your husband needs something, a woman should really consider that. Now, consideration is one thing and acceptance, is another, right? But being open to it, absolutely. And here in Atlanta, I have just seen so many couples really that function in ways that other people would think are dysfunctional. In Atlanta, swinging down here is huge. Wives and husbands swapping around. Everybody paying for these, bulls. You see this more in the white community, to be honest.
I'm sorry, a bull?
Yeah, a bull is like a tall black dude who's hung, and he's hired to come in to service the wife. Now this can be
so the husband is a cuck.
Yeah, and it could be where the wife is at home, and then the bull is taking pictures while they're doing it, and then sending it to the wife. or a lot of times it could be where the husband is in the room with the bull and is kind of filming it and kind of doing his thing in the corner. And it can go a little bit further. I don't want to get too graphic, but and these are these are successful marriages. These are marriages that are going to absolutely last 40 years. Look at Anton. Anton's like successful. But, you know, there are not a lot of marriages that last a long time. But people, I think it was Lauren who said, you know, kind of keep it spicy. And these white people know how to keep a marriage spicy, let me tell you.
That's a little bit more than spicy now.
It's hot. Okay.
How would you describe it, Courtney?
A little stank, nasty, freaky. That's a little bit more than spicy. That ain't no Larry spice. That's some
Courtney. That is right up my alley.
Go ahead, Kay. Look, she blushing.
my alley.
She blushing in the mug. Go ahead, Kay. Look, she ain't got nothing to say all of a sudden.
No, I do. I was finding my mouse, like the cursor, to get to the mute. But yeah, I actually agree with what the lead attorney was saying. Openness or consideration doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to like say, okay, this is what's going to happen. But if you're thinking about a marriage lasting 60 years, like you, for me, I can't say like this is what's going to be happening 50 years from now, other than us being together. Like there's a lot of things that could possibly happen. So when the question, should a wife, I'm reading it as it goes, should a wife be open to the possibility of being one of two? I'm not going to say what other people should do, but I definitely feel what he was saying.
Would you be one of two? I know you can't speak on it, but is it a possibility?
I don't like the way that you just said that all creepy. But okay, would I at this point? No, but I'm not saying that. Let me answer. Like sometimes answers are not just like yes, move on to the next person, or no, whatever. So at this point in my life, that's not something that I would want to happen. But I'm not saying that that is something that I would never be okay with it happening. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak on the future. And I think that what the lead attorney was saying was correct. I think it's, you know, just because you're open to something doesn't mean that's what you're going to do. And it doesn't mean that that's what you're not going to do. You just have, there's consideration involved.
Right. But just because you're open to it also means that the possibility you can. It's just not on that no factor. Chicago Rilla.
Right. You didn't, that wasn't a mic drop. I mean, that's what
I didn't say it was a mic drop. I just moved on. So okay.
Hey, JR. Yeah. We're gonna get that white out.
Anton, I am so tired of you.
On that contract. We're gonna get that.
We're gonna redact my name. It's gonna be
we're gonna get that white out. We're gonna redo that contract. Don't even worry about it. We got this.
Chicago Rilla, man desires change. Should a wife be open to the possibility of being one or two?
Hey man, shout out to the lead attorney. Sound like he been peeking around trapeze a couple of times.
Well, he knows about it. This man knows about it. I thought I saw you up in there. I
sound like you've been on the Northside Drive a couple times.
I knew you looked familiar. I saw you over in the corner in that robe. I knew it was
you. I rode by there one time.
Hey, man,
I didn't go in there. No, not trapeze.
You said I rolled by.
I rolled by.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Everybody know about trapeze. That's like Magic City, man, on a Monday.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Really got a membership.
Nah. I think so. I look at this too. Two different ways, because to be honest, I'll say, you know, for me personally, it's just hard enough entertaining one, let alone trying to entertain two. But I think like to me with the older generation, or people that are a certain age, you know, and then we in this like monogamous Western culture, you know, I don't think most women go for the idea of being a number two, right? But when you look at this younger generation, and again, we talk about side chick anthems and this, this quote unquote thought culture or whatever. I think a lot more people that are like under the age of 30 definitely entertain and are open to the possibility of being a number two. I think to Amira's point, as long as they're taken care of, don't bring me no diseases, don't go, don't get nobody else pregnant or whatever. I think they're absolutely open to the possibility of being number two.
So
Hey,
JR,
Will.
how come you didn't ask Chicago to answer
Hey.
yes or no? He didn't answer that question.
Can I
Every time
ask
it's
Chicago
me,
a question?
I'm feeling really discriminated against JR.
Can I please ask
Yeah,
Chicago a
contact
follow-up
HR.
question?
First off,
Contact HR.
not you using that when the lead attorney's on here. I see what you're doing, Kay. Don't use discrimination.
No, ask Anton. I talk about discrimination and all sorts of things all the time. I'm just saying, because JR always cuts me off. Just answer. Chicago ain't answer that
Hey,
question.
man, just go ahead and shoot your shot, Kay. Just go on here. Shoot
No,
your shot.
I'm not trying to shoot any shot. Why do I understand that? What? No, I'm saying, why didn't you ask Chicago? I'm just trying to figure it out.
Wait, can we just leave me out of this, man? Like,
No,
for real. I mean, hey, listen, listen. You're the queen of not answering questions directly. So
no, because
let's be
I
clear.
don't
All right,
Answer
y'all.
the
Come on,
question.
y'all. Come on, y'all. We're gonna get back on task. Get back on task.
Answer the question, fam.
Hey, Anton, you had a question for Rilla?
See,
I did. Jesus Christ, bro. Rilla. So if your girl hypothetically, right, not in real life, but let's just say your girl hypothetically was like, yo, I'm cool, just tell me what you really want. Like, I'm cool with, you expressing that. Would you ever consider the possibility of having two?
Nah, I've set my thermostat at an early age, bro. I've been offered those opportunities.
Talk to him, Rilla.
No, for real, I'm serious. Twice in my life I had the opportunity. So I've set my thermostat early. So
Rilla hit a milestone on his birthday last week, and he was like, "I'm different."
Cut that out. And listen, let me tell you the conversation that I do have with my girl. I think Courtney was saying that, whatever I do need her to be, if I need you to be a slut monkey for the night, go ahead, put that wig on, let's get to it. You know what I'm saying? If I need you to be demure and pure, I need you, whatever I need from you. This is just my personal belief and opinion. Whatever I need from you, I should be able to get that about you.
Slut monkey.
All right, Anton, I'm coming to you. A man's desires change. Should a wife be open to the possibility of being one or two?
I do think she should be open to the possibility of whatever happens in a relationship. As it relates to me, I'm chilling, bro. I'm slow motion. Like, honestly, if I'm answering it on a personal level, I'm so busy that I don't have time. I gotta make time to deal with the one that I got. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, for me, I'm so busy, I'm so chasing the bag or whatever, and I allocate and I make time for it, and all of that, so on and so forth. But man, I don't know. I guess it's some people that just got that level of visibility into their schedule. I just think it's a small minority of men that's even built to be able to handle two women. Most guys can't even handle one woman. And very rarely, first of all, most guys can't afford to have two women. That's A.
Yeah.
B, most guys ain't built to handle two women. That's B. And I just think that if most guys that's winning on the level to even be able to afford it, there's a small minority of them that even have the availability to nurture two relationships, let alone one. Because you're not just talking about just busting down a chick. Like, yeah, somebody can bust her down and, you can have a thing and then that be it. You forget about her. You never have to deal with her again. But you're talking about having two whole women with compounding issues and emotions and jealousy and all kind of stuff that just gets stirred into that pot. And I just think that most guys ain't even built to handle one, let alone two. So I don't know. I just can't see it for most guys. So for me, it's not even what you want, is what you built for. And I just can't see it. But I think that everybody should be open to having a conversation, because largely what's made my relationship super successful is that we're proactive in putting everything on the table as far as what we want, where we at. And it's not even so much to bring something else in or introduce it. It's to solve for largely why I'm thinking this way and whether or not this, you know what I'm saying? It's just like she my best friend first. So I'm going to tell her every thought that I may have. And I'm not worried about anything outside of, yo, all right, we're going to move in this direction. But I just don't think that for the overwhelming, and when I say overwhelming, I'm saying overwhelming, the overwhelming majority of us, we not built like that. Real talk.
Anton, I agree with you all the way around. I just had to say that.
Nah, I know I said the wrong thing. Let me go on replay and figure out what the piss I just said so I can get myself together, bro.
No,
Call my
I like
team.
your wife more than I like you. And I think
In what way?
no, she's amazing. She's awesome. But yeah, I agree with you.
He said in what way?
What are y'all doing?
He asked the question. There you go again, deflecting again. So
you
yes,
might like her as a friend. You might like her as a comment. What the piss is you talking about?
No, I'm saying I just said I like your wife more than I like you.
But why did you say what are we doing?
Because JR came on. In what kind of way? Like what?
Oh, that's the question Anton asked. I don't think you heard him.
Sure what kind of way?
Listen. Honestly, real talk. Sex is very important when it comes to a relationship. But most guys, when you think of two women, you're only thinking about it sexually. When he's saying having two, and JR, correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking about having two in-house like permanently forever, right?
Yeah, just the company.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Like, sex is the end, like it's the added benefit, like it's the extra. The majority of the time that you have somebody in your house, it's not like you're having sex like 24 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all of the stuff that lead up to it. It's the emotions, it's the money, it's everything. You know what I'm saying? And it's most people ain't built like that. They act like they are.
It'd be a beautiful thing.
That's what they lead with. Most people,
you smelling it, brother. It could be a
most guys is trying to fight off the possibility of you having a chick and talking about women ain't nothing and I want to get divorced. And now they want two of them. Come on, man. Make up your mind. Which one you want? You don't want them or you want all of them? Which one is it?
That's what I'm talking about, Anton. I agree with you. Let me just say that.
Hey,
I mean, like, it's some guys.
At least you being honest, right? Like, at least you being honest.
Some guys that can handle it, and it's some guys that can financially support that life. Most of us can't. I'm in a position I can. I choose not to. Let's be clear. But again, most guys can't.
All right, guys, just tune in. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Make sure you get them likes up, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats. Moving on to our next topic, which is, what are some strengths in women that come off as toxic behavior in relationships? What are some strengths in women that come off as toxic behavior in relationships? Start with you, Amira.
Oh man, I thought you was going to K. Jesus.
Anton, please leave me alone.
I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. I did. I thought I was muted.
Leave me alone.
That's a really difficult question because women, we can use our femininity as our strength, but it can come out as toxic in a way, because I guess the example would be like using our vulnerability, using our that kind of thing, that kind of like weakness can be toxic in different ways if we're using it at the wrong time. Example being like, how can I do that? I can't really think clearly right now of it. Maybe just come back to me later.
No, okay. I get what you're saying, and that was something similar to what I was gonna say. Because the question,
that was an accident. I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't. Why do y'all do this? Like, leave me alone, okay? Like, let me just answer the questions. Let me be multifaceted. But yeah. So, Amira, like what you were saying, I completely understood, because it was when I saw this question, I kind of was like, wait, what? But then I was like, and what I was thinking was that yes, you can use. I think femininity is a major strength that women have, right? But you can also use it to manipulate people and things like that. So that can be toxic.
Yeah, like kind of like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, and actually, we actually agree for the first time. Yes, yes, I do believe that.
Oh my God, JR, I'm sick of you. I'm sick of Anton. I'm not sick of you, Mr. Attorney. You either Courtney, Lauren, Chicago. I'm kind of tired of you, and I don't know. But yeah, Amir, I'm sorry. I was just playing. But yeah,
But yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Like, I just wanted to give an example, but I can't really form one completely right now in my head. But later on, maybe.
I can help y'all. I agree with using our femininity, but like, for example, like women use sex to get what they want. Often they throw themselves at, men often, especially now into, social media, today's society. And they know that a lot of systems favor them over men, right? So they have the ability to accuse, to manipulate, to your point, Kay. Like, so they use that, I'm a woman off rip for pretty much any and everything. Another I guess strength that I thought about was acting weak or helpless. Like, men want to feel needed, like men want to take care of women in a sense. And so when women use that, like, oh, not I don't want to call them damsel in distress, but like that weakness or the helplessness to get out of doing certain things or being a certain way, like that's something that that can definitely be super toxic. So those two, and then this whole like yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it there because sexuality is a huge part, and I think that women leverage that a lot in many different spaces and places.
Yeah, I think part of the example would be like women doing bad things or acting poorly, possibly even assaulting men physically, and then turning around and saying, "Oh, but I'm a woman. This is, and those are times when women can use their femininity. Like you see, even women who have gone to jail or, for murder or what have you, and they'll get leniency from the judge a lot of times because there's this damsel in distress, like Lauren said. So yeah, that's pretty toxic because you know that you're evil, you know that you're bad, but you want the world to see you in your, feminine thing.
What do you guys consider as strengths for women?
There's a lot of things that make women not, I wouldn't say strong, but that makes us valuable. But as for strength, I don't know.
I'm gonna go to the lead attorney. What are some strengths in women that come off as toxic behavior in relationships?
I think women have a lot of strengths. I think one that can be toxic is their intuition. I think a woman's intuition is very important, especially when they're raising children, particularly when they're raising infants. And, you got a 6-month-old that's crying and, the 6-month-old isn't going to tell you what he's crying about. And a woman has to sense it, right? Just kind of read the tea leaves and pick up the clues and figure out, what the hell's going on with this kid. Or, especially a lot of times it'll be the mothers who will find out that, the child is deaf. The mother can just sense like something is not right with this child. I don't think the child can see properly. That is a huge strength. But when you apply it to grown men who can actually communicate with you, but you don't want to listen to what they're saying. You don't want to listen to the words. You want to revert back to your intuition and try to read the tea leaves and discard what this grown man is telling you and figure it out for yourself. That can absolutely be toxic because a man is telling you things and you're disregarding them to come to your own conclusion. And that can absolutely frustrate a man. It can absolutely ruin a relationship if it goes too far, and you think something's off and, he's having a bad day. Maybe he got cussed out by his boss, but he doesn't want to tell you because that's a little bit emasculating. And now here you go thinking that he's cheating on you, right? Which is going to piss him off even more because maybe he does want to cheat on you, but he's not because he's a good guy. And you're accusing him of something that he wants to do anyway.
Go ahead and do it. If
man, right?
You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna get accused, if I gotta account for it, I might as well go ahead and do the bust down. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Especially when the real reason is I'm mad is because I had a bad day at work because this white man is on my neck, but I need the job and I didn't say what I wanted to say. I didn't keep it real so that I can keep paying the mortgage on this damn house. And now here you come. Right?
Now I
Can I
gotta sit
please
here and
ask a
listen to your
question?
mouth.
Yes.
You get one question, Kay, and then I got to
Okay.
get to everybody else.
Okay. So what I heard you saying was kind of like maternal instinct type of thing versus grown man dealings as it relates to women, right?
Well, what I
So,
was
like-
saying was the intuition and it
Right,
it being applied in one context that's fitting and it being applied in another context that's not. But it's definitely a strength.
Right. So like, do you think, because do you think that if a woman treats a man in that way, that she's doing it intentionally, or is that just like, in your opinion, a womanly, I guess, thing to do, to treat the man that you're with that same level of like intuitive, motherly, maternal, whatever? Do you think, just what's your opinion? Do you think that that is purposeful, toxic, or do you think it's just a byproduct of being a woman?
Well, it can absolutely be a byproduct of a woman and toxic at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Especially once the guy has told her, hey, listen, all right, I know what you're doing, and I know you're gonna have these natural tendencies, and that's fine, but you're gonna at some point you're gonna need to control them. Mm-hmm. And if she does not take the concerted effort to control her natural tendencies, it's absolutely toxic, it's absolutely a negative thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think your question is a very good question. I don't know why you get such a bad rap. I mean, it seems like
you know
look
what?
at
Anton. This is fine. Yes, you understand me.
Oh my god!
This is fine. Thank you.
Anton is like, oh man, I
Thank
thought you were
you.
my boy, Lee. Shout out to Anton. I'm just trying to make his life hard.
Anton, do not do it. Anton, leave me alone. Anton, just stop.
Let me use Kay as an example.
Oh my goodness, here we go. What?
A strength that leads to toxicity. One strength that Kay has is an ability to be able to take the punches. She can take the heat. She take the comments. She to do all of that. I was telling JR, I said Kay is impenetrable. Like she out here like the Hulk. You know what I'm saying? But the one thing about the Hulk is the madder they get, the more toxic and more destructive he becomes. And Kay is very much like the Hulk in that way.
Oh my goodness.
She takes all of these comments and it just does something to her, and she just comes back more and more Hulk smash. The very next show, she brings more ammunition. She brings her earthy friends up here. And so that, in my opinion, that's an example of toxicity exemplified when it comes to Chaos K down there.
Oh my goodness. Do not start this. You know what? Maybe.
With the hashtag Chaos K?
Hashtag Chaos K.
I actually kind of like it. Chaos K. That's my stage name from when I get my rap career off the ground. That's what's going to happen. Okay. You heard it here first.
All right, Rilla. What are some strengths in women that come off as toxic behavior in relationships?
Oh dear.
I think one of the strengths that women have is their ability to nurture, right? And so obviously when they have children or when they're overseeing children, anything like that, or when somebody is sick or something like that, like their ability to nurture is great and astounding, but it becomes toxic. It becomes toxic in a relationship.
She got to wear that.
I missed that one. It becomes toxic in the relationship when she begins to coddle the man.
There you go, Rilla.
And what happened? Oh,
are y'all dating?
Shout out. No.
Okay.
Shout out to JB. That's all you, Lee. She said, "Come." And
that's who dating.
Oh, Rilla and Laura.
No.
Ooh la la.
No.
I'm protective of Lauren. I'm the gatekeeper for Lauren, so I'm just gonna tell y'all that right now, Lauren. And you know it's true. I'm the gatekeeper. I'm the gatekeeper for Lauren. I control Lauren. Now, when it comes to me and JR, now JR is my work husband. I just want to tell you that.
Hey,
I don't care. Listen, I don't care what he tells. I don't care what he tell you.
Finger.
I don't care what he tell you, Lee. JR is my work husband. We can keep it going.
No, y'all got a great chemistry.
Yeah, that was it. I just think I think, you know, when a woman tries to overly nurture a man in the relationship, it can become toxic. You know, coddling him, it stifles his growth, it stifles his ability to lead, and it almost, you know, downright emasculates the man when the woman overly nurtures him. So,
okay.
Can I ask Chicago a question?
You get one question for real.
Nope. Not entertaining no questions.
He declined. The court is adjourned.
I am digging this.
I respect his declining of the question. That's okay.
Do you?
Yeah.
Actually, to be honest with you,
here we go.
On a real league, and I'm just giving you some context on the history of the show.
Okay.
So Kay in Chicago, we used to think that they had a thing, right? We used to think that there was kind of,
I don't know why they would think something like
Who
that.
thought that?
Okay, come on, Kay. Really? We haven't had this conversation. We haven't had this conversation live and everything. Court, am I off on this one?
But why would you think
you're not off?
Thank you. So why y'all trying to act like y'all don't understand?
No. I didn't say
what y'all were
in
saying.
a joke.
We were not.
Y'all are wilding.
I said that we used to think.
JR, that's my favorite.
I said that we used to think that Kay and Rilla had a thing, and every time we would mention it and bring it up, they would get real quiet, and they would get, when you walk in a room, and it's a bunch of bad kids, and then the parent come in and they was doing something they wasn't supposed to do, and they straighten up like that. That's what we thought. That's what we thought was going on with Rilla and Kay, right?
Oh my God, I hate.
Wow, y'all getting down over here.
Has issues. Thing that you played. Oh, I can't.
The lead is never coming back.
I love it.
Y'all don't know who the lead is. Hey, the lead was getting spicy on my show. I don't know which. Once it got late, it got past that 11 p.m. The lead started. We took it to halftime.
JR, please never play that other sound again.
I know you love it.
No.
You guys are just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Greatest show ever. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our next topic, which is if you're single until married, how do you meet your potential? We often talk about this on the show. I know Anton always says it all the time, that you're single until you're married, that he doesn't believe in dating. So I wanted to try to figure out, like, how do you meet somebody? Like, how do you vet somebody that's going to be your potential husband or wife if you don't believe in dating, or if you're single until you're married? Start with you, Anton.
You sure you want me to break this down?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I don't believe in dating personally. I know that the lead and I have disagreed on that on countless occasions. But I don't believe in dating. I think that dating largely is an opportunity for people to put themselves in a position to either align themselves with somebody's representative or just have sex, right? And as a person of the cloth, right, or a person that believes in Christianity or the Bible or whatever, I got to stand on the whole thing. I can't just pick and choose which parts I like and which parts I don't, right? I do realize that we in 2021, but in my opinion, I've seen it work to be successful in numerous relationships when people move a specific type of way. Now, the way that you're supposed to move as far as finding a wife or finding a husband is to align with people that's in your network. You are going to be around some awesome people. When you're aligning yourself with people that's going in the direction that you're going, and largely what you want to do is you want the foundation of that relationship to be built on something much greater than just looks, much greater than sex, because that stuff comes and goes. It's going to be ebbs and flows. It's going to be ups and downs. Y'all not going to like each other. Y'all going to like each other. Y'all going to be jackrabbits. Y'all going to be madly in love, and then y'all not going to be feeling each other. But you want the relationship to stand on something much stronger than that. And so it has to be built on friendship. It has to be built on character, and it also has to be built on whatever your principles are and the foundation of your beliefs, whether that be spirituality, whatever, so on and so forth. So I've always believed that at some point you're supposed to marry your best friend. And the only way you can truly find out is if somebody is your best friend is that they have to be in your network. You have to be able to see who they are without all of the trying to unlayer stuff. You just got to see them in their element. You got to see them when they laugh, and you got to see them when they're crying. You got to see them in business, how they move with money, what their thoughts are, how they think about God, all that other type of stuff. And most of the time, you'll find yourself marrying the right person that's going in the direction that you're going in, and you can have those uncomfortable conversations with them, and it's beyond just I love you or I hate you at the moment. When they're your best friend and you find those type of people in your network, and they are often at times the person that's closest to you, that you're confiding in, that you're having the deepest conversations in. They understand you. They know what you look like. They've seen you at your worst and they've seen you at your best. And those are the people that you're supposed to be married to. And often at times we lead with love instead of leading with logic, because logic and aligning yourself with the right type of person often will lead to you falling in love with the right person that's for you. So that's what my theory is, and I've seen it work countless times. And again, I don't believe in dating. I believe in courting, and courting and dating is two different things.
So Anton, in 10 sentences, I want you to kind of break that down. Say, yeah, you know,
A lot.
just
A little paragraph.
well, it's not a paragraph because I haven't even asked the question yet. So, you know, say you're single, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, tell me how you would do it in 10 sentences.
Well, me as a man, I'm not focused on women. I'm focused on leveling up, becoming the best version of myself, and just grinding. And so I'm often at times focused on building my network. I'm speaking with people, I'm getting out, I'm interacting, I'm attending events without any kind of like real subconscious thing that I'm trying to go there to do. I'm not trying to go there to meet women. I'm trying to go there to just chill, have a good time, have fun, so on and so forth. So I'm just actively participating, and I'm working on myself so much because I feel like part of your work is building a network. Your network is your net worth, right? Get out, interact with people, have fun, meet people, become friends of friends. I also often say that the way that you get promoted, especially in the executive ranks, as a guy that's been vice president of user experience at a mid-sized bank, people promote you when they do things because they like you, not necessarily because you're the hardest worker. So networking is important. And then often at times you'll just start to be introduced to, surround yourself by, learn to say yes, get out your comfort zone, stop always staying home. When somebody invites you somewhere, go out, have fun, do things, right? And you'll start to just naturally be introduced to people that is going to become a part of your expanding network. And that's where you'll find your spouse. But often at times we too comfortable with just sending DMs or being on the internet and going home and not actually participating in society. And even me today, I'm out every single, Lauren just pulled up on me yesterday at the coffee shop in downtown Detroit. And we was just kicking it and just having a good time. And I'm out and about and I'm chilling. So I just think that you got to participate in society, and your network will start to naturally expand, and you'll find somebody that actually aligns in the direction that you're going in.
I appreciate you painting that picture. The lead attorney, Anton, says you and him had a similar discussion. What are your thoughts about that? If you're single until married, how do you meet your potential?
I don't understand the question. If you're single until married, what does that mean?
Well, just as Anton said, I mostly hear him say it. So it was, I
don't believe in a relationship.
Right.
Like I don't believe in
like he don't believe in dating.
None of that. I think that either you're single or you're married. I look at it very, very clear cut. I don't think it's any
right. So the part that I wanted a little bit more to discuss is he doesn't believe in dating. So if you don't date, like how do you position yourself to be able to find the one that you're going to marry?
Yeah, as a divorce attorney, I don't even understand the question. I mean, I understand it, but I just disagree. Like I disagree with it so much that I can't even answer it. I think dating is so fundamental to finding out. I mean, marriage should be important, guys. And I see people getting married. Oh, let's go to Vegas and get married. And now they come to me 3 months later. Oh, can I get it annulled? I mean, you can play around with it if you want to. That's fine, I suppose. But if you are going to take it seriously, I think vetting a woman is very important. Now, if you are in a stable environment like Anton, and you have networks and relationships, then those networks and relationships can actually do the vetting for you. But a lot of people are in instability. A lot of people live in chaos, and it's not necessarily their fault. So when you don't have these networks available, and you meet a woman who you think is a potential to really improve your life, not just some, hit it and quit it, but a woman that's real, I don't understand why you would not date her to find out, hey, is this something that we can actually do before we take this humongous step?
That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Lead Attorney.
Yeah.
All right, Amir,
says the woman that's not married, but go ahead.
Oh.
Okay, I still agree with what he was saying. It was very well thought out. And if you even listen to what he was saying, you're...
What do you mean? Me and the lead have had this debate probably 3 or 4 times now. Like, I knew what he was going to say before he said
the woman who's not married is not really a response.
You guys, simmer down.
In this situation.
And the lead knew what I was going to say before I said it. So, I mean, it's not nothing new. I'm telling the lead that his argument is losing credibility because you agree with it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I just agree with 2 things you said, Anton.
All right. We're gonna go around the panel first, and then we can visit it later when you ask your one question. Okay, Amira, I know that you had kind of informed us of how you met your husband, but for the new people that's in the audience and for the lead, if you're single until married, how do you meet your potential?
Okay, hi, Mr. Lead Attorney.
How are you doing, Amira?
I'm doing good, thank you so much. I got married around 5 or 6 weeks after I met my husband, but this is cultural, I believe, more cultural, traditional. My husband met me at my cousin's birthday party. We said hello. Well, we don't even shake hands. We just bow to one another. He went to my father, spoke with my father, proposed that he wanted to court me. My father brought this to me, and I accepted the courtship. After 5 or 6 weeks, we decided to get married, and we are still married. That was 4 years ago, going on 5. When we talk about dating, I do believe that dating is a fairly new concept for people. And there are husbands out there and there are wives out there. When a woman is a wife, she will be insulted being put in a position of girlfriend for an extended period of time. Most women who are wives want to get straight to it. They don't want to sit there in that courting girlfriend stage. So it's kind of an insult. If my husband would have told me, I want to date you for a year or 2 and then figure out if I want to marry you, I would have told him to kick rocks, essentially. So when it comes down to if you want to ask, how will you meet your husband if you're not dating? There are many ways to do this. And especially if you are a Christian, you can go through your church. You can meet people in the church and you can court for a short period of time. There's nothing you're going to know about someone. Just like I think, Anton, you said it. When you're dating, you're not dating the real person most of the time. You're dating a representative because, of course, that person's going to be on their best behavior because you're just dating. When you get married, you can court for a little while, but once you get married, people change. And if you haven't been married, maybe you don't see it, but people take things differently. They treat you in a more serious way, and they don't see you as this disposable thing that maybe it's on today and off tomorrow. There's more seriousness to it. And I just don't believe in dating for extended periods of time. I believe in courting. And if you want to find your husband, I do believe going through your religious organization, going through your family, having people vet you through your family and the people around you, get a background check. Do what you need to do to vet that person in your way that you need to, but don't waste your time and energy in dating.
Okay. Lauren, if you're single until married, how do you meet your potential?
So I'll be honest, I didn't subscribe to Anton's view until recently because he made a lot of sense. I was dating and obviously unsuccessful, and that was the reason why I think I do need to surround myself with a network or a group of people. And that way I'm able to establish a friendship, see them in their like authentic state. And to me, that eliminates the like unnecessary, I'm just trying to have sex with you kind of person, right? Like you're able to surround yourself with like-minded people. So that I agree with. And like I said, that is not how I operated in the past. So with that said, establishing a network is first, and then dating to me would equal courtship, right? So I wouldn't use the word dating. I would move from like having a group, like a network of people, of eligible men that will qualify, that will fall into my standards that I would want, my preferences, and then courtship, and then and that's only if you're willing and wanting to commit, right? If there's no commitment, don't move into the courtship phase. And to your point, Lead, I am leaning on my network to like make the connections, right? Like if there's no point of having a network if they're not going to be looking out for your best interest. That's the purpose of a network, is you share shared interests, you share commonalities, and so you often know the character of the people that are in your network, and so that is how you kind of keep the strength, the richness within the network, right? It's like, okay, I know this person's solid, I can vouch for this person, and I think you would be great here, vice versa. So yeah, it's just establishing a solid network first. And what does that look like in today's society? Like you think about COVID, you think about all these different things where you're not necessarily going out like you used to before. I'm pressing pause on like building. I mean, I can build a network, but not how I would want, because like you said, go to events, get out of the house and surround yourself. But like right now, it's not typically ideal. So if you are not able to position yourself appropriately, then just press pause and focus your energies onto something else. But don't just throw yourself in situations for the sake of saying, I'm trying to date, I'm trying to get married ASAP. I mean, I think that's a little risky.
That's my girl. That's my girl. Yeah, I like that, Lauren. That's my girl.
I actually think somebody took the words in my mouth in the comments, but this is a network, like the Lapeef network. So, we got people all together, and
I'm trying to keep people divided from this. Stay away from K. Stay away from K. You
never know what could transpire.
I feel like they're already infecting Courtney. I was reluctant to let Courtney even interview K, because I do not want y'all to be friends.
Kay is gorgeous. I love her. You're saying that you don't want people to be friends. Like,
what are y'all putting me into this? I'm just trying to answer the question.
Courtney is minding her business, and now you
Poor
talking
Courtney.
about
This is so bad for Courtney.
So I have a question though.
Mind your business.
Anton or whomever that wants to answer, when you are a part of that network, I hear people say all the time, women shouldn't be shooting their shot, right? But in a network, is that okay? Or are you really relying on the network to link, or, to make the connection?
I think that shooting a shot and the way that a lot of people frame it is extreme. I think that a lot of people say it's extreme. I think that women can be flirty. I think that they can be like you being a part of my network now, Lauren. Like I wouldn't even introduce you to a guy that I didn't feel like was a good dude. I don't rock with dudes that's not a good dude. You know what I'm saying? So I think that stuff just naturally kind of flows, but it flows in a way in which that wasn't necessarily the intention going into it for most people. Mm-hmm. They just got to know you for who you truly were, and then that is the thing that they naturally, start to attract themselves to once it gets past a certain point. But I think that most people are just going into it with the wrong intentions. And as a person that stands on certain principles and ethics, I think that most people put themselves in a position where they can't resist, and they find themselves in sexual situations that translate into nothing. That's just real. And really? If you're just a bachelor and you're rocking like that, that may be cool. But for most people and most men that say they want to be married, that's not the ideal way in order to find a wife.
Really, if you're single into married, how do you meet your potential?
I mean, I don't, obviously I'm in a long-term relationship, so I don't necessarily, obviously don't subscribe to the principle that you're single until you're married. But I think it's the same. Like I personally believe strongly in the law of attraction. And it's not, necessarily like meditations and incense, but I do believe in positive affirmations and putting that energy out there, right? Because what happens is when you start to hear your own words back to you, you begin to align and position yourself, right? And then you also begin to attract the thing that you're looking for just by positioning yourself. So I talked one time on the platform about, you know, when I was in Detroit and I was going through like this really rough time, one of the things that I did is I treated myself like a tourist in that city. And I learned a lot, and I met a lot of dope people in that city, right? And so I didn't run into, you know, I didn't run into like people off the east side or west side or down, you know, 7 Mile or, you know, Conant Gardens or anything like that. Most of the people that I ran into were creators because that's what I was attracted to, and I was attracting those type of people to me, right? And it's in those spaces. And I didn't find anybody there. I didn't find anybody romantically there. You know, the person that I'm with now is actually, I've known her for years. But I always say in that experience, had I not gone through that, I wouldn't have recognized the woman that I'm with now. I wouldn't have recognized that opportunity when it presented itself to me. I wouldn't have known how to respond to her, or even, you know, even really how to show proper interest in her, right? So I just, for me personally, I subscribe to the thought that of the law of attraction principle, and that you know, you are who you attract. Well, you attract who you are, not you are who you attract. You attract who you are.
Okay. Courtney, if you're single until married, how do you meet your potential?
So I pretty much agree with majority of the people on the panel. I think for me, it's dating with intentions. I do know that it doesn't take men very long to know if you're someone they can be with and want to marry or not. So, and I would even suggest maybe up to like 90 days for a man to kind of know, okay, yes, I see her in my life, either a short period of time, just in my bed, or as a wife. But I date for attentions, and I don't tend to date that long. I'm not dating someone for years or anything like that because it's a waste of time. Definitely for me, it's a waste of my time. So it's going in, being honest, and letting them know, look, I'm dating, but I'm dating because I'm wanting to be married. And if that's something that this is what you're looking for, then we can date. If it's not, then there's no reason to date you. There's no reason to talk to you or even get to know you or try to vet. But I want to say something to lead to, because I know he was like the confusion. So I think with the title, it's single until married, meaning that we don't put relationships, girlfriend and boyfriend, on some kind of pedestal. Like you're single until you marry. It's the marriage that counts. It's not the dating. Because at the end of the day, I can date you for 2 years and you could just walk about life, and that's a complete waste of my time. So it's the emphasis is on the marriage part. And if you're wanting to be married, make that known. I don't think it's desperation or anything like that. Let it be known. Look, I'm dating because of this. Are you dating because of this? And that, if we agree with that, then let's get to vet to know each other to see if we match, and we can go further than just vetting or courting.
You say that if you're not married, you know, you can date, let's say 10 years, and then the guy can just leave, right?
Well, yeah, now I know different states have it like common law, but if you take like DMX, when he passed away, he was dating his girlfriend for like 14 years or something like that. And what happened? He passed, the court didn't seem that she was going to get anything. So as a wife, I would have gotten, you know, I don't know if he had life insurance or anything like that, but she left with nothing but a 14-year relationship that left her with nothing.
Okay.
So that's a complete waste of time to me.
But it's so weird though that she spent 14 years with this man. Let's go and assume 14 years. But the fact that she got nothing at the end, you say that it's a waste of time. That is amazing that would come out of your mouth.
Why?
Like because 14 years with a good man is so valuable.
I agree.
And wait. So for you to say, that you spent 14 years with a good man, and then it was a waste of time. Like, damn, you don't value a man. You don't value a man at all.
Well, that's not true. I value relationship and I value marriage, because there's
time if you spend a decade and a half with a great man.
Well, if he was so great, he should have married her. And there's obviously benefits of marriage. And she has no benefit in the marriage. That's why you get married. The marriage, if we stand it's a business, I'm getting married for a particular purpose. And I can love you all day. But however, we got, let's share these bills. Let's get on each other's life insurance and make sure that if something were to happen to me as a wife, you're taken care of. Our kids are still taken care of. So it's benefits of a marriage. And if you don't deem me as important to be your wife, but just a girlfriend for 10, 15 years, then no, that is. You have to deem me a little bit more important.
Lee, you think that it makes sense for a person to be in a 14-year relationship but not take the extra step and get married?
Here's what I'm objecting to. The fact that you can spend 14 years of your life as a man supporting a woman, working for a woman, bending your will for a woman, fighting for a woman, putting your life on the line for a woman. But if the relationship ends and she doesn't get a big payoff, then it is quote unquote a waste of time.
Well, you're doing that. That's extreme.
Hold on.
No. What's extreme?
Hold on, Court. Because let's put it in context. DMX was not a phenomenal man like that. Let's be clear. Like he wasn't the saintliest guy. Yeah, he said prayers, but the dude was super duper promiscuous. He was out here in the streets. He was doing he did a lot of dirty stuff. So let's not just frame it as though he's done all of this phenomenal stuff when largely she had to endure through that relationship. And then on the tail end, even when he unexpectedly died, she doesn't even get the opportunity to be able to manage the estate for the kids that come along with it. Come on, now, Lee. Now, we're going to have to approach this with a level of integrity if we're going to have this conversation, and it can't just be one way. Like, we framing it like he did all of this, but we're not taking into account how much she held him down throughout the process. She was very much the rock in that relationship. It wasn't him.
I think wait, Amira, wait. I think you missed. I don't think you heard Courtney very well, Anton. She said it would be a waste of her time, and Courtney was not dating DMX. All right, that's the first thing. So, were you dating DMX?
Well, back in '99. No.
All right. So you're the one that shifted. Wait, hold up. Give me a chance to respond, especially since he brought up integrity. I don't think you were listening well enough, and you misunderstood, Anton. So Courtney was not talking about DMX. That's the first thing. So second thing, she
used him as an example,
but she said it would be a waste of my time. So I was talking about a possible man that Courtney would date. Hopefully she would not be dating a man that's doing all of this promiscuous activity. Hopefully she would be dating a good man. Hopefully she would be dating a man who would support her, who would work for her, who would put his life on the line for her. That's the first thing. So wait, no. So you misunderstood.
I'm gonna let you rock. Go ahead.
All right, so you misunderstood. That's the first thing. The second thing is that if DMX was such a bad guy, if DMX was so promiscuous, if DMX was all in these streets, if DMX was using drugs, then and the woman decided to stay, I don't want to talk bad about this man because he's not here, but sometimes you can make your own bed. And when you make your own bed, then sometimes you have to lie in it.
That's the end of the conversation.
Please bring.
Wait.
Hold on. I think at time. Go ahead.
You're telling me that her loyalty to him is her fault when it came to her getting the bad end of the stick when he unexpectedly died, her holding him down, when the conversation that we have largely across the internet and the manosphere that people put us in these boxes of is women not holding us down. And then you find a woman that actually holds you down in your inability to exercise dick discipline, your inability to be the man that you're supposed to be, your inability to take care of the kids and be promiscuous. That largely lies and falls into the woman's lap because of your inability to be the man that you're supposed to be, even ensuring when you pass away that these very same people that you're supposed to be responsible for as a man. And this is one of the reasons and the issues that I have with a lot of these guys out here is because they largely get a pass And it all falls back on the woman. And as a person that hold both men and women accountable, they largely get a pass because we are stronger. We do have a dick. We do have the responsibility to provide and protect for the people that we are supposed to. And, you know, we are supposed to take care of our kids. We supposed to take care of the women that's on top of our kids, and he just get a pass, and that's just the end of the conversation. And it largely just falls on the woman for continuing to rock with the dude that we advocate for these women to go back to their baby fathers, go back and do this stuff. Every man in the manosphere is always saying, yo, stick with your baby father, roll with him, hold them down, all of that. It's a lot of these guys in this chat all the time that's talking about ain't no good women in here. They ain't gonna hold them down like anti-woman hold them down. And that's just the end of the conversation. That's the end of the dialogue.
I think that absolutely it falls on her. You know, I want women to be accountable. And if you know that you are married, if you know that you are not married to a Pookie and you see this Pookie sleeping with all types of women, bringing all types of diseases, all types of animals on his penis home to you, and you decide to stay, that is on you. There are many men in this world. No one forced you to stay with the Pookie. So many women's lives are destroyed because they hung with Pookies. So many women are in prison because of what their Pookies did. And these are 30-year-old women, 35-year-old women, 40-year-old women, sometimes with kids. Now they can't see their kids. Why? Because they're in prison. Why? Because they were in the car with Pookie when Pookie tried to rob somebody. Absolutely. A woman should not hold down a Pookie. A woman should have integrity and value herself in her own life, especially if she's not married to him. Women can make a choice. Women have a brain. And if a woman chooses to live a lifestyle, then she's going to reap the benefits and the losses of that lifestyle.
Yeah.
And then ironically, right after that, it's funny because, you know, I got to be objective on both sides, because if she leaves, then she for the streets. If she stays, then she got a brain and she should have left. It's a no-win situation for a woman that finds herself between a rock and a hard place with men that largely do not take the responsibility that comes along with exercising the dick that they have. And nobody knew, right? Nobody knew. And this is the dilemma that I have, that I feel like women are suffering in, right? Because who knew that this dude was going to turn into a Pookie? Real talk. Yeah, of course there's a level of responsibility that comes along with that. There's a level of responsibility that comes along with everybody.
You think DMX was wearing a tie one day and then on Monday he's like, oh, I'm gonna be DMX? No, he was a Pookie since he was born.
What do you mean? That she had his baby. She had his baby, and so now, so you telling me that after she had his baby, she just supposed to dip?
She knew.
Come on,
he
man.
was. She
You
knew
know
he
what's
was
so
a
funny?
Pookie.
But you know what
She knew.
You know what the unfortunate part of this. You know what the unfortunate part of this situation always lead is, because not once have I ever, in any part of this conversation, have you laid any of the onus at the feet of DMX. It's all the woman. You laid no onus, not one time, at any part of this conversation, and holding DMX accountable for being the man that he was supposed to be. Yet he was able to. Kay, I'm not even talking to you.
I know, but
you didn't hold DMX accountable one time, and that's the problem, because all of these dudes will watch this platform and they'll watch this show and they think that they can do anything that they want to do, and they don't understand the responsibility that come along with slinging your dick around. And then we gonna blame women and we gonna say they for the streets and we gonna do all of this and all of that. But I have to be the man that I would want my daughter to marry first. It starts with me. I'm the head. We want to cite all of this stuff, man. God over man, man over woman, woman over child. But where the man gonna do what he's supposed to do first? It's my responsibility first. It starts with me, and everybody else that's under me follow me. When it comes to leadership in any organization, in any executive branch, at any job, at any business, any entrepreneurial, like, it all starts with the head. We hold and we bear all the responsibility. It's the CEO's fault first. Nobody goes to the workers and say, oh, the workers ain't doing what they're supposed to do. They go to the CEO and they say, hey, why didn't you get your troops in order? Why your household ain't in order? Why your junk is all messed up? Why is you messing up, and now all of these families have to suffer as a responsibility or as a result of it? But this is the only situation that we ever can cite in history, in any circumstance, is in relationships where we then start to lay the responsibility at everyone else's feet, except for where we are as leadership. And that's largely the main problem when it comes to the Black community, our communities as a whole, because it first starts in the household and then it blossoms and blooms into everything else. I'm not going for it. I'm never going for it.
And let me say something too, because I think it was kind of taken out of extreme. Is it a waste of my time that I don't get, if I'm with someone for 14 years, they pass, and I use DMX as an example? Yes, it is. Marriage is important, but it's not just it's a covenant between two people becoming one, but there's benefits of the marriage. I'm investing my entire life to a man. The man is investing his life in me. It's a business. So yes, you want to make sure that your business has some positive outcomes to it. That is financially, that is raising kids in a 2-parent household. That is, owning property. There's a whole lot of stuff that becomes of marriage. Me not marrying someone that I have been for years. In essence, I can't give my life to that. I can't 100% say I'm all yours when you were not even willing to commit to me on that bigger level. Marriage is important. And especially when you talk to women that want to be married, a majority of us do. And a lot of times we stay in these relationships because we feel like that we can change you, or we can be that woman to say, yeah, well, I didn't think I would marry, but you're the special one. We stay in that. Women are delusional when it comes to that at times. But marriage is important. And it's a Pookie and Ray Ray that's going to allow himself to be with a woman for years and not marry her.
That's what Pookies do.
It's wasting her time.
That is exactly what Pookies do.
Right.
But
that's what I'm saying. That's a waste of my time with being with a Pookie.
But whose fault is that? Who forced you to be with Pookie? Pookie ain't changing.
Well, let me say something to you, Lead, as well, because I found it interesting when I said that, and he was like, that man 14 years bend over backwards will kill for you and all this. But you didn't say once anything about me as a woman and what I'm willing to do for him as well. It was all
you were the woman, you were the person that said it's a waste of time. The man never said it was a waste of time. So why would I focus on you? You're the one that's complaining.
Hold on, Court. Let him cook.
Yeah.
No,
but the problem though, Lead, is that you speaking with a forked tongue, because then you also will debate with me about the fact that I say wait until marriage before you have sex. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. You can't illustrate and utilize Pookie and Ray Ray tactics. You can't utilize Pookie and Ray Ray tactics, which is the same thing as that's illustrated is having these kids, having sex out of wedlock, and destroying these communities and not building strong families. But then at the same time, you advocate that people need to be responsible. But then you say on the flip side that it shouldn't matter whether or not you get married or not before you have sex.
I think the chat is seeing something that you two aren't seeing, and I don't know whether
I don't care about what the chat.
I'm just trying to figure out if you think. Listen, let me tell you guys something about Pookies, and I'm representing them, right? Not only in family law court, but also in criminal court. Pookies are gonna be Pookies. All right. Don't talk to me, Anton, about I lead the house and I lead the that. You are not talking about the Pookies. Aren't hearing anything you're saying. They're not changing, and they're going to be themselves. DMX is going to be himself. DMX is for the streets, and he was probably for the streets when he was 8 years old. So you telling me he knocked some woman up when when the woman's 22 and they've been together forever. She knew he was a Pookie when she laid down with him, and when he died, he was the same Pookie. Now, who am I blaming? Pookie or her? I'm blaming her 100% because he was the same way when they started.
Well, we don't know what her character is either.
You first defended him and said that he was the man and he was protecting her for 14 years, and now you're Pookie.
See, now you misunderstood again because you misunderstood what Courtney said in the beginning. Courtney said it would be a waste of my time. So I was assuming that Courtney would date a good man. Jonathan explained it correctly in one of his chats. He said a Pookie, someone like Pookie and someone like the lead attorney are two different people. What you guys are talking about is like a professional person, a person who has goals. What I'm talking about, DMX is a whole nother person that you guys cannot apply to this. DMX, these Pookies, they are not changing. I've represented them. I've gone down to South Georgia in the prisons where they're at. They are the same people.
So Lee, are you telling me
you
that
choose-
there's not let me ask you a question. Are you telling me that there's not a significant portion of the population, and obviously neither one of us know the data, right? We're not K, right? But just in general, there's not a significant portion of the population that's shacking up. And even with this pandemic that's passed, there has been a lot of unexpected passings, to be respectful. There's been a lot of unexpected passings where people did not have their ducks in a row, and they weren't Pookies or Ray Rays and things like that, but they were in long-term relationships, and she don't get the pension. She don't get nothing. She don't get none of that stuff as a result of them not doing things the right and proper way as defined by this country and all of these different states, and that you should be married when you want to participate and operate like a married couple. But as a result, because things were not taken care of the proper way, and they weren't necessarily Pookies and Ray Rays, but all of us have an expiration. These are fallouts and things that people have to deal with as a result of not doing things the way properly and in order. Are you telling me that that's not scenarios that's played out significantly all across this country, especially over the last year and a half?
There are absolutely thousands and tens of thousands of scenarios just like you described. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the situation that you're talking about now is a different situation than what we started off talking about with Anton.
Mm-hmm.
We started talking about whether or not it was a waste of Courtney's time to spend 14 years with a good man, and she doesn't get the big payoff at the end.
Well,
right?
That's so extreme. And first, I'm going to say I don't know how good he is to be with me for 14 years and not want to marry me. So, and
why are you with him for 14 years and you've allowed it? God damn, where is the accountability? Like, some of you women have no accountability.
You understand this ain't
what smart woman, what woman who's on, what woman who values herself is going to stay with a man who for 14 years when she wants to get married after the second year? Value yourself. Put value on your life as a woman. Stop looking for a man to hand feed you benefits.
Well, that's a different conversation.
Hold up, Lee. Well, you understand that that's not me, okay? And that's what I'm saying. If I was in a situation like the late
14 years, and that's the man's fault.
I'm crazy.
Hashtag 14 years.
I'm doing it.
14 years, and that's the man's fault. You guys are absolutely crazy over here.
14 years.
I'm not. I'm the.
So again,
I would very much argue that I am the model example of what every man should aspire to be.
Well, your wife didn't wait 14 years for you to get married. Courtney's willing to wait 14 years.
What are you thinking? Wait, hold on.
I am a benevolent dictator.
Hold on. Anton, chill out. Wait, where are you getting this concept?
I think both of y'all are right. I think both of y'all are right, man.
Wait, let me say what I'm saying, because I want to know where Lead is getting this concept that I said I would wait 14 years.
Teasing, I just lay in to tease you. You know, sometimes I just throw a little zinger in there. There you go. I just threw it in there, Courtney. I'm just
you're doing a little salt bang. I got you.
14 years. You was around there for 14 years.
I was like, that's his fault.
You was up for 14 years.
I was like, that hasn't happened to me.
14 years a slave.
One day I'm gonna convince you, Lee. One day I'm gonna convince you.
Oh my God, that's gonna be hard. You know,
Can I jump in for a second, guys?
I'm working on you.
Yeah, go ahead and close us out on this one, Mir.
I understand what both of you are saying, but I just want to say, regardless if he was a Pookie, regardless of whether he's a Pookie or a lead attorney, he's a man and she was a woman, and there's more value to marriage than just a paycheck. And I don't think Courtney at all was just talking about getting a paycheck. I think it has more to do with.
Thank you.
I think it has more to do with legacy. And honestly, when DMX unfortunately passed, he left her with nothing legacy-wise. She would have had the title of being his wife and would have been recognized as such in a respectable manner. She didn't get any of that, even though she did the duties as wife. So I think that's what matters more, is the legacy. And being respectable, and she got nothing. She got no title, no respect, no nothing. So that's what I want to say.
All right, Lauren got something to say too.
Oh no, we can close out. We good.
Okay, we're good. Okay. All right, if you guys just tuned in, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. I got a question that a fan submitted, and then we open up the lines, take a few calls. All right. Make sure you guys get them likes up.
I just want to say this. I just want to say this, guys. Listen to any
wait, Lee. Before you say that, let me first acknowledge. And again, you know I do this every show. Shout out to the lead attorney. Shout out to him continuing to rock with us, him being a trooper, him sticking around for the entirety of the show. Like we didn't even know that this was gonna happen, but it just kind of popped up. So I gotta give you your credit. I always do. I do it on my platform. I do it on your platform, and I just want to acknowledge, your greatness and the fact that you are on this phenomenal path. And I think that you're gonna be much more wildly successful than you even acknowledge and give yourself credit for. I got the Versace robe. Just let me know what color you want on deck. And again, I just want to say shout out to you and show you some love and some credit and to give everybody a nod to make sure that y'all rocking with the lead attorney. His channel is fire. He do a live streams. He's one of the best live streamers that I've seen on this platform. So I just want to acknowledge you first before you
get on my case, right? No, I appreciate that. I really appreciate those nice words. Really, and this isn't even to the women, right? Because the women are going to have their own thing. But just talking to the men, especially if there are any young men in the chat, you have to know that your time is valuable and your life is valuable. And for any woman to say that she spent 14 years with you and that she got nothing out of it should be really one of the biggest insults that you ever hear in your whole fucking life. Like you have so much, even a year of your time. Sorry about that. But I'm passionate about this because people do not value men's time. People don't even value men. And so for a woman to look you in the face and tell you that after 14 years, she quote unquote, it was a waste of her time when she spent 14 good years with you. And now if you're a Pookie, this doesn't apply to you, right? Because if you're a Pookie,
you're talking about men in general.
Right? No, I'm talking about good men. I'm talking about the men in this chat. If you are a man in this chat, if you're a good man, and a woman can say that she even spent a year with you and it was a waste. You should take that as a huge sign of disrespect because your life has value, your time has value, your effort has value, your resources have value. You as a man have value. Don't ever tell a woman that. Whatever. Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't want to interrupt.
And to the women in the chat, you are worth being a wife. And if he's willing to string you along year after year and not commit to you completely and fully, then that is a waste of time. You are worth more than just being in the bed. You're worth more than shacking up with. You are worth to be a wife. Make yourself a wife and be with a man that wants to marry and wants to marry you. You are worth more than being just a side piece or just a woman in his bed without no real commitment for years.
Okay.
I agree with what that last name.
What you say, Kay?
Get that name. Get that. Thank you, Amira.
I agree with what the lead attorney said because first of all, if you're there for 14 years, can you imagine saying you're there with somebody you rock with and are in love with and being like, if he dies, I didn't get any money, so that was all a waste. Like, what were you after?
Kay is exactly right, Anton. I don't know what you want me to say. Kay is exactly
no one is saying that.
No, I'm not.
Oh my God.
No, Courtney.
Now I know you're wrong.
Courtney,
I know you're wrong now.
I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying
I know you're wrong now, Lee, because
attorney.
Because one of the let me go.
I was silent for like 40 minutes.
I just said we're gonna let Kay rock. That's what I just said. Like we're gonna clear the way for you. Go ahead.
Thank you, brother.
Oh no! Oh heck no! Let me get out of here.
Anton, you on code? Anton, you on code?
No, the entire they are stop.
Your brother now.
Oh my God.
No, the whole time I was holding back. I was trying to, because I know I was talking a lot in the beginning of the show, you know.
Oh, really?
Yes. I was trying to, not talk so much. But everything that the lead attorney was saying, I was very much agreeing with. My thing is, if you are a woman and then at the end, let's say your person unfortunately dies and you're like, that was a waste. What were you even doing to begin with? Because my thing is, let's say, I don't even want to say, but let's say somebody is in a relationship and then their man dies. Like, can you imagine the first thing they say is like, that was a waste? Because I didn't
not what you meant. That's not what you meant.
Hold on. Rilla, what is going
I
on?
know that's not
What is going on over there, Rilla?
I keep knocking my cord over, man.
Chaos came
knocking my
and
cord
the
over.
light down and everything. Chaos came.
Hey, we gotta get you some more
Right
equipment,
now.
man. Let's get some
That's
short
not
cords
what
over
it
there,
is.
man. Order you a longer cord, man.
To be clear,
Rilla.
I didn't say
Really
you
got
said
hit in
that.
the head. Really got hit in the head with a ring light. What the heck is going on over there, bro?
Okay, to be clear, I'm not saying Courtney said that. Amira, you don't have to try to join forces with her. I never said she said that. I am specifically speaking to what Mr. Lead said. I'm talking specifically about what he said.
You can just call me Lead now, Kay. You don't have to put this we're right here now, Kay. Somebody get Kay a nose ring. We can make this work. We can make this work. All right?
I'm not, because people like, I didn't say.
Yeah, but she could be
I'm
one or
not
two.
saying anyone said Okay, I'm not saying that anyone.
I see you, JR.
I'm not saying that anyone.
That was a
said
good one. That
anything.
was a good one, Lapeef. That was a good one.
I'm not saying anyone said anything. I'm speaking directly to what Lead said. How can you be? And I'm not saying this is what anybody said, so no need for defensiveness. I am saying and speaking directly to what he said. How can you spend all these years with a person that you chose to spend those years with?
Somebody check on Rilla.
And then
Man, cut that out, JR.
And then say it was a waste of time because you didn't get the insurance check or you didn't get the whatever. My thing is, if you spend a certain amount of time, I don't care how much time it is. I value the time with my man. It would never be considered a waste of time, regardless of what happened. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine saying that.
Well, Lee misconstrued what I was saying.
No, I'm not.
No, Lee heard what you said.
No,
Courtney, I'm
you
not
missed everything that I said at the beginning. You just toned and
I used your words. Well, I used your words.
I'm not, Courtney. I'm not saying that this is what you, because I know you. I don't think that you're like that.
Kay's been recruited, man. So you guys ain't gonna be able to.
I'm not
like that. She's not gonna disagree. She's not gonna disagree. Y'all can't get it.
The thing that Courtney was emphasizing is she was using an extreme example to illustrate a point. She was not indicating. She was not highlighting that this is the ideal situation.
Okay, I get it.
She used DMX's situation to illustrate that there are ways that we operate in this country that ensures that certain things happen in the event that
everyone understands that.
If you freaking drive a car and you jump out there and you don't have no insurance, it's a possibility that you can crash. Okay. Like Courtney was illustrating an extreme example in order to let's not.
I'm not talking about Courtney.
All right.
I'm not talking about Courtney. I'm saying that I agree with what the lead attorney was saying.
Okay.
Well, I keep saying it, the whole thing. I agree with what Lead was saying.
Okay, we got you.
We know.
We got you.
We know.
We got you. Like with all due respect, with all due respect, I'm gonna just go ahead and try to push through the show.
And now I can't talk.
No, it's not that you can't talk. It's just that you're saying the same thing over and over again. So I think we get your point.
I
got your point.
Agree with the lead attorney.
I've been sitting here listening. I've been the most person that's been listening the most.
You value your man.
They are. I'm about to contact
no way that you would not
about you discriminating against me.
Hey, JR, she don't know that email comes straight to me. But go ahead. No. She gonna be emailing HR. And my alias, I'm gonna be on there like,
you know who I'm talking about. I'm about to contact H.
All right, y'all.
Expect to hear something from
If
him.
you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We're going to post this question from the fan, and then we're going to open up the lines. Man, this is fun, man. I'm having a great time. Appreciate you, Lead.
No problem. I
I'm
love it.
sprinkling that little sauce on the show.
Right. Shout out to Kay.
No, Lee. Hey, Lee want to make my job difficult every day.
Intellect.
He gonna go. He gonna go off on his own platform and be in bliss, and then we gonna be over here suffering.
All right, so this is what the fan put. You sent me this and said, I feel like I've been very attached to my mother, and that's part of the reason that I haven't committed to a female.
Oh my God.
A few of what.
Am I not muted? Oh God, I thought I was muted.
Oh. A few of what. How you say his name? Was that Marlon? Yeah, Marlon mentioned. I agree on as far as the attention goes with women, and they're wanted to be number one. So I don't know how you would frame the question to the panel, but I definitely would like to hear you all talk about this and perspectives if it's possible. Thanks. And this is what Marlon said on the show. Recently, my mom passed on her deathbed, and I said, can I tell you something, woman? She was in a lot of pain, and she was fighting to stay alive or fighting to go, Marlon said. And I said, I'm 47 years old, and I've never been married because I've always wanted you to be my number one girl. My mother turned over. She looked at me. She grabbed my hand. She pulled me close to her and said, I know. I love you too. Marlon said those were the last words to his mother. He continued by claiming his mother needed him during her later years and spoke about spouses often battling for attention. I never got married because I knew my mom needed me. He added, women sometimes want to battle for your attention. They want to battle for your love. They want to be the one. My mama here, she the one. So again, this is the question that he had. So if you guys just feel free, I'm not going to go around. Anybody want to chime in on this?
I want to.
Go ahead, Kay.
So I definitely think that there are situations where there's a toxic, like codependency situation with parents and their children. This sounds like that. And I feel like he was completely bought into that. And it's unfortunate that his mom was in that, situation and whatever. But I think that that's something that needs to be worked out in therapy. I think a lot of people, men and women, have this like codependent, toxic relationship with their parents that prevents them from having healthy relationships with, people that they could possibly have healthy relationships with in terms of romantic life or dating or whatever. So, I mean, that's unfortunate. And I really hope that he gets the support and the help that he needs.
Anybody else have any advice for him?
I'll jump into this. I don't see anything wrong with it at all. If he's saying that he didn't get married because he put his mother first, what I can tell you as a 20-year divorce attorney is that people prioritize their marriages according to what they want. Some women, many women, will prioritize their children over their husbands. Their husbands are number one until the children come along. And then when the children come along, guess what? Husband is number third or fourth in the priority rank. I don't have any problem with any man living his life and deciding whether he wants to get married or not. Whether any woman he's dating, he looks at her and says, listen, I like you. You're really cool. You're really special to me. My mother comes first. Just like a lot of women will tell their husband, they might not tell them, but it shows every day that the children are first, right? A lot of women, especially after that second kid, they'll stop sleeping with their husbands. I see this in white couples all the time. Let a woman be 37, get her 2 kids, and like they will cut it off, right? Because they're a mommy now, right? And maybe they're 40 pounds overweight and they're uncomfortable with their body and they don't think they're sexy. So now they're walking around in Crocs and damn jogging pants in the house.
That is child abuse. That is child abuse. The job of a parent, especially mothers and fathers, or some parents.
Give me a second.
The job of a parent is to make their child independent.
Hold on, Bear. You're not finished yet. Give him 1 second. Let him finish.
Thank you, JR. I believe that everyone has the right to choose who they're going to prioritize in this life. Now, I think if you're married, you probably need to, as a man, you probably need to prioritize your wife. Why are you prioritizing your mother in a marriage? But I think that's what he said. He didn't get married, right? He did it the right way. He told every single woman, listen, I like you. My mother comes first. And I don't have a problem. I mean, listen, if you want to prioritize a tree, I don't have I mean, you aren't hurting anybody. Like, you choose what you want to do. And maybe that might be a very liberal view for this channel. But I am all about people making their own decisions.
Yes.
That's child abuse. That's complete child abuse.
I'm so excited that you're here.
Thank you so much, K. I might be Team K over here, man. K's rocking.
I'm about to come on your show.
Right?
Let's not push the narrative here.
That's bullshit.
Anton, be quiet. I'm just saying that.
I think you need to read the fine print in your contract first.
No, man, I'm so
glad
I want to
hear the child abuse.
Yeah, go ahead, Amir.
Yeah, because I was talking about a wife and a mother. I don't know where the children came in.
Well, you were saying about a man prioritizing his mother. You said that that's all right if he wants this kind of relationship. And what I'm saying is, if a mother sees that her son is prioritizing her over making his own life, that's child abuse. It's selfish. You're trying to keep your son to yourself when he should be a functioning adult. You should be creating him to be a man and be a father, a husband, not to be your little baby all his life. It's child abuse.
You say it's child abuse. The man is 47 years old and has millions of dollars. She has taught this man to be functioning. She has taught this man to be successful. He's
Getting
not
money
a child.
doesn't make you
I mean,
functional.
I don't think you should be running around calling 47-year-old black men children.
Thank
to be honest.
you. Yes. Oh my goodness.
To be honest,
I didn't bring in anybody's color. I'm talking about the dynamic.
We were talking about Marlon Wayans or whatever the dude's name is. He's a 47-year-old black man.
Okay.
He is. Yes.
Don't tell me it's child abuse.
Okay.
Courtney. Yes. Look, Lee, I'm gonna find you somewhere inbox.
So
I gotta find out what, because yes.
For me, I want my perspective on the whole thing is, one, I'm glad Marlon understood his assignment at the time. If he said that his focus is his mom, I'm glad you didn't string no woman along into a marriage and make her life miserable. So on that side, I think he was responsible in saying, I know I'm not going to get married because this is my focus. Now, I do think that the man definitely needs to go to therapy, because after a certain point, you need to let your mom live her life. Your parents raised you to be a certain kind of man at a certain age, and you should be released to live your adult life. Now, I don't know the condition of his mom. I don't know if she was mentally ill. I don't know if she had a grave disease, whatever the case may be, where she needed a full-time caretaker. And he knew that, yeah, I have all this money. I could totally throw her in a home. But perhaps that wasn't what he was trying to do. Like, I don't know the situation at which it was set up with his family. But if he's believes that his sole responsibility is his mom, and he knows himself so much so that he doesn't know how to split his time and attention, I think it was responsible for him to not get married. Now, him blaming his mom for saying, you're the reason why I didn't get married. I need you to man up a little bit and just not blame your mom. And that's on him. He needs to just say, I chose not to get married, not you're the reason why. You made the decision. You could have. Go ahead.
Hey, can I add something in for you real quick and ask if that changes anyone's opinion? So he was with the mother of his children for roughly 21 years.
Jesus.
From 92 to 2013. And I thought, see, that's the thing. I thought he was married because I caught him on the Breakfast Club, and he referred to us as Angie, and he said I guess he did say they broke up. He said they broke up. I thought he said divorce. I don't know why I heard it as divorce, but he said they broke up because he got caught cheating. And they broke up. And he said something to the effect like she got the house and something else. So I think that's why I was reading it as divorce. He was talking about everything she got as a result of it. And he was saying that they were still cool. But the fact that he was so in light of understanding that he prioritized his mom, Yet he was with the mother of his children for 21 years. Does that give anybody a different perspective?
Absolutely. At this point, dude is delusional and needs help, and he's using his mom as an excuse and a crutch. Like yeah. Go ahead.
It just looks like a codependent thing. I'm not mad at it, but I just think it needs more support, right?
It's beyond codependency at this point. His mom clearly has issue. Well,
so what do you mean? What is codependency? First, tell me.
Well, I know what codependency means. Is that you're depend, like there is a toxic. You're depending on someone else. Like I know exactly what it means.
So like, how is it beyond that?
I'm saying that
don't go down this path, Lauren. Don't do it.
No, there's something mentally wrong with. And I'm not trying to speak ill on the dead, but like it could be something wrong with the mom to believe that her commitment and her dedication is with the son, and the son can't divide his time. This is before Rilla gave the context. Now, Rilla gave the context that he had been committed to baby girl for 20 plus years, had kids, and she got whatever. Then I feel like the responsibility is on him, and he cannot blame the mom for that.
So, like when you say beyond codependency, what do you mean?
I was alluding to the fact that it was like she's mental. Like there's something mentally wrong with her.
So you're like trying to diagnose her with a mental health.
That's why I said don't go down this, because she's never gonna stop. Like
no, I'm never gonna stop. I'm just not problematic. Like I'm not about to diagose a random person.
Didn't I say maybe? I said maybe. I said I don't know her situation.
That's why I'm asking you.
It sounds like it sounds like this is what it could be. If I've said it 3 times.
I have a question.
Mental? What does that mean, Lauren? You can't. I mean, come on.
Just let her lie.
Come on. Like y'all are just cool with people saying someone's mental. That's not even a diagnosis. Like
that's not what she said. She said maybe. First of all, secondly, it's her
beyond codependency.
She said
so
maybe,
beyond it in what way?
Secondly, it's her opinion, and
okay,
she can have
but I'm
it.
saying.
Also,
I don't know why everyone is so comfortable with people just saying things that they can't even back up. For just saying
they can back up. They just not necessarily trying to
okay, Anton, you're not the mediator.
No, I can say what I am. I can say what the piss I want to say, and you never gonna stop me. You're never gonna mute me. So let's be clear about that.
You can always say what you want to say, Anton, but you can't speak
You're right.
for Lauren.
So be quiet. I can speak for. If I choose to speak for Lauren, I can. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Lauren, can Anton speak for you?
No, Lauren, don't say nothing.
Lauren, can Anton speak for you?
Lauren, don't say one word.
Lauren, can Anton?
Hey, come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Come on. Hey,
really?
Hey, come on. Let's get back on track. Courtney, go ahead.
Oh my goodness! What is this?
Don't say one word,
Courtney.
I have a question for Lee. Would you? Hold on. Okay. Would you feel the same way if it was Kim Wayans, the sister that had 2 kids out of wedlock, and told the world that she did not want to be married because she wanted to make sure her dad was number one? And now she's 50 years old, never married, kids out of wedlock, dad, God forbid, passed, and now maybe she can put somebody number one. Would you feel the exact same way?
I'm trying to understand your question. Absolutely. Guys, listen, maybe it's me. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's my profession. Maybe it's because I've been dealing with relationships for 20 years. I see that to me, they have a different value than you got that they have for the regular public. And if someone says that I don't want to get married for X reason, I totally respect it. If someone would say, I don't want to get married because, I love trees. A lot of you guys would think that's sick. I don't have a problem with it. To me, I break up marriages every single day. Marriage is something that's very special, and at the same time, it can be something that can be dissolved with the snap of a finger. So if you want to prioritize your own mother over some marriage, I don't have a problem with that at all, whether you're a man or a woman. There are people who value marriage to the utmost, maybe like Anton. And then there are people like, there are people who've been married and divorced 8 times. They're playing with it. It's a game. So you have to say, well, which person are we talking about? Is this like an Anton person, or is this a person who's been married 8 times, or they're somewhere in the middle? right? Maybe they can change. Maybe they can value marriage, a lot when they're in their 20s, and then their 40s. They want to be happy and they just want to marry 3 people after that. So my view on marriage is different. I can absolutely tell my view on marriage is different than y'all's. But if you want to prioritize your mother over a marriage, especially if the woman is going to allow you to get the milk for free anyway, right? If the woman is going to stay there for 20, 30 years anyway, so you're getting to prioritize your mother and at the same time getting the benefits from the woman anyway. Like what? How am I
But see,
supposed to object to that?
that's where we're divided, or where we draw the line between you and I, because I agree with you on the first point where people should be able to prioritize whatever it is that they are going to prioritize. Like, I don't think that you should get married if you want to spend your time taking care of your mom, or in your example, you really love trees. Like, I'm 1000% on that train. The thing that I emphasize is that, okay, if you're going to live in that space, then don't also act like, that you married, or, you move in a certain type of way, because I largely live on the idea that, especially me personally, I take responsibility not only for what I do for myself, but how I impact and affect other people. And maybe it's just the way that I was raised and the way that I was trained in my profession, and being a vice president, at a mid-sized bank, and that I was always taught that, what you do are going to impact not only yourself, but it's going to impact other people. Yeah, people are going to have to be responsible for their own decisions, but it largely, leaders look a little bit differently at the world. Men look at the world a little bit differently. And so I don't agree with the sentiment that you said, especially when you're going to get the milk for free. I don't. I just think that you got to stand on a certain type of principle and a certain type of character, and it goes beyond what somebody is letting you do. It largely depends on where you stand and where your principles are and where your ethics are and where that lies. So I'm not, if you want to do what you want to do, that's cool. But also, live all the way in that space and divest yourself from participating in a space that actually, in my opinion, makes the community worse. You contributing to the problem and not necessarily being a solution. So that's where we differ.
Yeah, well, I give women agency. I think women are intelligent and they can make their own decision. And if a woman tells me, hey, there's this guy that I like and I want to live with him for 30 years and I don't want to get married, I completely respect it. I hold her accountable for it. And I will never tell her that that's a bad decision. If she wants to live with a man for 30 years and not get married, then do it. You're an adult. Do it.
That's cool. I give women agency also, but I don't limit that to women. I get everybody agency, but it certainly does not absolve me from holding myself to a higher standard, especially ethically, as far as how it is that I impact other people. I don't absolve myself from having that responsibility in everything that I do. I pay attention to it, especially as a person that's always been in some form of leadership. And even as me having a platform today, I go back to the table. I reassess who I am. I check myself. I try to become a better version of myself than I was the day before, because I largely understand that there are people that listen to me, and I hold a responsibility of being responsible in how I use my words effectively, because what I say does not just affect me, it affects the people that listen to me also. And that extends across the board, not just on these platforms, not just in leadership, not just in entrepreneurship, not only in my household. It affects every single thing that I do and every person that I impact. So I take a larger responsibility from that. And as a result, I get rewarded accordingly. I just live a different type of life, I guess. I got a higher moral, ethical standard.
All right, I got some people waiting down. You guys come on, keep it brief, because I got to filter through the people. So when you come on, keep it brief. E Black was the first one. What's going on, E Black?
Hi,
oh, shout out to E Black.
What's going on, my guy?
What's going on, my guy?
my guy TLA, what's going on?
Al, it's great to see you over here. I guess you're over here a lot. I guess it's great to see me over here, huh? I guess that's the way to say it.
I'm glad you joined the army, and we're ready to rock with you, man.
Thank you.
You really brought it today. I really appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate you guys for having me on.
All right, I'm Marie. I'm Amira.
Is this one thing?
I'm serious. I try. Like I can't look at her name and just try. And okay.
It's
Anyway,
okay. One day.
one day. I apologize, but I do know you and I do respect you. So let's just get that going.
Same here, Black. Same here.
All right, Courtney, cousin, Kay,
What up?
Rilla, Anton, Jr. and Lauren. I appreciate y'all. Y'all had a really great show today. I really appreciate what y'all brought today. You know, I'm just gonna keep it really brief. You know, I really thought the TLA versus Anton conversation is really good for the red pill conversation, manosphere conversation. I guess, you know, whatever y'all guys kind of do, but you know, I really wanted to talk to Chicago Rilla. Hey, Rilla.
He can hear you, E. Go.
Okay, I'm just.
I promise you, he can hear you, bro.
I mean, I'm sorry. Rilla was looking like he was looking at a Omar Johnson video or something. But
What's in your cup, man?
No, seriously. You was talking about false premise, and I think in regards to what Anton and TLA was talking about, what is false premise in regards to a marriage? You know, I think Anton is saying, hey, I get married because I want to get married. I'm going to take care of this woman. When I get divorced, this is my woman. TLA is saying, hey.
No, ain't no divorce. Let's
okay. Well,
that from my conversation.
So I gave the context. Let me answer that briefly. I gave the context of what I believe the false premise to be, i.e., getting married for the sake of the children.
Just purely for the sake. So if you didn't have no children in terms of marriage, you wouldn't get married?
I'm saying there are people who get married because they had children out of wedlock. There are men who marry women. You know the term "make an honest woman out of her."
Shotgun woman. Yeah.
That's where that comes from, and I believe that to be a false premise when you make a decision to spend the rest of your life with somebody based on the fact that you all have children together. You still look confused, brother. Is that not?
No, I'm listening to you.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was giving an example of what I believe a false premise to be. Anything, to me, marriage is about covenant, right? It's an exchange of strengths for weaknesses. Anything outside of that, for me, I believe to be a false premise.
Anything outside of a covenant? Because look, I really think, like I said, I really want you to pair what Anton and TLA is saying and what you're saying, because I really think you're saying the same thing that your conversation about false premise is really deep.
No. There's no way to say what I'm saying and what Anton is saying at the same time. There's no way to say it. It's either one or the other. There's no way he can say that. Well, he has to choose.
That is true.
And it sounded, to be honest, when he said the word covenant, I was like, okay, he's with Anton.
Yeah,
probably. I think, and Rilla can answer for herself. I think that Rilla probably sees it a little bit more from my perspective, but I don't know. I'm just guessing, just based off.
Yeah, I've talked about this before. I mean, I think the only thing that I disagree with, is that, well, not disagree with, but for me, I believe in dating. I believe that if you're in a relationship, you're in a relationship. Well, but for the most part, yeah.
Okay. I apologize. Okay, let me just say one last thing. Okay, I'm sorry. But in regards to what they're talking about, in regards to what Chicago Rilla was talking about, like, I got married. I've been married for 9 years. And me and my wife have a running joke. She's going to take it all. I understand that I signed the type of contract. I understand that what I've been doing is regards to the laws of the state of Texas. I understand that. As a man, I understand that. And when Anton is kind of saying is that through all of that, I'm going to make my marriage work. So I think it's a battle of both things. And I think in a lot of times Red Pill Rage gets mad because of what TLA is talking about is you get burnt. But Anton is saying, I'm never going to get burnt because I know what I'm going to get through. So, well,
not only am I saying that I'm not going to get burnt, I'm saying that I'm willing to embrace whatever comes along with the decision that I make. Let's just say hypothetically, worst case scenario, that I do get burnt and I'm having a conversation with the TLA and saying, hey, why don't you represent me in court? Whatever, right? Just talking junk, right? Yeah. I'm willing to own that. Like, I own it 100% and completely. I'm not going to ever complain about the situation that I signed up for, and I knew what I was getting into before I get into it. I own 100% of everything that comes along with it, from the good and the bad side of it. I don't have no complaints whatsoever. I just deal with whatever comes along with it.
And I come from your side, Anton. I'm not gonna lie to you. She can have a house, she can have a truck. I can walk out this door.
I didn't say all of that.
Look, no. Let's be clear. Look, I'm a type of dude that's been homeless. I've been shot at. You can't break me. So I can walk away from a marriage and rebuild. So I think, pride aside, I think I can do what Anton is talking about, and what TLA is saying is, hey man, protect yourself in the beginning. So I appreciate y'all.
All right, E-Black.
Hi, E-Black. Lead.
Somebody saying I say that until I'm paying $5,000 a month with the house. Man, $5,000 a month don't mean nothing to me, bro. Remember who you're talking to.
Hold on.
It ain't nothing.
Wait, okay. Hey, Lead.
Don't make that face.
Question
If it's nothing.
Hey.
I was expecting a $5,000 per month check.
Okay, all right.
My cash out.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, this is for Lee.
Yes,
being because you've obviously a divorce attorney for 20 years and you've been married before, do you see yourself marrying again?
I can. In fact, I just got out of a relationship, and that relationship had gone on maybe for another year or something like that. That could have turned into a marriage. So absolutely. I'm not one of these people who say, I hope you guys can see the flexibility that I have with marriage, and that I believe it is an individual decision. And I think marriage can bestow some incredible value on the life of a man. And so if the right person comes along, I'm totally in favor of marrying if that's what the man wants.
Okay, I just didn't know.
No, that's a fair question. Yeah, I get
and especially seeing divorces, and it could have made you jaded.
You're right. Yeah, I get that question all the time.
Okay,
that was a good question, Courtney.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Leeds paralegal / assistant.
What's going on, TJ? Welcome to the platform. Hold on, we got a guest. What's going on, TJ?
Hi, TJ.
Oh, is it my turn now?
Hey, TJ.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, and thanks for having me. I'm gonna make it real quick. 3 points. The first one, with respect to men's desires change, should a wife be open to the possibility of being number two? That is an absolute no. My personalized plate.
Come on.
My personalized license plate reads every woman.
Courtney, what I say?
It reads every woman. And with that, I have a collection of wigs and outfits and what have you to be any woman he needs and wants me to be. Okay.
Right.
Next. I totally agree with the lead attorney regarding women's intuition. Can be a strength in one area, but definitely be toxic in another. In as much as the woman may think that she's using her strength to nurture and support her man, it may appear to him to be overbearing. And that is something I had to grow into because, again, I am a fixer. And, so I had to learn when to pull the key out of the ignition and when to fall back. And that's when you learn your man and your man, you'll know when you need to pull the key out of the ignition and move out smartly. Lastly, on Tuesday's call, when I called in, which was my anniversary, and as Rilla stated, there were some greasy people leaving messages in the chat with respect, stating that, why don't I get off and go take care of my husband? And why don't I go out to whatever? Listen, youngins, I want to grow you to this. I want to grow you. GROW. My husband, because he is a man, He was out doing what men do. He was working. So when he comes home tomorrow, I will glow him, GLOW, properly. Good night.
All right, TJ.
Okay, Taylor.
Get at them trolls.
Look at TLA laughing.
Ow.
Like, damn, y'all go for real over here.
Here goes Kay's best friend.
Oh my goodness.
You got a long
What's
memory.
up? What's up?
Yeah.
It's like, good show, y'all. Good show. It's like, let's see if I can hit this quick. It's like,
How do you do that with like complete darkness in the background? But like,
how's he gonna hit it quick, Kay?
I've got 4
okay, go
monitors.
ahead. You keep Anton. Oh my goodness,
Jesus
Anton.
Christ.
I feel like
Please
you're
let this
holding
man
me
say
back
what he gotta
from
say.
person.
All right, come on, Kay. We got guests in the house. Come on now.
All right, to answer your question real quick, I got 4 monitors and 2 of them have a white screen right now.
Oh, okay.
But it's like, why is it getting harder for families to stay together? My simple answer to that is they weren't getting together in the first place. See, we got too many kids being born outside of wedlock. You got families being formed, but no bind. So it's like that digs into some statistics that sound like it was being misunderstood. It was, what was that? Anton was saying something about out of every 1,000 marriages that are formed, roughly 15, it's like roughly 15 of them end up in divorce, right? That's a 1.5%.
I'm gonna have to drop that link in the chat. It was from I don't know. It was
I read it too.
A link that you read it? Yeah.
It's like roughly 15. So 1.5% of all marriages that are forming end up in divorce. That's not, and it's like, and the whole statistic about 80% of those divorces are being filed by women. That's 80% of that 15 of that 1.
Come back on here, Kay.
So
she already knew what time it was.
And the biggest problem is really that the marriages aren't forming in the first place. I mean, the marriage rate has slowly been drifting off. And that by itself is a big problem. And that's the source of what's making it look like families aren't staying together. It's just that they aren't really together to begin with. Okay, next thing, men's desire to change. That's just how it looks to me. It's like men's desire to change, the wife be open to being one of two. For me, that just wouldn't work. Like the other guys mentioned, I don't have the patience to deal with more than one at a time. But some guys might. I don't know. I've got a side question related to that. Please don't answer it until later. So many women want monogamy. In fact, they flat out demand it. In this country, anyway. I mean, Amira, I understand. It's like, if you want monogamy, that means that you are asking to bear the full responsibility of dealing with that man's desires.
That's right.
How many women can actually do that? I don't know of a single one. Every man that I know of, if he's trying to be monogamous, he's also holding back.
That is a fair point.
I
never thought about that.
Well, look, I believe in keeping the sack empty.
Hey, if you can keep that up, that's all good. I'm just saying that's not going to be true for everybody.
That's something to sit on, though. That's not a bad point. Like that's not a I haven't really thought about. That is a pretty interesting point that he made.
All right, and the third and last one. It's like, if you're single until you're married, how do you meet a potential wife? Now, this one, I don't have any claim on that one because I don't really know how to answer it myself. But I was listening to what Anton and Lead were saying. And at least to my ears, it sounded like you were saying the same thing using different words. Now, let me see if I can't straighten my confusion out. Lead.
Ooh, me and the Lead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lead, let me ask you a question.
Lee said no.
Lead, let me ask you a simple question.
Okay.
When you speak of dating, are you talking about dating just to be with some woman or dating to vet her for marriage?
Both.
Okay, so there is a difference.
A little bit.
Because I understand dating with the intent to marry. Just being with a woman just to be with a woman, why are you even bothering with a connection there?
Because you're 23 and you're trying to find out how the world works.
Dude, that's just a hit it and quit it.
Are you telling me that 23-year-olds don't fall in love?
If they fall in love, then they should be looking forward to marriage.
Why is that? I mean, how is it that just because you love someone, do you think that's enough for a marriage?
I think that's the beginning of something. If you've gone far enough, if guys fall in love slow, women fall in love quick.
Are you kidding me? Have you ever been 23? Have you ever been 19? Have you ever been 17?
I'm 45.
A 17-year-old falls in love slowly?
Okay, let me give you a point.
No, I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you. A 17-year-old falls in love slowly. Okay.
Man.
Well, you can just go over there with Anton too.
Yes.
All right.
I'm building an army.
Just go. You are. I'm gonna just keep sending them to you. It's gonna be me against Anton's army. Boy, you got Rilla in there. Talk about covenants. You got our king over there.
Lead. I'm with your army.
I got a mirror.
There you go. It's me and Kay. It's me and Kay.
I'm with you.
And I'm pulling Lauren in
over
too.
Here so excited.
You basically no. Listen, if it's you, hold on, King. Hold on, King. Because if it's you and Kay, nah, Lauren is on my team. If it's you and Kay, if it's you and Kay, that's like you fighting with one arm behind your back.
Oh, I'm not talking about.
You're gonna have to. That's dead weight on your back, TLA. Shed that weight. Fight on your own. You better off fighting by yourself.
I'm just gonna drop my understanding and leave it. That's how I do it. It's like, this is how I see it, Lee. 17, 23-year-olds, people in that age range don't even understand what love is. Most of the time, they're infatuated. That's very, very different from love. Well, frankly, you could roll it up as lust. We see it, we want it. Once we got it, okay, then our interest.
You cannot speak for other people. Just stop.
So tell them, Kay.
I'm telling you based on what I've seen.
Okay, what you've seen. You cannot case on what you've seen if we're talking about the entirety of humanity. Like, come on.
Can't I have a perspective on humanity?
Oh my goodness.
This is mine.
Okay, but you just said that's infatuation. No, it's not infatuation. Just because that's what you think it is doesn't mean that that's what everyone thinks it is. Y'all really got to expand your.
A lot of it is lust and
how do you know? You don't know.
I told you this is my opinion on this.
You're making things up based on what you do. That's called projection.
No.
And that's fine. But to try to say that applies to other people is problematic. You cannot say
those people that I got the information from.
Okay, Arkin.
You have no idea how I gather what I know.
Okay, well, that's fine. But
I've got a question for you before I go.
You cannot make a blanket statement. You can't make a blanket statement. They just think they're in love. How do you know they? Who is they?
Wait. You know the interesting. But hold on, Kay. You know the interesting thing about your argument is that you didn't argue it on the other side either, right? When they said, hey, they are in love, you didn't say, how do you know? You didn't make the same type of argument. You didn't have the same energy. It's the exact same thing on the other side. So if you're going to accept it on one side, you also have to accept. Stop.
No, don't tell me
you're going to.
That wasn't the argument.
You're going to accept
the argument was the claim.
Lee, at the very least, you're gonna have to give me that.
No,
if she's going to accept it on one side, she has to accept the opinion on the other side also, which doesn't mean that. Stop.
No, you're making stuff up. That's not.
Which doesn't mean that either side is correct, because it is just arguing based off of opinion.
Anton K is exactly right.
Okay, this is excessive now. Please, I'm gonna have to butt in. Hey, come
on. The claim that he made was it's not love. It's in fact. So why are we even talking about the other side? We're trying to talk about the claim that he made. So if y'all want to have a discussion about something, then you need to make it about that. You cannot say one thing and then change the topic to a completely completely other thing. The lead attorney. What is that called?
Hey,
Kay should have
I
been an
guess I have
attorney.
another question.
Kay is killing it.
I guess I have another question.
Give me Kay. I know Lauren's gonna fight it, but give
I
me
guess I
Kay
have
and
another
Lauren,
question.
and we will wipe you.
That's
We will
all
wipe
I'm
you guys
saying.
out.
I feel so validated today.
All right, go ahead, Arcane.
Nobody,
Go ahead,
nobody
Arcane.
but better
I'm asking
call
this, and
Saul.
this is the last thing I got.
Nobody but Saul Goodman.
Hold on,
Take it as
hold on.
rhetorical
He
or
the
not.
only.
Hold on, Kay. Hold on. Arcane got one more question. Go ahead.
You can take this question as rhetorical or not. You don't have to answer it, but I'm going to ask it. Are you at all capable of giving a terse response based solely on the knowledge you currently possess? Because I teach my kids that I don't know is a valid response.
I didn't hear what the word you said was.
Let me repeat the question then.
Hold on, Arcane. Slow it down for Arcane.
Are you capable of giving a terse response based solely on the knowledge you currently possess? I have not seen you do that.
If you don't understand the question, just say that.
I already said that. My thing is, I am capable of giving response on many different questions. It just depends on the question and if I have enough information to respond. Now, if somebody tells me they don't know it's love and they're making that a claim, then they can't substantiate it because they don't know what people think love is. I don't stand for people projecting all of their own situations onto every other person. Everybody doesn't think the same way you do, our king in the back with the darkness. Everyone doesn't think the same way.
Hey, Kay, I got a question for you. I got one question for you, Kay, because I know you like to get into the weeds and the details. Can you define terse for me?
I didn't even know what word he said. Nope. Can y'all define it for me?
How you gonna give an informed answer if you don't even know what the word
You're
means?
absolutely correct.
I see what you did.
Arcane, what exactly?
I see what you did there.
I just killed your answer.
Like you did a K on K, huh?
Listen, I object.
What is the word? What does it mean?
What? It means a short response.
A short response. Yes, I'm very much able to give a short response. Yeah.
Then why don't you do it?
Because everything is not worthy of a short response. I mean, I don't understand how some people think. And thank you for defining that for me. That's a new word. I'll look it up. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
I've never used that word. But look at y'all just taking joy. Like y'all are weird. But our king, yes, I'm very capable of giving a short, like condensed response for things. But when when people don't give enough information or they make a claim that they cannot substantiate, then I have more questions. That
goes to the other half of the question. That goes to the other half of the question.
All right, I gotta get some more callers on.
Based on the knowledge you currently possess.
Yes, absolutely.
I think you'll find the rest of the panel would be able to deal with you a lot easier if you first gave that short response before giving your verbose one.
Man, Amir, why you nine? You've been here too long.
Y'all have a good night.
Everybody here is
King. Shout out to you,
Courtney, Cool, JR, Anton, Chicago. Like, let's stop.
I can appreciate you
come
again,
in
man.
new talking about no.
Yeah, he just dropped the mic on you.
I'm just saying, like, the nerve.
What's going on, Bolo?
Hi, Bolo.
Hey guys, y'all terrible tonight, man. What's going on?
Salute, Bolo. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Hey, family.
Hey, hold on, Bolo. Before you go,
yes, sir.
You on my team too, right, Bolo?
Oh, he's definitely Bolo is definitely Team Anton. It's just me, Kay, and I've drafted Lauren. So
Lauren already said she can't speak for herself.
Whoa,
hey, same team. We're on the same team, guys. The same team.
So Lee, what you do when the team member don't want me on the team? Who you
you gotta
choose, Lee.
You
Lauren,
you can be here, but you gotta speak for yourself. I believe in you.
I exited out of that conversation when I said I was done. I didn't need to jump into the conversation anymore. So that's my response, and I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay.
Was it Chaos K?
Yeah.
That is a dope name.
It's beyond chaos. It's chaotic K.
Wow.
Bola, please bring some clarification here. Please help us.
What I would say is this. This is what I say. You know, when the Lord tells you be in the world but not of it, it's two different mind frames and two different thought patterns you have to have. You have the thought pattern of the lead attorney, and then you have the thought pattern of Anton. So being that I live my life on a biblical on the Bible, you know, I'm gonna move that way. But I understand the way people think as far as making decisions and making choices, right? The reason why you have men putting mothers first, scriptures tell you when you get a wife, she's first. Not in the aspect of disrespecting your mother, but she is your life. Understand that my father, that's my mother, but my mother was my father's world. So that's the difference. My relationship with her is as a son. When I grow up, I'm preparing my children to go have a life. And that's the problem with so many relationships now, that these young men are being brought up to be held and pigeon-toed by the mom. You have to understand that he's going to grow up, hopefully, and have that mind frame of saying, I need to go get a family. Mentally, and again, you know, I always like to come from the mental depression portion of it. What was and there's a lot of moving parts to this. What was Marlon Wayans' relationship with his father? There's so many different moving parts to this situation. But what lead attorney is saying is that women need to be held accountable in decisions that they make dealing with the men that they pick. So when a woman knows what she is, a woman knows what she brings to the table, then she will have a better way of vetting these men out, right? So it goes both ways. So if you're with a man for 14 years and he passes, and your response is, why was I here? The onus is on you because you didn't hold his feet to the fire and say, listen, make me a wife. You didn't prepare yourself to say, listen, one day you might pass, and I want to make sure that all the things that are due to a wife I get, and vice versa. A man that's in a situation where a woman is out of order and he's there for 40 years, you can't put the blame on her. You made the choice to stay. However, this is the problem that we have, and then I'll go after this. The problem that we have is what Anton speaks a lot on is intention, focus. A lot of us don't have that direction. A lot of us are not going into something and saying, this is what I'm going to be. You know, when we're talking about the Middle East, right? Let's deal with that for a second. The Middle East, the reason why we don't have, and I'm sure I don't have the numbers. The reason why you don't have too many women having children out of wedlock is because there's a foundation of what we're supposed to do. Everyone has a position to play. Here in the West, we talk about this freedom, which makes us more slaves because we have no functionality. Everyone doesn't have everyone wants to go left and everyone wants to go right. When you can't be a baseball player when you're a hockey player, you have to know what your direction is and what your focus is. And I'll leave on this. Last week, you guys spoke about the garden and how Satan used lies to get Eve. And this is where our king made the dysfunction. He made the mistake. The mistake was she wasn't supposed to eat the fruit, period. So regardless of whether he told a lie or not, the point was you shouldn't have ate it. That was the point. So I'm going to say that. Good night. Thank you for having me on. Love you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Bolo.
Bye, Bolo.
What's going on, blind guy? Yes. Since there's a lot of people on the panel, it got you cropped off, so you're going to have to move over. You need to position your camera a little bit better. There you go.
Hey, salute to Blind Guy, his wife. They're excellent content creators. They're on point.
Hi.
How you doing? Welcome to the platform. You're on mute, just so you're on mute. Let me see if I can take you off. Don't do nothing. You got to do it on your end. Take it off mute. Yeah, you got to look on there and just tap the microphone with the line going across it.
There it is. There it is. I think.
It's
just lagging a little bit.
Can you all hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey,
Nice
everybody.
long tongue.
Say that again. Oh,
hey, how you
thank
doing?
you. Thank
Nice
you, Kurt.
mother-in-law tongue.
Yes, I just learned that that's a name for this plant. I just called it a snake plant. I never knew it was a mother-in-law's tongue. So, yeah, and I've been in and out of the chat, in and out of the space, and I've been trying to catch up to everything. And I hear all these right now. I hear a lot of talks about wives, and y'all are ganging up on the lead attorney. And I'm here for my man. Lead is the man. He's got that name for a reason. I saw that smile, okay, when I mentioned him. But anyways, all the ladies smile when we mention him. So okay, it's good. But
I'm so glad he's here. Oh my goodness.
Salute to Kay.
Thank you.
I don't know, blind guy. You might have to fight K for him.
Look, you know what? So that's the thing. Like, I've been married 21 years. I've got we've been together 29 years and all of that kind of stuff. And I was hearing like in and out of, is it love? Is it marriage? A husband, son, and all of that kind of stuff. My husband is an only child. He is not a husband, son, definitely. Just in the way he moves, that was weird. I did want to comment on that. And not weird. That was just the way it was written up. That was freaky. That was definitely freaky. And but I just came on because like, just to say hi to all the ladies, because y'all are killing it. Everybody's looking beautiful. Kay, you always are gorgeous. Like, even though you always the wild one, you're always the one that's like, you bring the heat. And of course, Lauren is always like glammed up and everything. And then of course, Courtney and Amira are always like, y'all know, we're just here. We're the.
What?
Oh wow.
No.
JR, did you
She had a cutoff when she was giving me a compliment.
I know.
No.
Oh no.
And then the thing about it is that is people like waiting to try to get in, so she might be a hard time trying to get her back in.
Oh. JR, what's going on?
Let me do anything on it. What's going on, Freezy?
Wait.
What's up, everybody?
Salute.
Freezy, you just did a whole costume change. This ain't you. Blink twice.
You look different.
This is really Freezy.
I'm so confused.
This is clone.
I've been working, man.
It's the lighting and the lack of glasses. Doesn't he usually wear glasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I wanted to comment on the Marlon Wayans thing. I think I can speak pretty well on that issue, since I do take care of my mom. I took up the sacrifice to take care of my mom. So but I kind of understood what Marlon Wayans was saying. It's hard, you know what I'm saying? When you make that decision it's a big decision, A guy like me, I can't speak for everyone, but the nursing home facility system is brutal. And me, I tried to be honest. My mom went to rehab because she developed some wounds from the local hospital. So she went to a local nursing facility for about 3 months. And when I monitored the care, to be honest with you, it was very bad. And I was like, what they're doing, I just felt like I could do 10 times better. So I told my mom, I'm gonna get you out of here. And I decided, because I run my own business. Like I said, I'm an audio engineer, have a lot of clients, but I took my mom home with me, and I decided to, just get less sleep. You know what I'm saying? So my life drastically changed. Now this is not for your average man, but as far as my circumstance, my life did drastically change. So my dating life drastically changed as well. I had to look at things totally different. I had to look at women totally different. So when I when I was single, I understand what Marlon was saying. Some women can be very vain, in the sense of they can require a lot of attention, which is not a bad thing. I understand it. But the way I met my fiance is we met, but the way we met and the way I considered her to be my wife is because she seen my situation, and she actually offered to help me with my mom. And that's when I decided to, hey, you know what? She's my wife. Because any woman that can be selfless and help me with my mom, because let me tell you something. My mom it's a big job. My mom she's a heavier woman, and she's totally disabled. She can't do anything for herself. I mean, she can't even talk on the phone for herself. She can't go to the bathroom. Everything is it's a big job. So when my mom, I mean, when my fiance was, she was game for helping me with my mom, that was everything in the world. But I do want to say that I kind of see it from both sides, because my mother was married. She made a poor choice. My dad should have been the one taking care of my mom. When my dad skipped out on my mom, it kind of forced me to step in that position. I do believe that a man should leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife at some point in time. But I could be man enough to say that, hey, my mom made a bad choice. So that's why it's very important for women, like the lead attorney said, women should be accountable. You don't want to get out here with just any old man, because it could be bad. And that's why I always preach to women, look, the best way to this is what I said on the other show I was on the panel. My advice to women, and I know a lot of commenters get on me about this, they call me a simp, but a lot of women, I think about my mom when I say this, to protect yourself, if you want to know if a man is very serious about marrying you, just cut off the sex. And I know that sounds real, it sounds so far-fetched. And but I can truly say I'm a living example. Me and my fiance, we repented and we stopped having sex. We have Bible study, we stopped having sex, and she knows that I'm going to marry her, because we don't have, there's nothing else I can gain but from her genuosity, her love, and her affection, and her caring spirit. That became enough for me to marry her. We don't have, when I realized that and I experienced that, I realized I never had to have sex with her to realize I was going to marry her. I realized that. And it was an eye opener. So that's my advice to women. Now, if I'm not saying, listen, I want to have sex right now. I want to have sex with my woman. Right now, I do. I'm talking about while I'm talking to y'all right now, I want to have sex with her. But I understand that the nature of longevity, a person's true intentions when they love you in spite of sex or any other selfish reason. When a person shows selfless acts to you, that's everything in the world. I just wanted to put that out there in the atmosphere. But I'm not, I just want everybody to know, I'm not coming down on people because they do have sex. I'm just speaking because of my mother's situation. She chose and let me tell you something, this is my biological father I'm talking about. I'm not talking about my stepfather. I'm talking about my biological father. And guess what? He passed away last year in November. So this is a sensitive situation, but I can truly say he wasn't a good man. He wasn't. He left my mom high and dry, and he was always he was just always half-assed with my mom. And my mother could have made a better decision in choosing her husband, or choosing the man to be with. So I'm gonna just leave y'all with that, and I don't want to spend too long, but yeah, I just wanted to call in. I wasn't even going to call in until I heard the subject matter about Marlon Wayans.
Man,
But
we definitely appreciate you calling in, man.
Yeah, that's just my spiel.
All right, Frizzy, man, appreciate that, man, and salute to you taking care
of
your mom. I know it's a hard job.
Man. I love y'all.
Yeah, we love you too, man.
All right, man.
All right.
Hi, Freezy.
All right. What's going on, Canadian-born Nigerian?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Hi, Canadian.
Chicago,
Salute.
I salute you. Anton, I salute you. I just going to make a comment because I understand what Chicago said when you get married or false pretense. And I came across a lot of coworkers who had the same similar issue that Chicago really had. They got married at the age of 20 to 23 because of the child involved. Marriage didn't last more than 2 to 3 years, and I felt for them because in my culture, I'm a Nigerian. Our country don't support having children out of wedlock. That is a big, big deal. And one from Africa and one from the Middle East has similar cultures, similarity because at the end of the day, if a woman have a child out of wedlock, she put what they call a huge curse on her own family. They'll think that they breed their daughters to have kids out of wedlock. They're like, how we call it, they're fast, they're easy to get with, they don't have no standards. It also affects the men as well because they look at who the father is, what kind of standard he put into that child because I could fully comprehend what that's going on. When I met my wife, I love my wife. I really do. She got pregnant. And in the back of my mind, I was like, I'm not going to have a child out of wedlock. So I said, you know what? The way I was raised up, the way I believe in, so I'm going to marry my. We've been married for 10 years. I'm a grandfather. I got 2 grandkids. You know, I got a stepbrother, and I take care of my own family. I believe in that. But if we're going to understand what the Westernization mindset of relationship is wrong, I'm not going to lie. Dating don't really help. Before I met my wife, I was dating for 10 years in my 20s. Met a lot of girls who were playing games, and I felt like I wasted my time. And I wish I never dated. I'll be upfront with that. I don't believe in dating. Dating is a waste of time. It's like a fuck reputation. It don't really help you. It don't really show the true nature of that individual. Now, if I was doing courting, I could have met my wife more than 10 years ago. We would have been together about 20 years. But right now, it's 10 years and counting. Who am I to complain? But this conversation you guys had is an eye opener. I consider this one the best show I've seen so far. And I like to see more of it. The lead attorney, I appreciate you coming with that concept about what's going on with the marriage when it comes to the court system because I watched my mother and my father get into the divorce more than 2 or 3. They got married, remarried, and they got divorced a couple of times back and forth. And I saw the nature of the divorce affecting children. I'm the oldest child, and I see what happened. But I don't believe in divorce. I don't believe in sabotaging the family. I don't believe in sabotaging the marriage. I believe that if you will get married, you gotta have a fundamental understanding what marriage really is. That's just my thing. Other than that, JR, I love the show. Thank you.
I appreciate you, Nigerian. Thanks again. I'm smiling. What's going on, True Blue? I mean, True Table. I'm sorry.
I'm good, you guys. How you doing tonight?
Hi.
Hello. So I wrote some notes down. You guys, amazing show. Definitely lead attorney. I think you bring some different elements to the show. So shout out to you, brother. But what I wanted to touch on was the points that you guys were making in regards to a woman's strength, but how that strength can possibly be a toxic thing. So I believe that women's inquisitive behavior is a strength. However, if it's unchecked, it could definitely be toxic. Especially if it's weaponized, it could create discourse and drama. That's one point. And then also to touch on the whole DMX situation with the woman of 14 years. I believe I understood what Courtney was trying to allude to, but I also agree with what lead attorney was saying, that it is actually a common practice that women do, by and large, state that when a relationship fails or a relationship ends, and they don't feel that they got an even trade for their time, it seems to now create this type of dynamic that women's time is more valuable than men's. So where is the accountability would be my question, because if especially if we're living in a modernized society, everybody has choice. Everybody is free to do as they see fit. And if this woman felt that it was necessary to spend almost 15 years with this man, which I'm pretty sure she got privileges, notoriety, there was an immense amount of support. She was dating DMX, mind you. He was a celebrity. He was prominent in the 90s. So it wasn't like she was being, in my opinion, overly mistreated. And she had his child. So the fact that she didn't secure the wife position, we have to hold her accountable. And that's what I wanted to add, particularly to the panel.
True. Let me say this, and it's about women's time and why I say, and why a lot of women say, oh my God, I wasted time.
Okay.
We say that because it's you men that tell us we hit the wall. It's you men that tell us that once we hit 30 plus, then our S&V value plummets. So our time is valuable, being that we are on a time clock as far as having children. You guys can have children until you're 100. We can't. When you look at us and you see somebody 35, 36, 30, oh no, you're used goods. But with men, it's not. You're better with age. You shameless for our age. So that's why with women, we look at it, oh, it was a waste of my time. I'm not married and I stayed with this man for 5 years. I was 25, now I'm 30. Oh my God. That's how we look at it. And it's a lot of times because you men put that on us as well. So our time is valuable. We have a short amount of time here for kids. We have this short amount of time to be sexually attracted to you before you want to get a 21-year-old. We have a short time.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, Courtney. I do definitely understand what I'm saying. Okay. And if that is the case, just like men, to Anton's point, just like us as men have to understand our core position, our responsibility is huge, it's vast. I believe that it needs to be continued to be taught to women that just what you said, your time is valuable. And a lot of times we have a society that perpetuates removing accountability. Women are allowed to make mistakes and don't have to hold the ramifications of those mistakes, even down to picking the wrong man to be impregnated by. It always falls back on the man. I think that narrative needs to change. You understand that your time is valuable. You understand that you have limitations. You understand that the longer you wait and wasting time with the wrong men, you are going to put yourself in a position to age out. So you need to be more intentional in the choices that you make. And I think that needs to be held as a standard and stop giving such a vast amount of room for women to, oh no, girl, it's okay. Or it's not okay. And it's not all right. You know, women are very intelligent, extremely knowledgeable, but they choose sometimes to make poor decisions. And then they want sympathy for those poor decisions. I'm sorry. I don't subscribe to that. So.
No, I agree, but some women are not intelligent.
You said it, not me. You said it. Not me. But that's what I wanted to add to the panel. Good content. Right. I've been looking forward to this all week. You guys keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate the True Table. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey, I want to bring on this guy. Damn, the wrong person. Where you go? There you go. Wow. Now I want to bring this guy on, man, because like Chicago Gorilla sent me one of his videos, man. I'm definitely a fan. I also subscribe to the channel, man. You dope. Appreciate you, El Guapo. Welcome to the show.
What is good, team? What's up, JR? Chicago Gorilla. What's up, my man?
What's going on? Very intelligent, brother. Very intelligent, brother. If you guys haven't,
please
subscribe to his channel, man. He's very intelligent.
Anton, how you doing, sir? Lead attorney, you are pulling a triple shift. What's going on, boss?
Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. They got me working, yeah, but I'm here with my girls, Kay and Lauren. We holding it down.
Hey, Lee, things understood don't need to be explained. You don't have to say anymore, brother. I understand.
The one and the two.
Lauren, are you one or are you number two?
I said I'm the one and the two.
And the two. That's what's up. Yeah, but shout out to El Guapo. He is definitely a brother to my channel. Always supporting me. Been Smart B forever. Excellent content creator. I totally agree with JR.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, guys. Listen, I just want to talk about this one or the two thing. Lauren, thank you for the fantastic segue. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Let's speak from some experience, okay? And we're going to try to talk and read between the lines, right? Men talk about this polyamorous relationship where they have two women, but I gotta rock with my man Anton on this. Most dudes ain't built for that. They aren't. That is a lifestyle that you have to be laser focused. And if you're about your business and your purpose and everything else, you just don't have time for that. You really don't. So it's a lot of work to maintain one woman, let alone two, you know. But if the opportunity ever presents itself, I do suggest you ladies be open in the interim temporary to actually, hey, let me think about this for a while. You know, if you're a strong feminine amplifier, the man will recognize that. You'll be good in the long run. Don't worry about it. It's just a phase. We go through these phases, right? No lead attorney's going through the nose ring phase right now. You know what I'm saying? So
get you a nose ring. Get
I
you
think
maybe
everybody. Amira, do you have a nose ring?
A little toe ring or something?
Okay, so 3 out of 4 women on here have a nose ring.
Well, there you go. Who's the one that doesn't have one? Okay, good for you. There you go.
Wow.
That's all I got, guys.
Okay.
I will leave some time.
Why does it
open
gotta
up
be
the-
good for you?
Right. I lost my nose ring, so I can't.
All right, there, Guapo. Appreciate the support, man. If you
Thanks,
make
guys.
sure you
Take
guys
care.
subscribe to the channel, man. Very intelligent
Appreciate it.
brother. All right.
Salute, El Guapo.
I got B9. What's going on, B9?
Hi, B9.
Family,
Salute.
everybody.
Hey.
Hey, another great show. Lead attorney. Nice to meet you, sir. I've been
Nice to meet
fans of
you.
your content.
Thank you, B9.
I have gone through a lot of the issues that you spoke of, so I know for a fact that you were having tabernacle church in here today. So I want to give credit to all of the game that you kicked out here, especially for those that have gone through it.
Thank you.
My first point that I want to make, because the show started out about the Currys, the first point that I'd like to make is I would like to give credit, and correct me if I'm wrong, ladies, but Camille Cosby is the greatest woman of all time. Period. And I think this Curry situation right here has proven that. Like, we talk about what a married woman should be like and what commitment should look like. I'm not talking about Bill Cosby. I see y'all faces. I'm not talking about Bill. I'm talking about Camille. And irregardless of all the bad stuff that Bill has done, right, wrong, and different, Camille has been everything that every man dreams about, as far as beauty, as far as loyalty, as far as commitment and sticking with all of this stuff. And if we can have any example of what, at least from a female perspective, of what the manosphere is looking for, it's Camille. Now, I can't speak for what the females are looking for. You all can speak better to that, but from my perspective, and I'm not saying I want to be the type of man that takes a woman like that through the mill. I'm just saying, to have someone that loyal, the only person publicly that I can think of that would compare is Anton's wife. Anton is nowhere near doing the terrible things that a Cosby does, but his wife rolls with him with that same type of commitment where it's ride or die till the end of story.
Wait a minute.
Who can make that type of commitment?
So you said that terrible things that a Cosby does, right? You said that.
Bill Cosby is a terrible thing. Exactly.
So you think his woman is the best woman for sticking beside him for doing things that you deem as terrible? I'm just trying to understand.
No, I'm saying that she would be the poster child if what every man would want as far as a loyal woman.
So are you saying that a man would want a woman who sticks beside him regardless of how terrible he is?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
And that makes you
I'm not saying that the man should be terrible.
Okay.
I'm saying that if he is, or even if he isn't, he definitely wants that type of
so in your eyes, does that make a woman better if she sticks by a man despite the terrible things he's doing? I'm just trying to see.
To answer your question, yes. But the point of it is that is what we are speaking of. That is what all of this is about, Kay. The whole manosphere, the whole red pill, the whole thing, it's about mob loyalty. It is about having that commitment where we are literally ride or die. The one thing that Kevin Samuel said that nobody has ever been able to dispute is that if you had to marry the person that you lost your virginity to, you would have held on to your virginity that much longer because you knew it was one and done. Only because you have the option of not being loyal do you go around and do whatever you want, say whatever you want, act however you want. It is the freedoms that Amira talks about here on the West that is hindering us. too much freedom. You need to have laser focus on certain subjects. And my next point, I know that you rolling with K, Mr. Lead Attorney, but I got one question for you because I've been in the courtroom a few times myself.
I can hear it.
I can hear it.
How long
is a petty person.
with Kay's actions and how she curries things, how long do you think it would be before she gets in contempt of court?
Listen, I know.
You pointed out what a yes or no answer looked like. The first 50 words out of her mouth was neither yes or no.
First of all, none of these people are judges. Let's get that straight.
I'm not talking to you right now, Kay.
I know you're not, but you're talking
I've
about
already
me.
answered your questions, Kay. If you want to ask more questions, you book.
I'm not asking any. I'm just
Right
making
now,
it.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me just say two things. I haven't really seen too much. You guys do long streams like me, right? And everybody gets a little intimidated when they see a 4-hour show or a 5-hour show, and I'm included, even though I make 4 and 5 hour shows myself. So I haven't really seen a bunch of whole shows. Having said that, I will say that Kay's reputation precedes her. Kay is well known, and she's well known to be feisty. Now, having said that, I will say that personally, this is my first time interacting with her. I have found her to be the perfect example of a lady. She has been extremely making extremely intelligent points.
Why? Thank you.
I found her to be awesome. I do not see her experience today matching up with her reputation. I don't even know how she got that reputation in the first place, to be honest. Not the K that I'm looking at today.
I am so excited.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm coming on your show whether you like it or not.
One-on-one course attorney right there, because once again, the lead attorney also did not answer my question. How long would it take her to be in contempt?
How can he answer that?
She would never be in contempt.
Once again, you asked her a yes or no question, and the first 50 words out of her mouth was neither yes nor no.
What does contempt of court mean?
I'm not talking to you once again, Kay.
Okay.
Judges do prefer a yes or no, and then you can explain. And actually, guys, I'm talking to the men. This is going to sound a little weird, but this is what I do with my girlfriends or whatever. I request that they answer questions like this, because what they want to do is they want to put the explanation before the yes or no. That's what women want to do, and that's fine.
And that's still not answering my question.
Well, I'm gonna answer your question. But I want to talk to my men first. Okay, so in your relationship, what you can do is just say, "Hey, I want to hear your explanation. I want to hear it all, but I want to hear yes or no first, and then you say whatever you want after that." Right?
That's what leadership looks like, Mr. Look, I am so excited. The lead attorney, you're my new favorite. You know what? I can't.
So to answer your question, she will not be found in contempt. Judges are going to give people leeway. That's how judges and attorneys like for questions to be answered. But, judges have to remind people, hey, this is how we like to do it. So she's not doing it intentionally. That's what you got to understand. Contempt is for people who do things intentionally. And she's not being intentional about it.
Oh, I can't contain my excitement.
Hey, once again, I'm a big fan.
Anton, like this is bullshit.
And you are proving through our dialogue right now why you are such a skilled 20-year veteran at this that can charge $400 to $500 an hour, sir. So I bow down to you and I take my hat off to you.
Thank you
so
much.
Last point that I want to make, and it is back to you, Miss K. You are a very intelligent woman. I heard what you said when I got off the panel a few weeks ago. I'm not coming for you, and I don't think anybody's coming for you. You are a very intelligent,
people are coming,
and beautiful woman. So what they're coming for is your energy. You are very intelligent.
So y'all are all now
very intelligent things. You are very intellectual, but the energy that you present when you say these intellectual things it makes me look like you're hung like a horse.
So does that mean that
you bring up a good point. Carry yourself like a female. You bring up a good times point on this panel where you have the most masculine energy of anybody on this panel, and there are 5 alpha men on the panel right now, and we have to fight and prove our masculinity to you as if we are going 15 rounds.
Mr. Attorney, do you think that I'm more masculine than you?
I'm not talking to him right now. I don't do the cuckold. There's no cuckold stuff here. I'm talking to you. You are not going to talk to him when I'm talking to you. Like you said, you are a very intelligent person, and you can speak for yourself. You do not need the lead attorney to speak.
No, but I was just trying to see if he can.
All right, come on, y'all. Let's simmer down. Let's simmer down. Let's simmer down.
I have found Kay to be super feminine, a very feminine, relaxed
Where's your
energy.
cap at, Amira? Where's your cap?
Listen, you guys are judging her by all of the months and that you guys know her. You guys are incapable of judging her for the first time like I am. You guys are letting her experience your prior experience bleed onto this. I'm telling you how she has acted today. Like she's the perfect feminine woman. She hasn't been arguing.
Really?
Listen.
Down in Atlanta, lead attorney. Atlanta don't have the best reputation now.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
All right, B9.
Now what you doing?
All righty. Y'all have a blessed one. Take care.
Appreciate the support again, B9. Thank you.
Mr. Lead Attorney, I'm so glad that you're here. I feel like I finally get to, I'm just so happy.
It seems like you're getting a bad rap. I don't know why. And I have definitely heard of you. You know, I haven't watched much of this show to be honest, but I've definitely heard of you. Your reputation precedes you. But you know, now speaking with you, I don't know where you got that reputation from.
Thank you.
I don't care.
Look, Mr. Lead, I'm coming on your show, whether you like it or not. No, I'm just kidding. But oh my goodness. I subscribed to you since we've been like in this live stream. I ain't even seen none of your shows, but I just subscribed because I just like you. You are an awesome person.
Down there.
You're smart. You're an expert in your field. You don't just throw out nonsense based on your feelings. And I love it.
Thank you so much.
All right, you guys, we got
put me on top of Lauren again.
Whoa.
Whoa, Lee. I'm just saying.
Right after that, she did all of that cake. She did all of that caping, and he was like,
and look at him.
Anybody can go on lead.
So what? I don't lead attorney. I have a man. I just like the lead attorney because he's an expert. He's smart. He knows what he's talking about. Why do y'all think there's no other relationship
all of that
a woman can have?
Kay said she would leave her man for future, so.
No, I didn't.
Oh my God, for real?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
That's terrible.
He's literally lying. He's trying to take back.
Lee, you know you my guy, right?
He's lying.
Okay, listen, I know I made it hard for you, man. I just did.
No. Listen, I'm in a great space.
I hate
listen,
to be misquoted. JR, did I say I would leave my man for future, or did I say I would not leave my man for any amount of money?
No, okay, not leave him, but you say you'll drop them draws.
Yeah,
I did not say that.
You said, Kay. You said
no, I didn't. I would pay anybody $100 via Cash App if they can find where I said either of those things.
You feel that this is in her feminine energy? Lee, listen.
Y'all are such liars.
Listen, Lee. You know you my guy, right? I'm gonna just tell you this, Lee. The streets is undefeated.
Please don't let them do this because JR is lying. Lauren is lying. I don't know why people are lying. Like, what's the point?
What did Lauren
There's
say?
literally proof on the video.
Same team.
There's literally proof on video of what I said, and it was nothing that Lauren said or JR said. So if we're talking about actual factual data that we can go look at things that I've said.
Okay, we're just having
Okay, I don't think it's funny though.
Okay.
I don't like being misquoted.
Okay, what did you say about Future then?
I said that if I were single and Future tried to give me his number or ask for mine, I would give it to him.
Talk about number.
Yes, we did.
Undefeated lead.
You don't even remember what your own show was about? Go run the tape back. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
All right,
Lee, this looks like femininity to you. I know you trolling on these streets, Lee, but
hold on, real quick. Hold on. Okay, be quiet.
How much money do you want to bet?
Okay, can you be quiet for a second, please?
No, how much money you want to bet?
I'm broke, so I don't.
Let's bet a G. I'm confident.
Okay.
You don't want to do it, do you?
We got 4 people down at the bottom.
You don't want to do it.
Waiting to come up. These are the last 4 people. When you guys come up, keep it brief. Do not be long-winded, all right? Keep it brief.
Just notice that was evaded and they didn't want to do
this
that.
girl don't stop, yo.
I was confident.
What's happening, y'all?
What's going on?
What's up, Zod? I saw you about 6 hours ago.
Man, I was just
be
getting
everywhere,
off work,
man.
He's all in these streets.
I was just getting off work, man. I told you I had me and my family. We just started a little podcast. I was trying to edit my second video.
That's
You know
what's
what I'm
up.
saying?
Salute to you.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you shouting me out. I got like 10 subscribers now.
That's awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations.
You know what I'm saying? Gotta take your first step. But
absolutely.
Like at first when y'all was talking about what's so hard for a family to stay together, like I think the next time we do a podcast, we're gonna talk about the movie The Cable Guy. Like he was raised by the TV. I think that's most of it nowadays. You know what I mean? We're not really raised by our parents anymore, you know. Pretty much because it's not traditional anymore. You know, you never get anything. You gotta give to get, you know what I'm saying? So like for women going to the workforce, for women going into the workforce, now they gave up, you know, raising their own children. So they get raised by whomever or whatever media is available, you know what I mean? So that was the one thing. But I had a question for Anton too. You said your network sometimes is more important than hard work, right?
No, I said your network is just as important. Like that's a part of the work.
Oh,
So,
no,
like,
my
for
bad.
example-
I had a question. It was which one do you think is more important, network or hard work?
Your network. I think it's more important to build relationships. I mean, I don't discount the hard work, right? Work ethic is very, very, very important. But I think that ultimately the first thing that I was taught in sales is that people do things largely because they like you, not necessarily because you got the best product. So I think that it goes hand in hand, and I don't think that you should have one without the other. So I kind of don't, the question is a difficult one to answer, but I think that you taking the effort, I'll put it like this. When I was in corporate America, I spent all of my time that I was actually on the job interacting with people every single day in their offices, speaking to people, and then I would actually do my work when I went home later on that day. So I would spend the entire day networking, and then I would actually do complete the deliverables prior to me coming in the next day. So
when I was in the Air Force, I knew somebody from Detroit, and he was just like that, man. We had like a training class. He'd be sleeping class, and then they wake him up, ask him a question, and he knew it. Go back to sleep.
Yeah.
I was like, goodness gracious. But I definitely the one thing that you said, like right before I was about to get off, I was like, oh my God, I gotta talk about this. That ultimate accountability. I already told you I'm not really with the merge thing at all, for real. You know what I'm saying? For my personal reasons. Like I said, I could be wrong. But when you
that's
say
cool. I don't have no problem with that.
When you say you get burnt in marriage and you'll take that whatever, like man, hit my soul, man. I can't stand when somebody just like it's no reason to blame anything else on anybody else. Like if you could have done anything
on every single aspect of everything that I do in my life.
But even with that being said, you got to give it up to the lead attorney, because that means that you should be responsible if you stayed in a marriage for 14 years. I mean, if you stayed with somebody for 14 years without.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that a woman's responsibility should be absolved just because she's a woman. Like I believe that everybody still has a level of personal responsibility. I just think that for people that wind up getting elevating in life and any position that they in, they have to largely look at things a little bit differently, and it hits different when it comes to also being responsible for how you impact other people. I don't think that you can have one without the other. I've never seen a great leader not take that ownership and responsibility for how they impact other people, along with the personal responsibility, of other people also. I think that two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah. But Courtney, man, I feel like sometimes you be confirming that black culture is trash on accident. Because
explain.
Because when you was going, and you definitely did say that she did not get an insurance check, but when you were talking about the 14-year thing or whatnot, right? The first example that you brought up was a Pookie, not a good, strong black working man. You brought
Pookie. Hold on, I didn't bring the lead attorney started talking about Pookie, and then I started talking, but I didn't bring up Pookie.
DMX
and let me go ahead.
DMX would be the Pookie. That's all I was just going to say. But my point is, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could have brought up a lot of different things, but you brought up DMX, aka a Pookie, because most black people have that reputation for being a Pookie.
What does that have to do with the idea of black culture is trash? We're not, first of all.
Because
I brought up that because it's an extreme. I just said 14 years, and it was just like, oh, DMX, this because it just recently happened a few months ago. Well, that's not culture. That's just an individual that happened, which it happens in white culture and Mexicans where they. So I don't understand.
I was just saying, I was just saying because that's the reason why I think you brought it up, is because everybody would identify that in black culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not literally saying that black culture is absolutely shit trash. What I'm saying is the same thing that I said the last time I was talking to you, and what Anton's saying over and over again. The majority of what people put out there as black culture is trash. As a matter of fact, when you do something, when I used to go snowboarding and stuff like that, they're like, "Oh, you doing some white people shit. You doing white people shit." That's what they say, right? When I do things, I was in the military. I was around a whole bunch of different people from a bunch of different places. This is black culture. Excuse me?
A whole bunch, huh?
Yes, a bunch.
Okay, so based on your personal experience, you're saying that the people that you've been around have been trash?
I said they promote trash. And I'm not saying, I'm not even, this is the thing. I feel like everybody's like, I don't know, want to die on like a sword or something when, life is way more multifaceted.
You brought it up.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking about.
All right, y'all. Let's kind of final last.
Literally brought it up to talk about Courtney.
Yeah, the idea, the conversation was necessarily not about just DMX. It was the idea of not wasting one's time with being in a long relationship if you want to be married, and the benefits of marriage. Like, I might have brought up one benefit, but there's
let's kind of bring this to a final point.
All right, my final point is point blank. Nobody's saying that everything that black is trash, but if just one more example, whenever you do a black thing, black people don't say, yeah, that's black culture. They say that's nigga shit.
All right, now.
That's what they say.
A black thing.
If you do something that.
All right, y'all. We're gonna bring this one. We're gonna bring this one to a close.
Please read some books.
Thank you.
Do something. I'm fatigued. I
have a headache.
We got all types of symptoms because what? When you do a black thing, like oh my goodness, the internalized just self. Okay.
Hey Quinn, I don't know if you got your YouTube on here in the echo.
Yeah, you hear the echo? Hold on 1 second. That better?
Nah, I still hear it. Sound like crickets.
Oh, that sounds like a Jason movie.
Oh,
is he in New York?
no, I'm actually at work.
Them crickets is he in the south? Them big old crickets.
No, I'm at work. So
I'm gonna try to mute everybody and see if it helps. Okay, go ahead, talk.
Hey, so good show, everybody. I'll be real quick.
You better watch your back. That's all I'm saying. If you see a hockey mask anywhere around you, be very, very careful.
I'll be all right, man. I've been doing this for 3 years, so I'll be all right. So the conversation about dating and courtship, one of the last questions you have for the night. I think of what it boils down to is intention on what you want to do. I know for me, for example, when I met my wife a few years ago, I told her straight up, I said, hey, we're doing this. I'm in this for it going the distance and going to the altar and beyond. That's what I told her. I told her I'm not trying to, I'm not just trying to smash and pass. It wasn't anything like that. I was just like, hey, this is what I want, and here's where we got to. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. And then I think someone mentioned earlier that I don't know if it was Courtney or one of the ladies. So if I'm wrong, please correct me. I don't mean to be rude. About how you'll be in a situation where you're married, you have kids, and the wife prioritizes the kids over the husband. I think personally, and I subscribe to a lot of the things that Anton and Courtney, Christianity, I'm a Christian. I believe that should not be, as in, if you're looking at the divine order of things, it's God, man, woman, and children. So if we're sticking to that principle and that guideline, your children shouldn't, like, even when your children are born, your children shouldn't come before your husband. Because, and God forbid, if something does happen to the children, who do you have left? Your husband.
If something happens to the husband, who do you have left? The children. I mean, like, but context matters. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? Context matters, though, because you also have to take into consideration that her primary job and responsibility in the household is to deal with the children. So what prioritization looks like when it comes to the husband versus the children, the divine order, yes. The context says that I'm tasking her with the responsibility of making sure that the children is taken care of, and her doing that is honoring me. So you got to add context in order to be able to have this conversation in its entirety, because just saying that alone, does not truly bring out the value of what it is that she's supposed to be doing as a wife.
I mean, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
And you're right. You're right. It's on the context. The context does matter. You're right. I'm just, all I'm saying is, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just need to go back and study more. And I don't mind doing that. But to me, it seems like, and don't get me wrong, I mean, I have a son of my own, but if you're in that family context, and I get that children can't defend for themselves. And again, maybe I just need to go back and study. It's the wife's priority outside of, taking care of the home would be her husband.
What's the greatest value that a woman can give a man? What's the greatest thing that she can give a man?
A child. That's the greatest thing you can give a man.
Which means that's the thing that she honors me with, is a child. It's to bear my child. To raise it according to how I would want her to do so. If that's not honoring me, then what is?
Where's this jazz music? Am I the only one?
That's a wrap it up. That's a wrap it up music.
Grammy music.
I am dead out here, bro.
Did it really matter?
I ain't quitting, man. I've been keeping them on too long, man. I gotta wrap the show up, man.
All right, y'all have a good morning.
All right, I appreciate you, man.
Sign dog out here struggling. I got my robe right there, ready to put it on.
Hey,
This.
hey,
Ready to put it.
Hold on. I just want to apologize to the people down there. Catch us next week. Lead attorney has been
Just like
having.
that, JR.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna keep coming. I can't stop it. We got to end sometime. We got to be mindful of other people's time.
God! Please don't tell me he went to go put on this robe.
The lead attorney, has been an honor to have you on the platform. I appreciate you coming through. Salute to you. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. All you got to do is type in the lead attorney. Hey, this man is the truth.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank you and really Kevin Samuels too, because he sent me an email saying that you guys were on and I should jump on. And
salute to the Godfather.
So shout out to him, and then shout out to you as well for actually having me on. Shout out to Kay and Lauren. We made a great team. We got the 1 and the 2 in the house. But really shout out to everybody: Amira, Courtney, Rilla, UJR, and of course Mr. Versace here. So I really had a great time. Hope maybe in the future you guys will invite me back.
Oh yeah, most definitely, man. Anytime, man. The door's open for you anytime, man.
I appreciate that, and thank you for situating Lauren right here too. Really,
the lead attorney shooting this shot.
Oh man,
okay,
I'm talking about
he's
being intentional.
Had a great time, guys. I really appreciate it.
All right, no doubt. Again, thank you guys on the panel. I appreciate you guys rocking out. Amir, I know you got to go. You can go ahead and cut out. I'll hit you up tomorrow. All right, you guys. It's been a great show.
Again. What the piss is this?
What? All right, I'm gonna cut out too, guys. But again, thank you guys so much.
All right.
Bye bye. Bye, Lauren.
Bye.
I'm going to effing sleep.
I thought y'all was tired.
Bro, man, look.
Why did you think that? Did anyone say?
I hate myself in the morning. Nah. Lauren, what you say? Look at Lauren. Ooh, Lauren. Ooh, those cheeks rosy red. We can't hear nothing you saying.
You're on mute.
I said, what a night.
Oh yeah, you got chose, Lauren.
No, Kay got chose.
Okay,
Kay got
Kay
butter.
couldn't contain herself tonight, boy. No. Kay was excited.
There are more than one. There's more than one type of relationship a person can have with another person. So, no, I didn't get chose. I just finally had a person who was an expert about certain things. I was just so excited. I loved it.
Please, I was happy for you, Kay.
Man,
because you had an ally, and you
yes, and he's actually credentialed in the field that people be talking about.
I'm in the field too now.
Oh no, you're not. But he agreed with the thing.
When I worked in corporate America.
Mm-hmm.
Can I finish? Okay, make sure I got y'all attention. What's that? Just flew around.
What was that? I don't know.
What the hell was that? You finally picked up another creature. Your ass had one of them damn what they call them, one of them like zucadas, a pet zucchini, zucchinis, whatever the thing called.
That little spirit was going around. That's what I'm looking for because
even see. Hey, I think he summoned. I think he summoned you.
That's all.
It was kind of spirit situation because it wasn't
there. About to disappear in a second.
It was nothing.
I thought it was just me. I was gonna keep going.
No,
like,
I saw both. Courtney was like, "It's a spirit." I saw both. Okay,
hey, so flying around, flying roaches.
No, the roaches are in their cages. Somebody
Cage.
Wild. Sorry.
I didn't know roaches had a cage.
Look at Lauren blushing. Lauren still blushing.
Let me see the comment. What did it say? What you put on the screen?
JR, what do you think that they do? Just crawl around my apartment? Like
when I was on 26 and King Drive. I just see them things, the babies, and then I just got bad memories about the roaches.
I didn't bring the roaches when you and Anton came to record that
I don't want
show.
to see them damn roaches. I'm just you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, you do.
It's
Yo,
kind
what
of
did y'all
crazy.
think about the lead attorney, man?
Oh, he dope, man.
Yeah, he was
real dope, and I like the fact that he had his own perspectives and he stood on it. So man, like that's all. That's all you can.
Channel.
Yeah, and I do agree. I think he's growing rapidly, man. I think that people can't help but to notice him. And the other guy that was on here too, like the guy you sent me, like El Guapo.
Beautiful.
That man is, he is intelligent, man. I'm talking about like I'm sitting there taking notes. Like this dude
Right.
I gotta go read some books, man. I gotta step my game up, man. Like I mean, he has a brand new channel, but if you just listen to how I just watched one video, but I subscribe, so whatever he comes out with, I want to see it moving forward. But how he broke it down was just like I'm just amazed when I see people that just possess like so much intelligence, man. It's just it's deep. You know, same thing with the lead attorney. He's very intelligent, always calm, and when people come on this platform, it's like he just has total control. So I'm taking notes, man.
Yeah,
I definitely got a lot to learn.
The thing with the lead is, and that's what I was trying to tell you, Kay, he allows everybody up. So once he gives his monologue or what have you and sets the premise for what the show is, anybody can call in. And his lives go for like 9 hours.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But again, you know, super dope. El Guapo is the Beautiful Lies channel.
Yeah, I think somebody in the comments asked about it.
And I noticed a lot of the people that call in are panelists on there. Like Bolo was on the lead attorney, E Black. So we cross. So
I think it's unique to see like it's a family or something like that.
Yeah.
So when I talk to people and I try to tell them about there's a YouTube community, like there's just the outside people don't seem to understand. They don't know. I'm like, it's real like that. Like I'm vested. Some people are probably tired of me talking because all I talk about is goddamn YouTube. That's all I talk about.
Big it was until probably like 3-4 weeks ago. I was like, this is like a different beast. Like
it is.
I was so blind to it.
Yeah, it is a community, especially like me being on here. I've met so many other like YouTubers. Like I said, a lot of people know, like I'm friends with like O'Shea. So it's just, and we just,
I saw him shouting you out the other day, Courtney.
It's crazy.
Talking about your ankles. I saw.
Leave my ass, your ankles alone. They do this.
All y'all finna get flued out.
But but it is like a random community where it's, you know, you meet other YouTubers and they hit you up and they're like, yeah, I watched you. I'm like, well, shit, I watch you too. So it's kind of cool. And that's why I think I asked you even, JR, about being in the manosphere, the Black manosphere, because I know that this is a little different, but you are seen slightly in that sphere.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. I am going to start doing some more live shows on the other channel and here as well. So I plan on getting out more, man. I got a little bit more time on my hands, and I'm actually going to start speaking a little more. Sure, like I might have one of y'all show up and actually lead the show, and y'all ask questions and I chime in.
I'll
feel
do
good
it.
sitting up.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, but it is.
I just handle it up though.
What you say?
I was talking about JB Jonathan.
Oh.
But yeah.
Hey, shout out to Jonathan Poe down in chat. I just went on YouTube and I seen he was correcting some people, man, for being foul in there. So shout out to Jonathan. I see Jonathan be all over too, man. We definitely appreciate you all over, man. We appreciate you here. I need to try to find some more mods, man, just for YouTube. We haven't had no trolls lately. I probably spoke them up.
Why you fire E Black, man?
You do.
I fired E Black.
He's not.
Yeah, like I didn't fire E Black.
Oh, he not a mod no more.
Oh, it wasn't me.
Come back.
Hey, somebody said DJ, we not DJing tonight. I don't know, man. Believe it or not, we haven't been on the show. It's only been 5 hours. Normally we go longer. Maybe because we started. Well, we only started like 20 minutes
No,
later.
we don't go longer. You've been going longer. You've been doing 6, 7. No, that's not
I know,
usual.
but I'm saying, but it seemed later. The times is not aligning for some reason.
Yeah,
because it's 108. Like normally when I go live, 7, 8 hours would be right now at 108 in the morning. At least it's 108 here. I don't know what it is there, Lauren. What time is it there, Lauren?
It's 2.
Okay. I heard I'm just kind of sassy with it. It's 2. It's 2. I'm not holding you against your will, so I feel.
Lauren, how long is that flight to Atlanta?
Relax.
Lead attorney gonna run out the dome for you.
That'll be the only way I'll get with it.
You gonna run out the dome?
I need the dome. I need it all.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kanye with the Donda
Right?
listen.
Making that face.
So I kind of want to get you guys' thoughts. I kind of want to get you guys' thoughts about the show. And I kind of get you guys' thoughts about the show tonight. Okay, it's like you had an angle tonight. Any angles? You got an angle tonight?
An angle? What do you mean?
Oh, never mind. What were you guys? Because you're gonna keep asking question after question.
No, I just don't know.
What were you guys? If you didn't have any angles, then it was fine.
But JR.
No, we're not gonna start there.
No,
ladies.
No.
What were your thoughts?
What I be talking about
tonight
People
about the
be
show?
like, hey, blah blah blah, and then you can't tell me what the thing is. Like, let's just.
I was talking about like the way you were sitting, the angles.
Like literally angles of my body? No, I didn't have any special. No.
Oh, okay. What you thought I was talking about?
I don't know. That's why I asked.
Oh, okay.
That's literally why I asked. I didn't know.
Yeah. Ladies, what were your thoughts about the show tonight?
I think it was some really great topics. Really great topics. I actually prepared. Like I did the Amira and I had notes galore. But just it's a lot of us on the panel, so I don't necessarily go too deep into like everything that I write. So I really enjoyed the topics though. So
yeah, I was supposed to talk about Sha'Carri, but I just felt like it was, I don't know. I just kind of
Sha'Carri
Richardson, yeah.
You're gonna correct you.
JR, you are.
Oh, I said it wrong.
Yeah, you call her Sha'Carri.
I thought it was Sha'Carri. What is it? Sha'Carri? What is it? Sha'Carri? Sha'Carri?
JR, you are like that old uncle that just pronounces every name wrong.
Just tell me what it is. Don't tell me I'm wrong. Just tell me what it is.
Sha'Carri. I could be wrong, but it's Sha'Carri. I know it ain't real though. It's Sha'Carri.
Sha'Carri. Okay, that's what I thought I said. No,
it might be the Chicago twang in your
no,
voice.
I might just be a little late. I could have said something wrong because
Sha'Carri.
like 2 out of 5 people laugh. So I'm just.
No, I laughed because it's ironic that today I was listening to. I replayed the episode, like the little clip, about where you were talking about little Uzi Vert or something, but you said little Herb Uzi.
I didn't say that. Now you reaching. Now you reaching.
You just be saying like all types.
Now you reaching. Now you reaching. Okay.
And
my bad.
So
okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not UK. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, it's okay.
I know it's okay. I was just being. I was being sarcastic.
JR, you did call them fresh and fitness.
I kept saying, who the hell is this? Courtney.
Yeah. Y'all heard about that fresh and fitness, and I was like,
he's like that old uncle that just be saying anything.
Man, I'm old out here, man.
Whatever.
Like I'll be, I'll be 53. I'll be 53 this November.
Fresh and fitness.
I'll be 53.
JR, you are hilarious.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, but you get no giggles for that. No.
Don't do that. No. Look, Courtney, don't join.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Hey, brother, what you thought about the show, brother?
I've been using that meme all week.
What you thought about the show, man?
Okay.
What the hell was going on with your light, though, man? Your light fell twice.
Are you
man.
okay?
Look.
Are you
okay?
Rilla, you know they've already clipped that light
sure,
fall on your
man.
head.
I ain't tripping on
it's
that.
in the group right now.
Oh, they did.
They already clicked it.
Oh my God.
Worried about
I
your
just want to see
well-being.
who.
Are you
I just want to
okay?
see who put it in there. That's
Put
all.
it, check the group. It
I'm
shows
checking. I
like
want.
a
I just want to
boomerang,
see
and
it.
that joint just
Rilla,
hitting you in the head.
Rilla, I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm gonna get you one of these lights right here, man.
No, I kept.
These,
You know
these
what? I
lights
kept
right here.
pulling on this.
Get you one of these lights,
Screen.
man.
Let me see.
What is that
You,
light?
you got to worry about it falling, man. Dim it down.
I kept pulling on this.
Oh, what light is that? I like
cord.
Shit, motherfucker, get bright.
it. That's light.
Look, can you
I just want to know. I'm just asking. I'm just trying to see if you should be just ask the comments.
That's right.
Right. It's got all types of settings. JR, can you send us
Yeah.
all the link?
Let me see.
See if I can change my set.
Really fun.
What do you mean?
I have a training, online. I have an online assessment training. So, and once you complete that, I get a notifications, and then that's when I distribute the lights out. It's a small module about harassment. That's all. So like once you guys take care of that,
A small model.
yeah, like just talk to Coleman. You know, he'll put you guys on about it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Please.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
man. Hey, man, we have to really. It's the real deal when you get over to the network, man. We got to put some. We got a lot of policies in place.
Y'all are funny.
Oh my goodness. I can't.
Yeah. We need more black men in suit. You know what? I think I might pick a day where we just gonna dress up in some suits, man. We're gonna get real classy. I like that, man. I might actually pull my hat off.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. It's in like
And the glasses.
Huh?
And the glasses.
No, yeah, I might put put my KS on. Sit right there. See my hands like this.
Do that.
Yeah. I might just shave the beard off too. Get the goatee, get the goatee going on. The goatee going on.
You ain't read. You ain't doing that.
That's what, totally switch it up on y'all.
You ain't doing that.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Just hair.
You're not doing that.
But yeah, it was a great show, man. I actually liked it, man. I thought it was a lot of value in the conversations.
1,000%.
Yeah, the lead attorney definitely added a lot of different perspectives and a lot of stuff from a legal perspective. So it was dope. I'm just let me bask into my moment right now. You know, just let me live my moment.
Amazing.
Let me speak my piece, if you don't mind. Yeah, you know, we talking about that toxic behavior like that. It's good. It's good at certain times, but then it's like it's a gift and a curse. It's like you speak up, but then once you speak up, you're gonna never be quiet.
So, what do you think is something that's strengthen a woman but can turn toxic?
Here y'all go flipping around. I didn't prepare, man. I
You
prepared
think-
to ask the questions, not to be asked the questions.
Isn't your philosophy like that we don't need to prepare and we should just be surprised so we can know?
No, actually, I sent y'all the questions.
Okay, I gotta come
That's
with
just
facts
inside the
and
question.
data. You gonna badger me to death.
No, I'm not. If it's
You
your
did
opinion,
today.
no. If it's your opinion, that's fine. But if you
Hey.
pass it off as fact, I'm going to ask for you to substantiate it. Do you not think that that's reasonable?
Hey, I actually think Kay, Anton hit it on the nail. He said, bro, JR 53. Yeah, I'm 50. I'll be 53, man, November. I'll be the big 5'3", man. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I just dressed a little young, man. You know, just still got that swag. I'm dripping over here. You feel me?
Ain't no Lauren versus
Shawty, what's your name is, Shawty? You feel me?
my girl.
Now, who was this shot talking about some? Oh, he's asking me White Sox or Cubs. Okay. Yo, September 1st, bro.
What's that?
Comiskey Park, man. That's Joe Fresh Goods joint.
Oh.
At Comiskey Park. I'm going there. I'm going.
JR looks younger.
Shoot, tomorrow is Friday.
JR, the reading of the comments in the low voice.
Man, I turned. I seen y'all been looking at the damn comments. Then lead attorney was looking at the comment. Everybody looking at the comments.
He always looks at comments. So.
Yeah, it's kind of like he had about 2 or 3 screens or something, man.
Yeah,
at least 2 of them. He had one right here and one on the side.
Who said he was over there thinking hard?
That was me.
And then I seen y'all texting all throughout the show. I'm like, look at y'all just all on y'all phones.
Who was texting?
Yeah, everybody was texting. Everybody was on their phones.
No.
People looking at comments and something like that. When I had the comments on, you can tell because KB squinting. She'd be like at the screen.
That's
yes, you do. Yes, you do. And then when I turn it off, you blink like 5 times real fast and sit up like you wasn't just sitting there engaged in the comments.
Oh, you found a formula, huh?
I just sit back and observe. Y'all do the same stuff every time. Y'all be obvious.
That's not
You do the same stuff. Yeah, like I see the face expressions. I see the anger. I see when the muscles tighten up right here, right in this area right here. They tighten up. I could tell. I be hearing that through the mic. I hear I hear all that stuff.
Work for the CIA.
Like I see really looking at that light. It's not gonna fall on you, really.
No. No, I think I positioned it. I got the chord right. No, I was trying to get that Josh effect on this, but it ain't working.
Hey, that ring light ain't where it's at, man. I'm gonna tell you, put y'all on game, man. I told y'all.
Oh, you got the photographer set up.
You don't need it, man. I'm trying to.
It's dark where you are. Like it's still.
I'm gonna give y'all a key. If you out here being a content creator, you gotta upgrade the equipment. You ain't gotta be all at once. Slowly but surely. TJ know.
TJ, I love TJ. Wasn't playing today. She said, "Let me check y'all real quick."
She done left the group, man. They done ran up out the group.
She's not in the group no more.
And then she was like,
in the group. She was about to quit, but no. TJ said, "Let me."
No, I think she left. I was trying to. Hold on.
She was on there
recently.
Yeah, I'm 53, man. I'm 52. I'll be 53 in November.
Oh.
You sticking with that story?
Yeah. And black don't crack. I'm a grandpa.
No, Miss Terry ain't in that no more.
Not in the group?
JI, is Chicago your hometown too? Yeah, Chicago is my hometown.
You can't hear it. 26 of King Drive. He from the low end.
2616 South King Drive, apartment 705. No, Prairie Courts.
Oh, okay. I thought you grew up there with the guy.
I grew up in a 1-bedroom. It was cement block.
Mm-hmm.
No air condition. Fans. You had a what do you call it? Like the little banister. Mama said, "Let me climb on that banister." It was a cable cord that ran. Luckily, it ran right down like the side of the little block, and I was able to like take a little knife and like slice it a little bit. And I was able to take a little cord, bend it, and tap right into that cable. That's how I was able to get the box and everything.
The box.
Yeah, remember the box and all that? Yeah. I'm talking about it was me, my mother, and my sister.
Oh, you talking about the box like
what
they used to play? Your mama on,
yeah,
I know your mama on crack rock and hey little mama, why you what's that?
So funky?
The funky Watusi.
Oh,
Courtney, look at Courtney.
So funky. Yeah, it's that funky. There's that funky
Watusi. What else was coming? They used to play all Miami music because they was based in Miami.
That.
What's his name? Half dead, one leg up, half pint, one leg up. You remember that?
I remember their name.
Half pint. They used
I
to
remember
play like a whole bunch of Miami bass.
Though.
But dope show, JR, for real, man. I thought you know, the topics were a good segue to just some really, really dope conversation, man. So then the lead attorney took it over the top, man. So that was dope.
Yeah, you want to know the thing? Hold on, Sunday the 29th. That's this Sunday. So what I noticed is that I appreciated the fact of having him on there, and I was taking him out of his element, not out of his element, but it's just like a different perspective.
Yeah,
that you probably wouldn't hear from him anywhere else. So I just appreciated that moment because the conversation. I was like, okay, he was actually rocking with it. You know, he actually stood around and kind of commented on it. So that's what I like about it, man. That's why it's the greatest show ever.
He wasn't feeling them 14 years though. At 14 years play, he went off.
Yes. Good man.
Yeah. But you know what? Like him and Anton, like I can understand it from both of them. I think they both was correct. What they say, like 2 wrongs can be right at the same time. I mean, 2 rights can be wrong. Well, hey,
I don't know. 2 rights make a left.
So, JR, are you taking
a right?
Are you taking a neutral position?
No, I'm taking a neutral position. I just understand the points. They both had good support for what they were saying. Yeah, so I think it's just no, you don't understand.
I do it all the time.
No, because you weren't answering the questions.
I was.
I still think it's about 3 or 4 questions that you didn't even answer.
Like what? I'll answer it now.
No, I don't remember.
Right. You don't know. People always think
I tell you what.
Never tell me what I did.
What. I don't have anything to do directly in the morning. So let's play the tape back over right now.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna start it from the beginning. So we got 5 hours. We'll start from the beginning, and then yeah, I think that'd be a good thing to do, and then that way we can actually see as a group collectively what you didn't answer.
Everyone here has access to me. If there's something y'all think, oh, you didn't answer, hit me up and let me know what it is. That's always open. I'm not perfect. So if I didn't, let me know and I'll answer it. But the thing is, a lot of people, you didn't do it, you didn't do it. And then I say, what didn't I do? And they have no answer.
I hit on the money with you when he asked you a question. Because what happened is you start going down that thing, you start asking question after question after question. When he flipped it and asked you a question,
I have to know
you couldn't even know what to do.
No, it's that I have to know what are the stipulations, what are the other factors. I have to know before I answer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I was just like, hey, JR.
Cool, you start reading them comments.
If I was like, JR, want to go
you know I'm dumbing out in there.
You be like,
you know I'm dumbing out in the comments. They said, Sir Shot. He said, do y'all listen to Jay Dilla or Common?
Yes. But JR, do you know how, like, if somebody was asking you a question and you didn't have enough information, you would want to know more? Or is that something you never do?
I never do it.
Oh, okay. So you just answer stuff without ever inquiring further. Okay.
Yes, affirmative.
Okay. Well, me and you are different then.
Absolutely.
Understandable.
Oh, they coming with timestamps, Kay.
So.
Oh, 225. You remember about them timestamps? I think. Who was that? Freezy? Oh, what was that number? Freezy?
No, that's Sir Shah.
I know that tonight, but you remember Freezy?
Oh, Freezy.
What was the time? I done forgot the time that Freezy had said. It was a hashtag.
Shoot. Oh no, I think that's what it was. 225.
That was it then.
Yeah. 225. Oh, y'all getting chose, man.
Man, they got fans, man. They got fans. Like they got people that's really at them, like they will marry them right now. Okay, you got people that will marry you right now.
I don't want to.
Okay.
They marry you in 5 weeks, Kay. 5 weeks is all they need.
5 weeks, baby.
No, these people will marry these women right here on the panel right now. They will marry them immediately. I'm telling you.
Them, not me.
Yeah. I'm talking about they would get on bended knee.
Bended knee.
Yeah.
Well, and ain't no telling what's in your DMs, Junior.
Ain't shit in my DMs. Nobody hit me up.
Why you want to talk about everybody else?
Nobody be hitting me up.
Comments. Oh, he's so fine. He's so mysterious. Yeah.
You know what?
Mm-hmm.
I still got messages that it's a.
It'd be so many you don't.
No, it ain't that. It's just people hitting you up for different reasons. Like not even like trying to get at you, but they hit you up for different reasons, and so sometimes they just stumble across. So I just never look at something. It's like a hat. It's ridiculous. But
I used to get messages.
What do most people message you about, JR?
That's what I used to get.
About coming on the show, emailing about how they feel as though I answer this question. They feel like they would be a great addition for the show. I need to hear like your show needs this view, or my husband or my wife, or I know somebody that'd be great for the show. You need to invite somebody on the show.
Really?
That's like the number one thing. Yeah.
You know what? Somebody in the group said something. Somebody in the group said something, and I didn't even think about it. But somebody was like, acting a fool in the group will not get you on the show. Like, calm down. Do you think that people really be out here like that didn't even occur to me that people are trying to like act a certain way so that you can notice them and be like, come on. Do you think that that's a thing? I don't know.
I think you would know better than I do. But no.
I don't know. I didn't
know, like I just see like certain things like here and there. I don't like look at every single thing. I just when I go in there, and I may just see like whatever pops up.
But do you think people act a fool on purpose to try to get your attention?
I don't see them acting. I mean, I don't see it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm not
Well,
really
they in there,
following.
though.
Yeah, I'm not really following, but I hear it mostly from you guys telling me, or either somebody be like, you need to get this person because, or like I don't know why my comment was removed. Can you see why? Or this person's, and then I look into it and I'm like, damn, look at all this shit that's going on. I'm like,
I just
people
never
be
thought of it
really
that way
serious.
until I saw that post. I was like, whoa. So people are really out here trying to get recruited. I never thought of it that way. Chicago, you were about to say something. What do you think?
No, I'm laughing at this dude talking. I said B9 sounded like Dave Chappelle, and he said no, he sounded like Tommy Davidson on Black Dynamite.
No, that's Cat Williams, man.
He sound like that joker sound like
That's at DC, like that.
yeah. You see how
area.
you curve me? How you curve me?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? He's
County.
very smart though, and like intelligent. Like, when I first seen him, I didn't know he had that much fire behind him. I didn't really know what I was gonna be getting, man. But
he's cool.
Hey JR, so what's coming down the pipe for the panel? I mean, not the panel, but for the network, man. I see you got something popping off on Tuesdays, and then we see a mirror dropping. I mean, Courtney, what's going on with you and Kay? What's going on with y'all shows?
Oh, well, I mean, I haven't really been doing my show because I've been ill. So now that I feel better, I can do a little bit more. But yeah, that COVID had me out for like 2.5 weeks.
Do you feel better?
Shout out to you.
Thank you. I do. I feel amazing. Like
Good.
I'm finally getting out. I went out last night, so I'm like, finally, I'm back to my old self again. So
Good.
yeah.
I love to see it.
And I love to feel it. Thank you, girl. I appreciate you, Kay.
Yes, always.
Somebody said I rock with you Tuesday, but that live was bad. Why do
you think so many people were? I saw like 5 minutes.
You know what? Like in a group, and I've probably seen the message. You probably seen that. Somebody posted it, and then I just took full responsibility, held myself accountable. I don't think that I prepared the panel enough for the show. I kind of was like last minute, and I don't think I was fully prepared for it, to be honest. So I mean, it is what it is. I move on. And I basically stated that, you're not gonna hit no home runs every single show, everything. And it was kind of like it's a test show, trying to see, how it works, how it looks. But it is what it is. I mean, it's for every person that said they didn't like it. I mean, a lot of people watch it. It's still growing. But can't satisfy everybody. I stand on it. I stand behind it. I stand behind the panel, and we're just gonna keep moving. It's just something. It is what it is.
And boy, that's still stuff
Everything
coming down the
can't
pipe
be-
about them.
Just like my beard, not even lying. I didn't even line myself up today. I mean, I shave. I ain't line myself up. You ain't gonna get it crispy every time. It just ain't gonna happen.
What?
Yeah, I saw that too, Sir Shaw.
What?
No, I'm just
So,
looking at
what
these
you got
comments
going on? Because I've been seeing you do a lot of live on the
in the Facebook group.
Yeah, you be going in
Man,
for like
look.
an hour and a half.
And every time I start, I'll be like, man, I'm finna keep this short. It'd be a lot of
Now you go in.
well, the thing of it is, I think people misunderstand me. And I don't, I don't know. I just feel more comfortable in the Facebook group. Those are people that, I've been rocking and going back and forth with for a minute. And I think people get it twisted and sometimes, think stuff is sweet, similar to how these people be in these comments sometimes. So, I mean, JR know out the gate, I'll get in there and talk real spicy and real greasy. And then, I like to put an address on it. So that's all that is. Every Friday, Kay drops the Freestyle Friday.
She does. She does.
And then I come in and do just a quick wrap up. But it seemed like there's a mutiny going on. Them jokers say they finna do their own live stream wrapping up the show.
I saw that.
They say they finna do their own live stream wrapping up the show.
What?
Yeah, definitely big coochie energy.
Yeah. No, some people in the group. Some people are in the group or want to do a recap of the show.
I think
they want to do a live
yeah.
of a recap.
I think I saw that post. Yeah.
Yeah,
I did see
that's
that
interesting.
Post. Yeah.
What was that?
Oh my goodness.
Hey, you was throwing the lead off with them sound effects. Man, he was like, "Man, what did I walk into?"
Right.
No, I think you enjoyed it.
Oh no,
yeah,
that's it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you know the experience is it's fun, man. It's a different experience, man.
It's a different experience.
I say, man.
It's a different type. We have a different show though. It's very different.
Yeah, like I don't think you guys realize like how unique it is.
Mm-hmm.
I got some things in store though for the network. I got a couple more things I want to try out.
Oh my God.
What? It'll be a good thing. It'll be a good thing.
JR, I don't think you realize you can literally do whatever you want, like with this show. I don't know. I sometimes I think about it. I'm like, does JR know that he can create? I don't know. We'll have to talk about this later, but it's something that I've thought about a lot. But yeah, we'll talk about it later.
Okay, how many times did you change your hairstyle tonight?
2.
Okay, they was trying to keep tracking.
Well, maybe 1. I don't know. I had my hair down and then it got really hot and I put it up and then I put it back down.
Somebody asked, can we have a reunion show with Tawana B. Nix?
You talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
But you got people, you got to understand when people come in, they don't, somebody might not watch the show the last couple of times or something. So we get new people coming in and they don't really know the story, or they start just now and don't really know the back end. But no, I'm not sure if that's going to exactly happen. I would love for it to happen.
That would be cool.
It'll probably be like 5 years from now. But I guess you have to reach out.
To who and for what?
To T. See.
Oh.
Yeah. I see she.
I'm a good mediator. You want me to try?
Yeah. You something else, man.
I can do that for you.
I'll see if she come on next week.
I'll try.
Or if not that, then like I would love to see, I would love to see like you and her, to do something.
Yeah, because you know what? A lot of people think me and her are just so much alike, and I do like her, but we're not that much alike. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people automatically think that anyone that they don't agree with is the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I don't agree with Courtney this week. I don't agree with Kay this week. I don't agree with Tawana. They put us all like, oh, they're all the same. It's not. Even though, I don't know, it's weird. It's hard to explain, but I like Tawana. So
yeah, Tawana dope.
Yeah.
She is definitely dope.
They said, are you a cat or a dog person?
Chicago,
as you holding a dog.
Through the tension with some.
I'm a dog person. They also say I don't talk, which I think is kind of funny. I just say what needs to be said when I speak. They hate that. I don't talk enough or I talk too much. Somebody even said I was too long-winded today.
Long-winded.
Everybody like, you just keep going on. You over talking. You over explaining.
Well, if you say anything, they'll say that.
Right.
I saw a comment a long time ago about Courtney, and then I saw the same comment about you recently, and it was like, look at, you or her respectively, and it was like being all feminine. They haven't talked for 10 minutes. Like, we're on a podcast. Like, people think that you're just supposed to sit here and be like, for the entire time. Like, I don't understand. But okay. So don't worry about that, Lauren, at all. No matter what you do, it's wrong. Quiet wrong, talking wrong.
It is.
People are. What is that? Okay.
Now
then.
why? Why? Okay.
Then. I see you.
Okay, you flexing, JR. Okay, it's a slight flex for me. Slight flex.
I should pull up some baby pictures.
Okay, yeah. Oh, we
reminding me.
baby pictures and be like, "Who is this?"
Do it. Do it.
No.
No, good show though. I'm glad Lead Attorney was on here. He gave a whole different perspective.
Yeah, he was
and I was happy for Kay. Kay was excited. It was like
I was so excited because
so excited.
It's I'm just so happy because he was super smart. He knows about the law. He was able to answer the questions that I had that people could be like, "Oh, you're blah, blah, blah." He was able to answer them so I could respond. It was just refreshing.
Yeah.
Because I'm not beyond learning. I'm like, I love to learn. But you can't expect me to want to learn or whatever from somebody who can't even articulate what they're trying to say. Like, that's not how it works. So if someone knows what they mean and they are saying something valid, I will absolutely be open. But people think I have this thing where I'm just like, no. It's not that. I love learning.
You know, I do think a show with her and Anton would be great.
I agree, Courtney.
I want to see that. Just topics and let them debate. I want to see it.
Yes.
I would be super chatting all day.
Last time I was on Anton's show, he was like, "This is not the last time you're going to be on my show." So I'm going back on there. And
you ain't going back on this show, girl. So.
Oh, I'm going.
He done moved on to somebody else, girl. I'm sorry to
nope,
tell
I'm
you.
going on Anton's show.
You ain't on there no more.
Or not.
Courtney, I even got booted. So there you go.
Yeah. Oh, there you
He's
go.
gonna start flexing.
What's going on?
Okay, flex.
Courtney, you said what's going on?
I was just pictures of him. He wanted to look. Is that a thirst trap you trying to do, Junior? What you doing?
Go ahead.
You flexing,
Thirst
JR.
trap.
Who's it for, JR? Who's it for?
Attention? Yeah, who you trying to get attention from, Junior?
Just
go ahead. It's for my 1 and 10s.
Your what?
It's for my 1 and 10s.
Okay, then looking like a little lumberjack
with the 6-inch temp. I like that one. More nature ones. That one was nice.
Look like a little lumberjack.
JR would never chop wood. But you don't seem like a wood chopping type. I don't know. Would you?
I don't know. Okay.
No.
Okay. So no.
Metro.
Yeah. Right.
He's Metro.
He's Metro.
What?
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Right. Metro.
They said pause. They said pause after that.
Collection.
Oh, yeah, pause. Why I gotta say pause?
No, they was talking about K chopping wood. They said pause.
Like, can people finally like get out of like high school, middle school, like chopping wood? Literally chop wood. I don't know, but whatever. Yeah. But JR, do you have like a beard upkeep collection?
A beard upkeep?
Yeah, like some oil, a little brush or comb, things like that.
No.
You don't put anything on your beard.
Juices and berries.
It's dry.
Damn.
Okay. You just seem like
what's going on?
Anybody who takes a picture like that puts things on their beard.
He told me what he puts on his beard, but I don't know if I can say it in the.
Okay.
Courtney, are you what? You said what? You said you know what JR puts on his beard?
He told me one time.
Oh, he told you one time. Oh, okay. Was that at Willie B's?
It was at Slim and Huskies.
Ew.
Ew.
They said they think the lead attorney was mean to a mirror.
How come nobody ever? Oh, I'm not even going. Okay.
Courtney, somebody said, "Do you think Stedman is wasting time with Oprah?"
Dad, how cute!
That's 26 and 10, guys. Oh my gosh.
Man, y'all over here.
How cute is that?
They've been together 27 years. Jeez.
Oh, but does that mean? Okay, so it's a waste of time if you want to be a wife and you're wasting your time with someone that's not going to marry you. Obviously, Oprah doesn't want to be married.
That part.
Or don't want to be married to a man.
She just likes the company.
Hey, Gail.
She just likes the company.
Shots fired. She likes the company of Stedman.
Company of Stedman. It's like, let's hang out. I like you around, right? Like she can buy whatever she wants. She don't really need a man for nothing, I'm sure. So it's like,
Hey, Gail.
Oprah Rich, you don't need man.
Come on now, people. Is Gail's not married, is she?
Nah, I think she just got a kid. I think she got a daughter.
Really?
Gail? Yeah. Y'all don't remember the story Oprah was telling about them being at the Louis Vuitton store in Italy and getting denied?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
That was Gail's daughter she was shopping for the little purse thingy. Divorced? Who's divorced?
Yeah, I remember that. So yeah.
Overboard for
there is.
I don't know. I'm about to get out of these comments, man. It's getting early.
Say they scared you.
Oh. No, I said it's getting early. I gotta shoot. I'm on a 7-day stretch.
Oh, now that's adorable.
Look at the little bear with the
I like the bear with the martini glass. JR, you have a cute nose.
yeah, he does.
You have a cute nose.
I don't know about all that.
Polo?
JR,
That's Polo,
Put
yeah.
that picture back up. Put that picture back up.
Put the picture back up, please.
That's a cute nose.
That is really cute. It's nice and round.
I don't see nothing in there. Yeah, it's a cute nose.
Courtney, what?
Yeah, I'll be.
She knows.
I don't see nothing in there. I'm one of those women that be picking at stuff. I'll be like, let me get that out your nose. You gotta let me pick the up.
Oh,
I like to pick
Lord.
stuff.
Oh wow.
JR, they said, where's the merch?
Man, it's coming, man. I've been saying it for months now.
Hey, you look like you over there choking on that shit. I see it.
Wait a minute. Courtney is a comedian, man. Courtney is a whole comedian.
Yeah. Had that beard nice and washed, lined, and was it tinted? Did I see tint? Did you get dye it? You got some gray in your beard, JR?
You ain't got no
I got some
He
gray.
done said he's 53.
Yeah,
Let me
53,
see.
man.
Was this in your jail cell?
Hebrew.
Oh wait, which one was that? Which one is that?
That's when he got booked.
No. I'm talking about the Hebrew joint. Where was
He
that
was
at,
thinking about
JR?
his charges.
Oh man, that was something I created, man. It ain't real.
Oh, that's
Oh,
not
really?
the Hebrew joint?
Nah.
That was nice. That was good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Somebody said, does JR shape his own beard?
Yeah, I do. I really do. So not tonight though, but I did it though.
So you be like this in the mirror, JR? You be like these?
No, I don't do all that. I just had that mirror and just try to get that angle.
Do you cut it every day? How often?
Hell no.
Like trim it, I mean. How often?
I'm gonna try to find a picture, but I don't have no beard.
Yeah, I need to see this.
No beard? Okay, yes.
I cannot imagine.
Yeah, they said, are you adding more people to the show?
I don't know about all that.
Somebody said free the roaches.
I don't know who said that.
I like that. I like
Free
it.
the roaches. Free the real.
You know, I'm really concerned about Maddie, the girl roach that's allegedly pregnant. I'm really concerned.
What if
Why
she's
you
just fat
concerned,
and
Kay?
she ate the other roaches?
Huh?
What if she's just fat and she ate the other roaches? Or did you see the roaches actually have intercourse?
No.
What?
Okay.
That's not a thing. I'm just saying, how does she know she's pregnant? Right?
Okay, so the reason that I know is because they can basically store sperm for their whole life. So if they've ever, made it, they can save it and, you know, get pregnant at other times. Now, my roach, when she got to when I got her, you know, I kept her and the male apart purposely because I didn't know all that back then. And then one day she aired out her ootheca, which is basically like the egg sac or whatever, comes out. It's like an inch long. Okay, I'm getting really okay. So it's like an inch long. It comes out. They air it out. Wait,
I'm intrigued. Keep telling me, Kay. I'm learning.
So I asked in my roach, you know, like support group.
Oh, there's a support group.
Yeah, I'm in a couple.
God, this is intense.
So in the group, they were like, you know, and I sent the picture that some people might be grossed out by, but I sent them the picture. I was like, what is this? It was the ootheca coming out. So they were like, oh, the ootheca. If it comes out like, and then it goes back in, that means that the babies will be here in like 60 to 70 days. And this was like 68 days ago. So now I'm like, okay, where are these babies? But then come to find out that if the conditions aren't, you know, right, like there's not enough humidity and whatever, there could be, you know, a non-viable pregnancy. So yeah.
Oh, wow. Can you DM me the picture? I want to see. Can you DM it to me?
Of the ootheca?
Yeah, I want to see.
I will.
I'm really intrigued. This is so cool.
Look,
Okay, so
Lauren, you ain't got to tell me twice. If
Hey,
you were intrigued,
K recruiting on the low too.
the roaches, I will absolutely keep you.
What's she recruiting for?
I will definitely keep you.
keep me posted about Maddie.
Oh, I will. Maddie and Scar.
Scar is the dad?
I don't know if he's the dad, but I think he is.
People are asking.
Wait, you think Maddie been out here slutting?
That's what
No,
to say.
but-
She have bastard kids.
I don't know what Maddie
I
is
wish she's for the streets, but she's
Maddie might be for the
cage.
street.
She's for the cages.
I don't know. The cages.
She's for the cages.
She's for the cages.
I didn't see. Wait, I didn't see it in the group yet either. Court, where's this meme or whatever somebody created? The light hit me, man.
Oh yeah,
I was looking
I
for
saw
it.
it on there.
I'll
find it and I'll.
But you know what, Chicago? It was super fast. Where are you
Nah, I ain't
working
tripping on
at
that.
right now?
Come
In that
on, I
picture?
see them arms, JR. I see them arms.
JR, why do you have on? Where are you? That was at the school.
Was this when you had hair? Why you have on a do-rag?
Where were you, JR? Was that a school?
She said, "Why have a do-rag? You are bald.
You bald."
Courtney,
help me understand.
I'm bald.
Okay.
Hey, come on, Miami Vice.
Miami Vice,
you
Those
Michael
Crockett and
Michael
Tubbs.
Chubbs.
JR, why did you say I'm bald?
Right, I'm like,
I
you're
was
not?
bald. I think I was bald.
What's under the hat, my darling? Nothing.
What?
Yeah, I know what he doing.
Oh, this a baby beard right here. Yeah, I think I cut this off and try it again.
Find us a picture with no beard.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, he one of the guys from the low end. He definitely
That
from
don't
the
even
low
look
end.
like you.
That joker definitely from the low end, boy.
JR,
That don't even look like you.
He with that LEP bogus boys. Yep.
Yeah.
I see it.
Don't talk about them.
Hey man, listen, you know what I was just listening to? Fall Back.
JR, I told my
That was
mom.
my anthem.
I told my mom that you look exactly like one of my brothers. You do. I'm gonna send you a picture. Yes, not my oldest brother, but my second to oldest. Y'all look so much alike.
Well, you know my dad was out here.
No, my daddy
real
wasn't.
talk.
And my brother, yeah, no. My dad is definitely my brother's dad. But yeah, y'all look so much alike. You're gonna be like, when you see him.
JR. That's not true.
Where is that from, JR?
Who is that?
Oh, you look JR. What is that from?
JR, who is that picture of?
That was me.
No way.
Yeah. That was me.
You look different.
Did I?
Yes, you look thicker on that.
I was.
Yeah. You was looking like a little snickle.
I got that picture
A
right
what?
here.
A little snickle bar.
Courtney a trip.
Courtney, oh my goodness.
Yeah. All that shit. I got a picture with no beard.
Oh my God.
This is what I was waiting for.
I got to see this. Courtney, why did you gotta laugh?
Yep.
But you
still have all well, Lord. He wanted the guys.
JR, do you have a completely hairless face picture? Like no goatee, no nothing.
I don't know. It might be some of my old phones.
With some hair.
Blackberry or something.
Hair.
Yeah, let's see JR with some hair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look like I was in the this picture, right? The picture, you seen this picture, but it just looked like I was some dummy. Let me see. Oh, really?
Say somebody, JR with that Pookie energy.
Don't even look like.
Oh my God, you look so much like one of our brothers. It's so crazy. I'm gonna send you a picture. You're gonna be like, It's that Nigerian fellowship or whatever.
I think that's all I got for y'all.
I like the little one with the little teddy bear, the little stuffed animal. That was my favorite one.
Oh, really? This one right here.
Oh
no, not that one.
That's my favorite because of the nose.
The one when you were little with the stuffed animal.
Oh, the baby JR.
JR, send that to me. I'm gonna make it my screensaver.
Baby, you the one with the stuffed animal.
Courtney gonna make it a screensaver.
I'm making it my screensaver.
Court. It's almost
Somebody said JR
Court.
Man.
IG R&B party.
I didn't know
Court.
it's about to go down.
That one picture he did look like
put on a little love song. Get on IG. Do
Court, you
all
are
this.
a whole ham out here, man. I didn't know you was this funny.
I like to laugh. That's why people think I'm serious all the time. I'm not.
You do not look like J Moss.
I'm not. I'm not.
All right, y'all. I'm about to go. This was fun. Bye, guys.
Where you about to go? No, I'm just playing.
No, she's gonna get flued out. She got an early morning flight. Lead attorney
Don't
just
be spreading these rumors, Lauren. Don't
lead attorney just sent the confirmation.
She's got the notification.
She just got it. Don't let her put you on spirit, girl.
I see you, JR. Let me take a picture. I was about to take a picture of that.
Go back. Put it back, JR. There you go, Court. Go.
Hey!
Yeah.
I'm gonna use that picture as my picture on Facebook. I'm about to be you, JR.
Oh man, you about to really start spamming.
Yep.
All right, y'all. I think I'm put on a little tune or something. Yeah.
Oh, look at that roll. Look at that roll.
Y'all crazy. All right, y'all, man. Make sure y'all tune in next Thursday. Lapeef, Let's Talk. Greatest show ever. Make sure y'all hit a like for the video right now. Take time if you didn't already. And if you're just watching this video, make sure you guys hit a like. Also, subscribe to the channel while you at it. Every Thursday, 7:30 Central. 7:30 Central time, we here. I'm asking
We'll
for music next week, man.
We'll be in the comments. Have that same energy y'all were having when we weren't in the comments.
Appreciate all the super chats, all the support that you guys give us. Black Titan, shout out to you. Shout out to you. I saw your message. I just seen it late, man. But I'll reach out to you. Jay, you about to get so many. You should meet my cousin. What?
That's it. DMs be popping, I know. I read them.
She had like a gangbang.
Somebody said miss and then put like 4 roaches. I'm assuming they were talking about me.
Yeah, I'm doing the days, man. Turn over a new leaf though, man. I'm shy and quiet. Shy and quiet. Really, you got work tomorrow?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna hate myself in the morning, but it's all good.
Hello, motherfucker.
Right.
Oh, I know.
That's how I'm gonna be all day.
JR, please delete.
Hello, motherfucker.
JR, please delete that other one that I hate. I hate it.
Wow.
I forgot I got
Hate it. That other one, oh, I hate it.
Let me suck some titties, baby. Oh, yeah. Let me suck some titties, baby. Let me suck some titties, baby.
So much.
Why?
Y'all wildin'.
I don't, it just.
And he mixed it on you. Hit you with that DJ Clue exclusive.
Right.
That DJ Ferris.
That DJ Sean Mack. It's all types of people.
That's bullshit.
Lead attorney was like, what?
All right, y'all. It's been real.
Oh yeah.
It's been real. I should just do a whole nother show. Fuck it. Y'all stay on. You know, I might do a whole nother show.
No, I'm finna go to sleep. It's 6 hours in.
I'll do a whole nother show. Stay up all night.
So you gonna pull it all night.
Yo. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk late night. This is for my night crawlers. This is for my night crawlers.
Night crawlers?
Yeah, my night crawlers.
He went to H-Town on that one. He went to H-Town.
It's gonna be a great show this morning, y'all.
What?
This morning.
It's gonna be a great show. Introduce the panel. We got Rilla.
No.
We got Courtney.
Hello
Kay,
again.
and myself. I'm Lapeef JR.
Act like I never left.
What's going on, night crawlers? How y'all doing?
Somebody said night roaches.
How y'all doing?
I
It's
really
gonna be a great show.
name, night crawlers.
Let's get into our first topic that we never discussed
Right.
last night. We're gonna discuss it right now.
Last night.
Yeah, let's talk about first of all, let's just have a conversation.
Oh my gosh.
I like how we're all here like
But before we do, let's talk about if you're single until married, how do you meet your potential? If you're single until you're married, how do you meet your potential? I'm gonna start right time. Go ahead, Anton. You sure you want me to go first?
right.
Okay. You sure you want me? Okay.
You can't mute me.
I don't know, JR.
You
I
can't
don't know.
mute me.
But yeah. It's late, man. I should do a whole nother show.
No. JR, can you do
Y'all
any
game for it.
impersonations? We know about Courtney's Obama.
No, I don't do no impersonations, man.
Chicago, can you?
What? Do an impersonation of who?
Anybody.
Oh, no. You talking about like how Courtney did Obama. No.
So Courtney, you are the reigning champ for impersonations in terms of the
I gotta work on some more. I wonder if I want to.
There's some other ones I know you could do if you could do Obama. I know it.
What was that sound? That my Obama is legendary.
It is with the hand and everything.
Thank you.
It is.
Bruh.
The hand makes it. It's
I can't do it without the hand. I can't do it without the hand.
Bruh.
JR.
That's my second least. I hate it.
With all those noises.
Bruh.
It's not
Bruh.
Oh, my cat was mad. Oh my god. Y'all can see what my cat just looked like.
That cat is evil. Okay, I know evil when I see
Chicago, do the show. They said Chicago.
Black.
Chicago.
That's
said,
right,
do the show,
black.
man.
You know black is
Do the
trash.
show. No, I. I'm on Clubhouse now. Let me reset the room. Okay. Let me reset the room.
Said, let me reset the room.
Let's go ahead and get this show started right now. We're gonna do a real show, y'all. All right.
It is 2 a.m.
For 10 minutes. We're gonna be serious for 10 minutes. All right. Okay. Hold on, let me do the timer right here. Get it going.
The timer.
Yeah. So
I cannot.
What's going on?
What?
This joker is a fool.
We are not. Oh my god. Are you not the 5 minutes? I'm not taking
Right, like just make it
5 minutes.
The camera's
nah,
off.
man. Nah.
Just make it
Hey,
like
it's a wrap. I'm just bullshitting y'all. I'm about to get up off here, man.
look at the yawn. Look at you.
I'm sore, man. I just got back in the gym. I had to get back in shape.
You see them sweat pits too. I saw them.
You saw 'em?
You saw 'em.
I saw them.
All right, y'all. Again, we appreciate you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk tonight. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Also, make sure you guys hit the like button. I'm gonna play maybe 2 tracks and I'm gonna get up off of here. And I'm for real this time. Like no cap with y'all. I'm getting off. It's late. I gotta get my beauty rest.
JR, if I come back on here and I see that you're still talking after
I might decide to do a show, man. I got a topic I want to talk to the men about anyway.
the men.
Yeah, we got to set the record straight, man.
Me and Courtney gonna be looking. It's gonna be you in Chicago up
Yeah,
here
no,
talking.
well, I mean, we got to have men talk, man. That's what I'm thinking. I think we got to have some men talk on here.
Well, according to the comments, I'm masculine now, so I don't get to be in the man
Hello,
talk.
motherfucker.
I've been masculine since.
And you
day
know,
one,
Kaysa
apparently.
have man
I'm
have.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. I've been just a whole man this entire time.
You've been a man.
So I think that I should be included. Even today,
Shout out to JB.
Chicago reference my masculinity
All the
so
time.
if there's a man talk, I think I should be.
Would it be Beyonce that she was packing?
Said hung like a horse.
I was about to be like,
Oh, yeah. Let me suck them titties, baby. Let me suck them titties, baby.
ain't packing.
I'm home.
He told her she was hung like a horse.
Right.
Wait, did you see the lead attorney face when you brought that in?
We're talking about
Hey, can you text us some
smelly.
dick pics?
Huh?
Can you text us your dick pics? I want to see.
Man, I'm gone.
Who you talking to?
She's talking to Kay, man.
Oh.
They are like, who are you talking to?
No. JR, you already sent yours out, so we got them. I'm trying to wait. Okay.
Ain't no pictures of my thing out there.
That thing.
King Diggling, aka Big Draws.
Hey, did y'all hear some? I wish Lauren hadn't left, but somebody came on her live exposed the other day.
No.
What? They came on naked?
No, they Jangalang out. You know, she do the lunch with Lauren thing.
I didn't know.
I ain't see it. I came in after that. It was like I think her and Lucky was talking.
And
So
they
they
just
are like, if
drop
you see
them
somebody
and-
coming, do you get to see what they look like before they come on? I don't know.
Yeah. Down at the
Okay.
bottom of the weight room. That's why I see what they're doing. I see people smoking and all that stuff and drinking, and I just throw them up there on purpose.
Remember when that man?
Yeah, you know, like JB. I don't know what he be looking at. JB be standing up. He be standing up. And he be looking at like this. And you come on. Motherfucker be looking like this. What he be looking at? What he be standing up? Motherfucker be like,
He just getting prepared. He just getting prepared, you know.
Oh wow. Well, I've never had anyone show me they thing.
On your live stream.
No, thank you. I don't really want to see it.
oh,
Except yours, Kat.
Really?
Let's see yours.
really? I think I heard about that. Like you said, yeah, I heard about that. Like with the lunch with Lauren, I think they did say somebody came on there. It was her and Lucky.
Yeah.
And somebody
Yeah.
came on. Yeah.
I mean, did they like?
I think they showed it.
I mean, they just showed it. They didn't move it around or
I
make it
don't
flip flop.
know.
I don't know. I came in.
Courtney,
I came in. I
you
think
know how
after it
guys
happened.
they be like, hey, and they make it.
What you give you the helicopter?
Hey, you want some of this?
Courtney needs details. She's like,
Oh my god! Hey man,
I
I'm
don't get
about to go.
action, so I gotta live through y'all. I don't know.
Oh man.
I hate that one. Second. This is second. I got it.
No, you always hit them all.
Was it flaccid?
Oh my gosh. Ex Lauren.
Well,
you know.
Come on. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, Kay. Go to sleep. Time to go night-night.